Chapter 754. The inevitable conclusion. The celestial destruction god's response made profound mystery think of many possibilities, and he began to suspect heavenly Tao itself. The two fell into silence, each lost in thought. The enormous red pavilion continued its journey, the mysterious ridged armor below subtly visible through the clouds, with a low, thunder-like breathing sound faintly heard. "All right, don't overthink it. You are already an immortal god and should no longer view problems from a mortal's perspective. Excessive compassion will only harm you. The celestial court has celestial rules. If you stay in the celestial court long enough, you'll realize that all your current concerns are meaningless." The celestial destruction god spoke. Although his immortal position was one rank lower than profound mystery, their relationship was very amiable, and profound mystery did not require him to be overly formal in private. Profound mystery nodded and said, "Perhaps I really do need to adjust my mindset." Saying this, he still felt a deep dissatisfaction with the immortal gods. The reason he had followed Gu initially was that he believed Gu to be an immortal god. Later, real immortal gods appeared, but they were not like he had imagined. The true protector of all living beings was Guin. When he arrived at the celestial court, he held on to a faint hope that the celestial court internally would be compassionate towards all living beings, but that turned out not to be the case. In the celestial court, let alone compassion for mortal spirits, if he didn't initiate, not a single immortal god would mention the 3,000 great worlds. He heard more about primordial emperor domain, misty immortal court, endless Tao mountain, abyss Tao sea, and other great Tao realms. The different levels made it difficult for profound mystery to adapt. The 3,000 great worlds had so little presence. How could he not feel disheartened? This struggle for the Son of Heaven is likely to last many years. It is said that the cultivation levels of the two Sons of Heaven are roughly the same, and now they are both in seclusion. No matter which side gains the upper hand, they will eventually face off against each other. The more destiny their camps accumulate, beyond showcasing their talents, it also boosts their own destiny. Once the Sons of Heaven take action, the 3,000 great worlds are destined to turn to ashes. The celestial destruction god spoke softly and then paused before saying, "With the divine venerables around, the struggle for the Son of Heaven should not involve us. You can rest easy." CTH Novel Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Profound Mystery shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of trouble. Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. I heard the quota for the 100,000 stars has been opened. Are you really going to try?" The celestial destruction god nodded and said, "I managed to transfer from under the god of destruction to under the divine venerable. I must now complete the transformation of my divine authority. The stars are good. It allows for peaceful cultivation and easier access to the great Tao." Profound mystery, being an immortal monarch, had yet to secure a specific immortal authority. However, he was not worried because his master, the radiant divine venerable, had already made arrangements for him. Now, apart from cultivation, he represented his master, walking through the heavenly realm, using his master's name to acquaint himself with various immortal gods. The two began discussing their upcoming travels. The immortal palace they were visiting also had significant backing, and even the celestial destruction god looked forward to this trip. He benefited from profound mystery's influence. This kind of visit wasn't just for conversation. They would either get to hear the Tao or receive the other's bounty. Not only did various immortal gods respect the radiant divine venerable, but they also had high hopes for profound mystery's future. Anyone who could pass the heavenly Tao's test and ascend had boundless potential. The test imposed by the heavenly Tao was a battle between mortal spirits and immortal gods, its difficulty nearly impossible to overcome. Despite the celestial court owning countless universes, those who could ascend like profound mystery were few and far between. Many relied on connections with immortal gods for selection to immortality. A day in heaven is a year on earth, and conflicts in the 3,000 great worlds were rapidly evolving. Another 10,000 years passed, and there was no pure land left in the 3,000 great worlds, filled everywhere with slaughter and war. This year, in the celestial spirit great world, Sects were contending for supremacy externally, while evil demons invaded from outside. Even the celestial spirit god guarding the world gate experienced defeat. Disciples of Wuxia began to emerge, rescuing the suffering beings. In the imperial palace on the Taizong continent, Guan was playing chess with Li Xiandao. The weather was cool, and a gentle breeze stroked their hair. At this moment, Li Xiandao frowned deeply, pondering. Guan casually waved a folding fan in one hand and held a teacup in the other, feeling utterly at ease. Even the 10 or so shooting stars streaking across the sky did not catch his attention. Li Xiandao took a deep breath and said, "I lost." He lifted his eyes to Guan, wanting to speak but hesitating. "You have something on your mind. Speak up, don't hold it in," Guan said with a smile. As long as he didn't deliberately avoid it, anyone's inner thoughts would directly reach his ears. However, some words still needed to be said by the other party. Li Xiandao stared at Guan intently and said, "There are unified sects in this world, but no unified imperial dynasty. Even the bygone holy court focused primarily on the immortal cultivation realm, disregarding the safety and well-being of common people. I want the Taizong dynasty to become the ruler of the world. I want to be an unprecedented emperor." Over the years, Li Xiandao had always been cautious, considering Guan in every decision to avoid disapproval, which was why the Taizong dynasty had remained problem-free. With Guan around, Li Xiandao never acted recklessly. But over time, he too would feel weary and needed a greater goal to invigorate himself. "If you want to contend, then contend. I've never restricted or obstructed you, have I?" Guan said with a shake of his head and a laugh. Li Xiandao breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Guan didn't mind. "Then I will strive for it." Over the years, the Taizong dynasty has been accumulating power. Since Yang Jian left, Long Teng has taken on the responsibilities. He is even stronger than Yang Jian. Speaking of this, pride filled Li Zuando's face. Long Teng was the son of Long Qing, equivalent to Gu An's grand disciple. By virtue of this relationship, Li Xiandao treated Long Teng very well, even allowing the Long family to grow strong. Long Teng did not disappoint him, never overstepping bounds. In both the court and among the people, there was just that Long Teng was more like a crown prince. Long Teng had indeed grown significantly, achieving the title of primordial Dao Emperor in his youth. Now, he had reached the cultivation level of Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal. He was the face of the Taizong dynasty, and even if he did not take action, no force dared to offend the Taizong dynasty in the surrounding seas. He had come this far with considerable help from Gu, and Long Teng's magnanimous and upright character greatly aligned with Gu An's preferences. Now, Guan spent more time visiting him than Long Qing. Li Xiandao was also a Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal, but he kept it well hidden. The world only knew him as a free immortal. The strength of his cultivation meant that Li Xiandao was no longer constrained by aristocratic families or sections. The Taizong dynasty truly belonged to him now. It was what he once dreamed of. Guan smiled and said, "Then let me see how far you can go. Anyway, I won't be helping you. In my eyes, the Taizong dynasty is no different from any other dynasty in the world. I hope you understand this." In stern tones, Li Xiandao said, "Of course. How could we ask you to intervene in conquering the world? How would the world even play a part if you did? To be honest, the reason I want to unify the world is not only for the sake of all living beings but more so to realize my own ideals. I want to become a figure in the celestial spirit great world's history who is never forgotten. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 755. The Immortal Lectures regarding Li Zuando's ambition. Guan gave no comment. Every person has their own goals, and even the greatest people have their private thoughts. He himself is such a person. Li Xiandao has the right to choose his own life, as long as he does not bring calamity to the entire world. There are so many evil people in this world, and many who stir up warfare. Killing them all is impossible. After chatting with Li Xiandao for half a day, Guan wandered alone in the Taizong dynasty, while Li Xiandao excitedly returned to the imperial study to start planning his military campaign. Unlike the chaos in various places, the Taizong continent has always been peaceful, unaffected by the trends of the world. However, even in peaceful lands, there are people in suffering. If Guwen encounters them, he does not hesitate to help. He has the ability to save the world, but he does not do so because of the laws of the Great Tao. Helping individuals is simply because he wishes to. Sometimes, when he sees the fate of some people change because of him, Guwen feels a sense of joy. His figure disappeared into the vast crowd of the city, seemingly inconspicuous and insignificant to this world. In the void, countless sword shadows floated in all directions, forming a spectacular sword array. Each sword shadow was larger than stars, and within the array stood a disheveled red-clothed sword cultivator, holding a sword, surrounded by violent and chaotic sword chi. His gaze fixed on Leah outside the sword array. Though far apart, their eyes met, causing intense spatial fluctuations along the way. Leah, dressed in black, pointed his finger like a sword, his sword intent emanating naturally. In the dark void behind him, a dreadful sword shadow stood, formed by his sword intent. Such powerful sword intent. Clearly, your cultivation level is just beginning to enter the Taoist collection Freedom Immortal realm, but the strength of your sword intent grants you the ability to excel within your realm. The red-clothed sword cultivator spoke, his tone full of admiration, seemingly unfazed by the sword array before him. Li Ya's eyes were cold, staring at him, and asked, "From which realm do you come? Why have you come to the celestial spirit great world? Why have you sacrificed so many souls to your sword Tao?" The red-clothed sword cultivator laughed and said, "I come from the Qingyu great world, which you should not have heard of. As for why I have come, there are unavoidable reasons. I am severely injured, my sword intents suffering karma retribution, and I need numerous souls to heal." Li Ya frowned, surprised at the other's honesty. Despite the severe injuries, he still possesses such strength. Li Ya's heart was filled with hesitation, not fearing the red-clothed sword cultivator but realizing that powerful cultivators like him from outer heaven are increasing. Some, like the red-clothed sword cultivator, use lives for healing, while others establish sects with hidden ambitions. Whether inside or outside heaven, the situation grows increasingly chaotic. Seeing your aptitude, I can forgive your offense. Serve as my sword slave, and I can show you higher realms. This great world will only become more chaotic, and one day, even the immortal gods guarding it will struggle to survive. The red-clothed sword cultivator looked at Leah, sneering as he spoke. At his words, Leah felt countless eyes in the dark observing him like cold snakes and scorpions, making him uncomfortable. Boom! A terrifying impact came from the dark depths, stirring the Tao's spiritual qi along the way, causing Li Ya's black clothes to flutter, making him instinctively turn to look. See Tich Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He saw two figures exuding terrifying auras rapidly colliding in the distance, their movement techniques far surpassing his perception, making him heart-poundingly fearful. One of those auras should belong to the legendary celestial spirit god. The celestial Tao destiny and the celestial Tao light layer of the celestial spirit great world were completely alike, only more oppressive. Even the celestial god is entangled? Li Ya thought secretly, and at that moment, a fierce wind blew towards him, making him instinctively turn back. His pupils dilated as he saw the red-clothed sword cultivator penetrate his sword array, killing towards him. The red-clothed sword cultivator had a grim and horrifying smile, reaching out his right hand for Li Ya's head, like a vengeful ghost extending its hand. Under the bright sun, in a bustling and prosperous city, Guwen leaned against a courtyard wall, holding a large chicken leg. As he chewed, he said indistinctly, "Zhao Zilong marched through an army of millions, relying on a long spear and a white horse to charge in and out, staining the baby in his arms with blood. In front of him stood a dozen children, both boys and girls, the oldest no more than 13, the youngest just over 5, all nervously watching Guwen, waiting for him to continue." Guwen stopped, swallowing hard as if he choked and gently patted his chest. Meat alone isn't enough. Who will sneak a jar of wine from home for me? Guwen asked with a smile, causing the children to burst into an uproar. You already spent a lot of our money on this roast chicken, and now you want a drink? How can you be like that? The chicken isn't finished yet, and you want a drink? Liar. Big liar. Continue the story. How can you stop here? The children were anxious, some raising their small fists as if they wanted to hit Guwen. The people playing in the street looked over curiously. Most found it odd that Guwen, who dressed richly, would argue with a group of children. Mothers with children quickly moved away, fearing Guwen was a bad person. Guwen smiled even wider, his eyes glinting. What do you understand? If you bought the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it would cost more than a roast chicken. If you hired a storyteller of my caliber, it would cost even more, far beyond the price of a jar of wine or a chicken. You've got a good deal. An older boy argued angrily, Stop lying. It's not an immortal book. It can't be that expensive. Hey, don't say. There's indeed a version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms about immortal cultivation. Do you know what cultivation technique Zhao Zilong practiced? Gu An's words quickly dispelled the boy's anger, replaced with curiosity, as other children also showed curious expressions. Guwen did not continue to speak but started to devour the chicken leg rapidly, the children urging him. Bang! A figure fell from the sky, landing on a nearby street, raising rolling dust and a strong wind, scaring the children in front of Guwen into screams. The people in the street began to flee, turning everything into chaos. As the dust settled, two figures appeared. It was the red-clothed sword cultivator and Li Ya. The red-clothed sword cultivator held Li Ya by the neck with one hand, raising him in the air, covered in blood and very miserable. Still refused to submit? I've been very restrained, otherwise this city would have turned to ashes. If you don't agree, I'll extract the souls of everyone in this city before your eyes to offer as sacrifices, the red-clothed sword cultivator sneered. Then his gaze swept around and quickly focused on Guwen and the group of children gathered by the courtyard wall, making them stand out conspicuously. Li Ya faced away from Guwen, unable to sense his presence, but noticed the red-clothed sword cultivator's gaze, glancing with his peripheral vision. His pupils shrank and a strange smile appeared on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, Unknown Threat. Li Ya was delighted when he saw Guwen, so a smile appeared on his face, but this delight was quickly replaced by embarrassment. SAR the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Every time he met Guwen, he bragged about how free he was outside. Previously, Li Xianyu had exposed his lies in front of Guwen, saying he often got injured. It was hard for him to cope with that, and this time, he got caught red-handed by Guwen. How could he not be embarrassed? The red-clothed sword cultivator noticed the change in Li Ya's expression. He squinted at Guwen, who was surrounded by children, and sneered, You know this person? Li Ya replied with difficulty, I advise you not to act recklessly or else. Before he finished speaking, the red-clothed sword cultivator grabbed him and appeared out of nowhere, standing before the children, scaring them away with cries. The red-clothed sword cultivator scrutinized Guwen and asked, Did you come specifically to rescue him? How could there be such a coincidence? He descended from the sky, chose a random city, and yet he encountered the captive's acquaintance. Guwen looked at the red-clothed sword cultivator and smiled, I could be, or maybe not. If you put him down now, there might still be room to settle the conflict between you two. The red-clothed sword cultivator snorted coldly and suddenly reached out towards Guwen, moving as swiftly as lightning. Boom! A gust of wind arose out of nowhere, shaking everything on the street. The robes of the red-clothed sword cultivator and Li Ya fluttered violently, their eyes widened with fear. Impossible! His hand was blocked by an invisible force, unable to touch Guwen. What astonished him the most was that the aura he released should have been enough to obliterate everything within 1,000,000 miles, yet apart from the strong wind, nothing was destroyed around him. In a split second, he realized the vast difference in power between him and his opponent. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, he wouldn't be a match for this person. Senior. The red-clothed sword cultivator hurriedly spoke, but before he could finish, Gu En's eyes turned cold, and he turned to ash. Liya fell to the ground, half kneeling, and touched his throat, feeling the cold mana dissipating. He turned to Guan and couldn't help but ask, "Did you come specifically to rescue me? You have successfully taken 31,782,281 years of lifespan from the Red Sword Ghost Demon, late stage of heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. Only 31 million years of lifespan, a bit too little." Guan replied, "I have been in this city for 2 days, telling those children the story of the romance of the 3 kingdoms. I've almost finished half of it." Upon hearing this, Liya was horrified. Could it be that Guan had foreseen things to this extent? That red-clothed sword cultivator randomly chose a place to descend but happened to land near Guan. During the descent, he didn't feel Guan's presence, which means Guan really calculated that he would come here, and it was 2 days ago. Liya was now the primordial Tao Emperor. His cultivation level had reached the Taoist collection Freedom Immortal realm, and he had his understanding of the path of cause and effect derivation. However, he still couldn't fathom how Guan did it. It was too incredible. Seeing Liya's terrified expression, Guan asked with a smile, "What? Do you want me to reveal a bit of heavenly secrets to you? Like today's calamity, you will face more of in the future?" "No. I don't want to know." Liya hurriedly interrupted, extremely flustered. Even so, Guan's words already left him cold. Would he face similar troubles in the future? Although he often got injured and said he didn't mind, who would want to get hurt if they could avoid it? Liya wasn't a masochist. He didn't fight to get badly injured every time. Unfortunately, his strength was inadequate. Guan changed the topic and asked, "Do you need my help to heal?" Liya's face turned awkward, and he shook his head in refusal. "Then take your time recovering. I'm leaving." Guan said these words and disappeared from where he stood. Was it Liya's illusion, or did he see Guan's lips curl into a smile when he turned around? The feeling of relief from surviving was quickly replaced by embarrassment and shame, making him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. He could only try to think positively that junior brother Gu had saved him more than once, and he should get used to it. Just the thought of being held by the throat and lifted into the air made his face flush with embarrassment. He didn't want to face Guan, and luckily Guan didn't stay longer. According to junior brother Gu, the world will become even more chaotic in the future. Liya thought worriedly, seemingly unable to escape the feeling of powerlessness no matter how high his cultivation level reached. The path of the great Tao was indeed long. When could he become like junior brother Gu, with the ability to laugh at the world? Dust flew as Liya stood on the street, lost in thought until the presence of approaching civilians brought him back to reality, then he vanished from the spot. Rescuing Liya was just a minor episode. Guan didn't mind much. If it wasn't for this catastrophe that left Liya with no hope, he wouldn't have intervened even if Liya suffered a lot. But this incident was enough to prove that the celestial spirit Great World had been forced into the struggle for the Son of Heaven. Besides hiding and creating chaos, some of the outsiders were also working for the Son of Heaven to win over the major sections. In Gu's view, the celestial spirit Great World would inevitably fall into turmoil. More and more outer heaven visitors and immortal gods appeared, causing the future of the celestial spirit Great World to change daily, all reflected in Gu's eyes. He saw countless outcomes in the future. Knowing all results, he could choose the destiny he was satisfied with, but for now, he didn't want to intervene. As long as the celestial court didn't invade the celestial spirit Great World on a large scale, other situations were just minor skirmishes. In a good mood, Guan walked through the mountains, humming a tune while observing the changes in the destiny of heaven and earth. He saw many people's hardships. Even the Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jianghu would fall into dire situations. On the other side, among the continuous mountains on a hillside, the 72 immortals of Jianghu were distributed, some meditating and cultivating, some comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, others deducing the future. The purple dragon star monarch looked towards the horizon, his brows furrowed slightly. A female immortal approached him curiously and asked, "Senior brother, what are you looking at? You've been frowning for quite a while." The purple dragon star monarch softly replied, "Something is watching the celestial spirit great world. Even I cannot fully deduce its cause." The female immortal said indifferently, "Now that the struggle for the Son of Heaven has begun, even though the 3,000 great worlds are inhabited by mortal spirits, there are always some Taoists. Perhaps someone is weighing whether to hide in this world." "No, it doesn't feel like a mortal spirit." The purple dragon star monarch shook his head. These words made the female immortal feel surprised. "Not a mortal spirit? You mean a Son of Heaven has targeted the celestial spirit great world?" the female immortal asked. The purple dragon star monarch replied, "It's not a Son of Heaven, and it's not even an immortal. I can't say for sure, but maybe something wants to take advantage of the struggle for the Son of Heaven to commit evil in the 3,000 great worlds." Upon hearing this, the female immortal's face turned serious. Although the celestial court seemed unshakable, there were many hidden enemies, not just within the range of the celestial Tao destiny, but also many terrible beings in the chaos watching the celestial court, waiting for an opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Tao Extreme Lectures on the Tao. Time continued to flow rapidly. In the ever-running river of time, new heroes kept emerging. Some met with death and defeat, while others continued to forge ahead meticulously. The chaotic world was a torment for the mortal spirits, yet for many cultivators, it was a rare opportunity. However, the opportunities they sought often hid an abyss representing death. Another 1,000,000 years passed. Gun, now 11,560,000 years old, was guiding a seventh-generation disciple in cultivation. Indeed, the seventh generation had emerged within the beginningless. Since disciples were now allowed to accept apprentices, Guan did not impose too strict restrictions on his grand disciples. His only requirement was to accept only one apprentice at a time, and only after that disciple had matured could they take on a second disciple. The beginningless did not engage in worldly disputes, but the grand world gate stood tall, symbolizing the pride of all disciples. Without Guan's orders, they adhered to strict apprenticeship selection. They only considered those who could potentially be the first among their peers. Duanli was very excited. He never expected that while training in the forest today, he would be chosen by ancestor Master Wuxia for guidance. He was so thrilled that he felt dizzy, and much of what Guan said was lost to him, as his mind felt muddled. Guan was quite helpless. This boy was too easily excited, responding without understanding many things. "If you don't settle down soon, I'm leaving," Guan said sternly, instantly jolting Duanli back to his senses. "What am I doing?" Duanli broke into a cold sweat and quickly said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor, I'm sorry, I'm just too excited, I didn't mean it." He was so anxious that he was about to cry. In several decades within the beginningless Taoist field, he had only seen Guan a few times. This was his first conversation with Guan, and it was for cultivation guidance. If he angered Guan, his master, grandmaster, and great-grandmaster wouldn't forgive him. "All right, they'll teach you a brand new cultivation technique, how about that?" Guan suddenly said. How could Duanli refuse? He quickly bowed to thank Guan and allowed Duanli to kneel. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Duanli's forehead. Just as Duanli looked up, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he fell into a daze. S.E.A. The Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan retracted his hand, walked past him, and headed out of the dojo, thinking about picking some matured medicinal herbs today. After an hour, Duanli trembled and woke as if from a dream. He hurriedly stood up, looking around and calling out for the ancestor. "Why are you shouting? Do you think you can call for the ancestors so casually?" An impatient voice came, and Duanli saw a figure emerge from the depths of the forest. Upon seeing the person's face, Duanli quickly bowed respectfully. "Grandmaster LV." Duanli said respectfully, his body tense. Lv walked up to him, looking displeased. Why were you calling out for the ancestor? Today, he had some free time and wandered into this forest. He had a vague impression of Duanli, remembering him as a seventh-generation disciple, given the number of disciples within the beginningless Taoist field. Just now, the ancestor taught me a cultivation technique. I wanted to thank him, Duanli answered truthfully. There had never been any incidents of fellow disciples harming each other within the beginningless, so Duanli felt no need for caution and answered whatever his grandmaster asked. Oh! Lv raised his eyebrows. He believed Duanli wouldn't lie, especially since this was the beginningless Taoist field. His master hadn't taken on new disciples for many years, let alone guided grand disciples in cultivation. Could there be something special about this boy? Lv scrutinized Duanli closely, making the latter very uneasy. Duanli wanted to escape, but he didn't dare offend Lv. Lv couldn't discern anything unusual about Duanli, so he casually asked, "What's the name of the cultivation technique the ancestor taught you?" His master had created many techniques, and different techniques could indicate how much his master valued this boy. Destiny-defying divine skill, Duanli answered cautiously. Destiny-defying divine skill. Lv was stunned, standing rooted to the spot. Wasn't this his father, Lv cultivation technique? His father had been dead for a long time. Usually, he wouldn't even think about his father. Growing up, knowing his body housed another soul, he harbored deep hatred for his father, wanting to personally kill him. But gradually, he came to understand. Because he was busy exploring the outside world, he missed his father's funeral. He seemed indifferent, but a thorn remained in his heart. Unexpectedly, his master still remembered his father. Lv recalled how long ago, his father often discussed with him how to cultivate Guan into the next sect leader. Those years were long gone. The specific memories were fading, and his father's face had become blurred. "Grandmaster Lv? Are you all right?" Duanli asked nervously, feeling anxious. Could this destiny-defying divine skill have some great significance? He believed the ancestor wouldn't harm him, but he feared the significant background of this skill might be beyond his capacity. Lv came to his senses, showing a complex smile. Nothing, cultivate well. Since you've got the true teachings from the master, your fortune is deep. Cherish it well. If you disgrace this technique, they'll be the first to deal with you. These words made Duanli's legs tremble, making Lv shake his head with a smile before turning to leave. He needed to reflect on the past, to avoid forgetting his origins. Lv suddenly understood why his master often daydreamed. Perhaps it was to recall the past, to always remember who he was. In the following days, the news of Duanli receiving teachings from Guan spread throughout the dojo, arousing curiosity among all disciples. Even second-generation disciples summoned him to observe his talents and comprehension. Unfortunately, Duanli did not exhibit greater aptitude than other disciples. However, this did not disappoint the disciples. Instead, it heightened their anticipation. The master couldn't possibly mistake. Even if Duanli didn't seem exceptional, received by the master, he would certainly excel in the future. Thus, 10 years quickly passed. Since imparting the skill to Duanli, Guan had not sought him out again. This morning he heard of a great power preaching at the endless Tao Mountain, which piqued his interest, and he decided to attend. The great power was a Tao extreme Daoyuo Immortal, with profound Tao practice. Listening to the teachings would definitely be beneficial. However, Guan's true self needed to pick medicinal herbs, so he sent a clone, suppressing its cultivation level to the heaven-opening Daoyuo Immortal realm. The clone moved at great speed, soon entering the endless Tao Mountain's domain. In the dim sky, the majestic Tao Mountain peaks loomed amidst the spiritual fog, mysterious and solemn. Guan flew towards an old acquaintance, Hongyazi, who had been very hospitable during their first meeting, introducing him to many fellow Taoists. Since Hongyazi was also here, it was natural to go see him. Approaching the Tao Mountain of the great power preaching, Guan soon spotted Hongyazi. As before, he was chatting and laughing with several cultivators, enjoying the moment. Hongyazi was the first to notice Guan, exclaiming with joy, "Fellow Taoist Meng Lang, long time no see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Jianghu, Beyond the Heavenly Tao. Looking at Hongya, Guan smiled and nodded at him. Hongya, after saying a few words to those around him, flew towards Guan. It had been millions of years since their last meeting, and Hongya was as enthusiastic as ever, holding Guan's hand and having endless things to talk about. Guan knew that the misty immortal court had had a rough time over the years. The Son of Heaven had been putting pressure on them, hoping they would participate in the struggle for the Son of Heaven, but the misty immortal court had its own pride and repeatedly refused. The Son of Heaven's patience had worn thin, and this put great pressure on the misty immortal court. Hongya came to unwind and had no intention of getting involved in the matters of the misty immortal court. The two chatted for a while and then ascended Dao Mountain together. Along the way, Hongya introduced Guan to this Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal named Jianghu, who was born in the primordial emperor domain. He had once been part of the immortal class, later reincarnated and started his cultivation anew, breaking free from the celestial court's destiny. No one knew how long he had lived. When Hongya was young, he had heard of Jianghu's name. His admiration for Jianghu clearly surpassed that for the white-haired ancestor. After ascending the mountain, the two arrived at Jianghu's dojo, which was vast and already filled with many people meditating. They found a corner and sat down. Listening to Hongya recount Jianghu's deeds, Guan looked forward to seeing Jianghu even more. Although Guan's cultivation level was higher than Jianghu's, he likely had not lived as long as Jianghu. Even the venerable Gu Xianyu had lived through accelerated periods to achieve enlightenment, which requires the accumulation of years. Perhaps the conversation grew deeper, as Hongya couldn't help lamenting the misty immortal court's stance towards the celestial court. Many of their fellow immortals who had ascended urged them to submit, but if the misty immortal court became the lackeys of the Son of Heaven, their status would surely decline, unless this Son of Heaven truly became the celestial emperor. Otherwise, the path in the celestial court for the misty immortal court would only get narrower. Hongya couldn't understand what those fellow immortals were thinking, being so bold as to gamble the fate of the misty immortal court. Perhaps they have their reasons, Guan comforted him. Hongya thought the same but was still filled with dissatisfaction towards those fellow immortal gods. Time passed quickly. A full 100 years passed before Jianghu descended. By then, the dojo had gathered hundreds of thousands of listeners, a grand scale with the lowest cultivation level being heaven-balancing golden immortal. Jianghu was enveloped in Dao light, with only Guan able to see his true form. This person had skin like white jade, a face difficult to distinguish between male and female, with an extreme coldness between the eyebrows. Wearing a golden robe and a crown with golden horns resembling a flood dragon, he appeared like a supreme divine king descending, with a dharma aspect of the world behind him, exuding overwhelming dominance. Because of the Dao light surrounding him, other listeners could not see Jianghu's true form, but this did not prevent them from being shocked by his aura. The moment Jianghu appeared, the entire dojo fell silent. I have traveled through chaos and Hongmeng and gained much insight. Today, I will expound the Tao of creation for you all. Jianghu's voice resounded, his tone indifferent but carrying immense authority that left no room for doubt. Creation? Guan was intrigued and began to look forward to Jianghu's lecture. Without further ado, Jianghu began his lecture. The vast Tao intent, as immense as the ocean, enveloped the entire dojo, making all the listeners feel as if they were journeying through chaos along with Jianghu. Chaos was even more vast than the Tao universe, with chaotic spiritual energy surging, everything appearing bizarre and fantastical, and seeming to have immortal spirits traversing without leaving any traces. Guan was also immersed in it. This lecture lasted 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, all the listeners felt as if they had been abruptly pulled out of a dream, feeling a sense of loss. Guan looked up at Jianghu, who still sat high on the Tao platform, radiating boundless Tao light, unrivaled in the world. Sitting beside him, Hongya opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of confusion, showed a look of longing. Such vast creation Tao. If I could obtain even 1/10 of his achievement, I could surpass my current realm obstacle, Hongyazi praised, and Guan nodded slightly, not saying a word. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He noticed that Jiang Rulai was gazing at a certain place outside Endless Dao Mountain with a serious look, seemingly on guard against something. Far away in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Gu and his true self followed Jiang Rulai's gaze, crossing countless universes and arriving outside the heavenly Tao, close to the void near chaos, where a deep red mist was approaching the heavenly Tao. Gu An's true self raised an eyebrow. He could sense the incredibly terrifying power within that deep red mist. It should be noted that he was now at the peak of the Xian Qi primordial immortal realm. If something could make him feel threatened, it was certainly not simple. Looking towards the celestial court as expected, a large number of immortal gods were flying towards the palace of the pole star, obviously startled by this mysterious force. Since the celestial court was already paying attention, Guan did not need to worry too much. The celestial spirit great world was located at the edge of the 3,000 great worlds, not within the range of the celestial Tao destiny. For this mysterious force to threaten the celestial spirit great world, it would first have to break through the celestial court's layer of destiny. For the celestial court, destiny was its lifeblood, and it would certainly not let it have its way. Vaguely, Guan saw some unseen and untouchable threads of cause and effect within the deep red mist, connecting with the 3,000 great worlds of the heavenly Tao. With his cultivation level, it was difficult to perceive these threads of cause and effect without careful observation. It must be known that he primarily cultivated the way of cause and effect. No wonder I have always felt there would be changes in the struggle for the Son of Heaven. It turns out the changes come from outside the heavenly Tao, Guan thought silently. Although this crisis was not directed at him, he still believed it would be wise to break through as soon as possible. Once I reach a lifespan of 2 billion years, I will break through, Guan decided in his heart. Meanwhile, at Endless Dao Mountain within the dojo, Jiang Rulai spoke. The path of creation is the cornerstone of the 3,000 great Tao. Even the great Tao itself is a creation. I hope you can understand the profound mystery of creation and attain the Tao soon. After speaking, he stood up. Tens of thousands of listeners also stood up and saluted him. Jiang Rulai sought nothing from his lecturing, yet it was deserving of their bowing in respect. Jiang Rulai transformed into a rainbow light and disappeared into the dim cloud sea. Guan saw him flying in the direction of the celestial court. It seemed that although he had broken free from the celestial court, he still had connections with it. Fellow Taoist Meng, where will you go next? Hongyazi looked at Guan and asked with a smile. Guan heard his inner voice and answered, I plan to continue my journey through the myriad realms of the great Tao. Hongyazi wanted to follow him and see his dojo, but he didn't want to return to the misty immortal court. However, he couldn't bring Hongyazi back to the celestial spirit great world. In that case, why don't we travel together? Hongyazi suggested with a smile. Guan had no objections and nodded in agreement. After all, he was just an avatar. Where he went and what he did would not affect his true self harvesting medicinal herbs. Seeing Guan agree, Hongyazi was even happier. He grabbed Guan's wrist and asked, Then let's go, fellow Taoist Meng. Where do you think we should go first? I want to take a look at the underworld. Just as well, I have acquaintances in the 9-in divine mansion of the underworld. The profound abyss ancient tree of the 9-in divine mansion is about to bear fruit. Perhaps we can witness a spectacle. Is that so? That's perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759. Dark Divine Sect. When Guan's avatar traveled to the underworld with Hongyazi, Guan's true form maintained his usual life rhythm, occasionally glancing at the deep crimson mist beyond the heavenly Tao. The sweeping speed of the deep crimson mist was fast, yet slow compared to the vastness of the great Tao, and it wouldn't touch the boundary of the celestial Tao destiny in a short time. It was worth noting that the celestial court hadn't taken any action against the deep crimson mist. Guan saw numerous immortal gods fly into the palace of the pole star, then scatter away together as if nothing had happened. Could it be that the deep crimson mist involved some great cause and effect that made the celestial court cautious? Guan couldn't help but think of Taihao. It was unknown when the ethereal celestial emperor would emerge from seclusion. Perhaps the immortal gods were awaiting the celestial emperor. As one great thousand world was completely conquered by another, the struggle for the Son of Heaven became intensely fierce. Both camps were utterly ruthless, casting these 3,000 great worlds into an era of dark turmoil. The greater the survival pressure, the more it would stimulate the birth of exceptionally talented beings. 27,000 years had passed since Jianghu's teaching concluded. On this day, just past noon, Guan rested in the courtyard, his body lying on a rocking chair, gently swaying. I am the true monarch Chigen. Today I shall rescue the demon emperor. I dare anyone to try and stop me. A domineering roar resounded throughout the world, startling Shenzhen, who opened her eyes before the artifact refining cauldron. Not just her, all the disciples in the dojo heard, which piqued their curiosity. Chigen? True Lord? Did you read your journey to the west again? Shenzhen turned her head to Guan, asking teasingly. Guan didn't open his eyes, his face covered by a round fan, softly saying, "Who knows?" to yell while rescuing someone, either arrogant or foolish. Shenzhen laughed. Whether successful or not, at least all living beings will remember his name and know of his act to rescue the demon emperor. Beneath the round fan, the corner of Guan's mouth lifted slightly, but he didn't reply. Cultivators across the world indeed were discussing the name of true monarch Qitian. This guy truly intended to rescue the demon emperor. Confident in his broad divine skills, he believed it would be successful. Yet, before he even saw the demon emperor, he was jointly suppressed by the 9 sect cultivators. Though the 9 major sects had begun to slaughter each other, they never ignored the demon emperor, dispatching great cultivators to guard him without concern for the wider world, their sole duty to watch over the demon emperor. After several days of great warfare, true monarch Qitian was thrown into the demon emperor's cave mansion, enduring endless days of darkness together. Interestingly, this true monarch Qitian was related to Guan. His ancestor was How Long, once raised by Guan roaming the human world. How Long already carried a divine name. Occasionally returning to the Taoist field of the beginningless, he spent most of his time wandering and frolicking in the human world, his progeny numerous, truly upholding the dragon's dignity. In the dim cave chamber, heavy breathing echoed continuously. In the center sat a man in white clothes. Though his robes were torn, he remained unstained by dust, possessing an extraordinary aura. He was the demon emperor. In the corner of the cave loomed a curled shadow, like a fearsome giant serpent, from which the breathing came. If you're afraid, just bow and admit your mistakes to them, there might be a way out. The demon emperor spoke with closed eyes, his tone indifferent. At these words, demonic chi surged from the darkness, rushing towards the demon emperor. Silence! How could I be afraid? A furious shout erupted, revealing the fearsome shadow morphing into a disheveled man stepping forward. This man was none other than true monarch Qitian, with 2 sharp dragon horns sprouting from his head. He glared at the demon emperor, angrily saying, "Great sage equaling heaven was suppressed for 500 years without begging for mercy. How could I be afraid? Though I don't know who great sage is, 500 years can't compare to 1,000,000. Their patience far exceeds your imagination." The demon emperor spoke without opening his eyes. True monarch Qitian calmed down, confusedly asking, "They've imprisoned you for so long, for what? Couldn't they kill you?" Of course, if they could kill me, they would have done it already. Perhaps in the depths of destiny, heaven doesn't want me dead. The demon emperor's words piqued true monarch Qitian's curiosity. What divine skill have you cultivated, making you unkillable? You should care about yourself first, figuring out how to endure the millennia ahead. True monarch Qitian, upon hearing this, sat cross-legged before the demon emperor and said, "Although I haven't been imprisoned for millennia, I've spent years in seclusion. At worst, I'll cultivate here." His eyes roamed, observing the demon emperor's exceptional aura, steady as a rock. He suddenly felt this might be his great opportunity. Just like the myths, surviving catastrophe could bring fortune. Perhaps he could learn the undying divine skill from the demon emperor. Sun Wukong in Journey to the West possessed an immortal body. Even the celestial court couldn't subdue him. The demon emperor remained silent, while true monarch Qigyan watched him, scratching his head, pondering. The days of suppression were far harsher and more despairing than true monarch Qigyan had anticipated. Endless hopelessness would be a form of extreme torment. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As time passed, true monarch Qigyan's excitement and curiosity gradually faded, turning to agitation and rage, until all emotions were eradicated, leaving only numbness. Another 1,000,000 years passed. Guwen had just returned from the hidden spirit palace. Entering the courtyard as an Exian quickly approached. Master, recently a sect named Dark God Sect appeared in the human world. They widely spread scriptures, urging mortal spirits to believe in the Dark God, claiming darkness and light coexist, though the world remains bright, bones litter the land, and people's hearts find no redemption. The Dark God will bring darkness to the world's dangers, offering salvation in the darkness. An Exen spoke with deep concern, deeply wary of the Dark God Sect. Guwen asked, has the Dark God Sect started disrupting the human world? No, locating their sect is impossible. Only numerous scriptures are spread, misleading hearts. The Immortal Cultivation sect is busy fighting and vying for power, neglecting the Dark God Sect. But I've deduced it and can't see through them. There's something unusual behind the Dark God Sect. An Exian spoke earnestly, staring at Guwen, hoping her master could provide answers. Guwen looked towards the celestial vault and said, the Dark God indeed exists. He has arrived, observing this human world. And Xin's eyes widened and she asked, where is he? What does he look like? Guwen didn't respond, calmly watching the celestial vault. Beyond the celestial spirit great world, in infinite darkness, sat a skeletal figure. Leg bones supported the hand bones, within the palms burned green flames, manifesting countless worldly scenes, rapidly transforming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760. The Calamity from Beyond the Heavenly Tao. The white skeleton in the darkness sat motionless. Only the green flame in its palms flickered continuously, looking bewitching and eerie. After an indeterminate amount of time, its skull slowly trembled, dark eyes opened under its brow bone, representing the ultimate evil of the great Tao, profound and terrifying. It slowly lifted its right hand, its bones spread apart, and 7 small bones wrapped in black mist flew out, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Having done all this, it closed its eyes again and continued to fall into slumber. Far away in the celestial spirit great world, Guwen did not tell an Exian about the origin of the Dark Divine Sect, but said that the Dark God resided in the outer heaven, making an Exen frequently look up to the sky, but she could see nothing, which only increased her desire for a higher realm. Under the background of world conflict, the Dark Divine Sect, although drawing some attention, was not yet powerful enough to participate in the struggle for supremacy, so the major Immortal Cultivation sects did not pay much attention. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Dark Divine Sect rapidly developed, eventually infiltrating various major sections. Those who were disillusioned and consumed by hatred were attracted to the ideals of the Dark Divine Sect, and they even saw the divine presence of the Dark God in their dreams, which obsessed them and drove them to madness. 50,000 years later, the Dark Divine Sect had become an unignorable force in the human world, with followers in every sect. However, the Dark Divine Sect could not stop the wars in the human world. Years of fighting had built up irreconcilable hatreds among the sects, and even if the Dark Divine Sect stirred up trouble within them, they could not put aside their immediate enmity and interests. In the depths of the universe, before the world gate, Celestial Spirit God, Tai Immortal Monarch, the 72 Immortals of Golden Cave, and Emperor Tianhong gathered here. Having regained his immortal position, Emperor Tianhong radiated with immortal light, brighter than the distant stars. At this moment, the faces of Celestial Spirit God, Tai Immortal Monarch, and the 72 Immortals of Golden Cave were extremely grave. They surrounded Emperor Tianhong, all remaining silent. Celestial Spirit God was the first to break the silence and asked, "Are we sure this is related to the Chaos Evil Demon beyond the Heavenly Tao?" Emperor Tianhong nodded and said, "The chaos beyond the Heavenly Tao is vast and boundless. Whether it is truly a Chaos Evil Demon remains uncertain. The only thing certain is that there is an infiltration from beyond the Heavenly Tao. Their methods are unbelievable and hard to capture. The Celestial Court is also observing the changes. One thing I can confirm is that the Dark Divine Sect is a variable from beyond the Heavenly Tao." Tai Immortal Monarch followed up, "The rise of the Dark Divine Sect is indeed too rapid. Without being able to deduce its origin, we can only speculate from the cause and effect beyond the Heavenly Tao." The 72 Immortals of Golden Cave glanced at each other. Though they remained silent, the worry on their faces grew heavier. As Heavenly Court Immortals, they were indifferent to the beings of the Heavenly Tao but held great dread towards everything beyond the Heavenly Tao due to numerous stories they had heard. In some respects, their indifference to the beings of the Heavenly Tao was because their attention was focused beyond the Heavenly Tao. What should we do now? If we let this continue, the Celestial Spirit Great World may really come under the dominion of the Dark Divine Sect. A Golden Cave Immortal asked. They were not considering the well-being of the Celestial Spirit Great World's beings but were thinking of Guan. They were now serving Guan, and if the Celestial Spirit Great World were taken over by the Dark Divine Sect, it would certainly affect Guan, which would signify their incompetence. Tai Immortal Monarch pondered, "Perhaps it is not that difficult. That existence has not instructed us, indicating the crisis is not yet substantial enough to disturb him. With his cultivation level, he should be able to perceive threats beyond the Heavenly Tao." These words made sense to the assembled immortals. The novel, the NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan could face the eternal life venerable, his cultivation level unfathomable. Regardless, although he has not given instructions, we cannot just stand by. Let's investigate together, Tai Immortal Monarch ordered. The immortals had no objections and soon dispersed. Celestial Spirit God stood at the world gate, watching the departing figure of Tai Immortal Monarch and could not help but sigh, "Just this composure alone is beyond me." Even knowing the cause and effect related to the Dark Divine Sect beyond the Heavenly Tao, Tai Immortal Monarch did not hastily seek out Guan but continued to act, intending to prove himself. If it were him, he would certainly have sought out Guan, believing Guan possessed greater insight. But then again, if Guan could perceive it, what difference would it make if he asked or not? And if Guan could not perceive it, telling him would not change the already established existence of the Dark Divine Sect. According to his understanding of Guan, even if Guan could not fully understand the cause and effect of the Dark Divine Sect, he would still not be completely unaware of its presence. Celestial Spirit God no longer thought about it and turned his gaze to the world gate. Within the Celestial Spirit Great World, the chaotic forces grew stronger, and the matters he could oversee became fewer. Guarding the world gate was his immortal position, a duty he had to ensure. At the very least, he could not allow intruders to break into the Celestial Spirit Great World through the world gate. Celestial Court, Guangfa Immortal Palace. In the vast hall, Li Xuanmiao, Celestial Destruction God, and hundreds of other immortals sat, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Each presented their Dharma aspect, resplendent and beautiful, exuding the unique aura of immortals. Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable sat at the head, overlooking all the immortals in the hall. Today's topic, how should the Celestial Court deal with the Dark God from the chaos? Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable spoke, and the immortals, his disciples, fell into contemplation even before he spoke. A white-haired elder at the front spoke first. "The Dark God differs from the chaos evil demons we know. He originates from the Great Tao, sharing the same source. Simply eliminating his avatar cannot resolve the problem at the root. Perhaps we should start from what he desires. The dark god spreads faith, following a path akin to the celestial courts, relying on worship. If all living beings don't yearn for darkness, he has no opportunity. This statement immediately prompted another immortal to respond. Easier said than done. The battle for the position of Son of Heaven has already begun. The two candidates will not relent, and neither will the immortal factions backing them. How can we end the catastrophe of the 3,000 great worlds? If it doesn't end, the hearts of all living beings will harbor darkness. At this, more immortals began to speak, each offering their opinions, and some even quarreled, making the atmosphere in the hall intense. Li Xuanmiao sat near the front but remained silent, patiently listening. Celestial Destruction God sat at the back and dared not speak lightly, knowing this was a test by Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable, requiring cautious handling. After a long time, Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable interrupted, "None of your strategies can avoid the struggle for the position of Son of Heaven. In your opinion, which is the greater calamity, the one brought by the Dark God or the battle for the position of Son of Heaven?" As soon as he finished, the hall fell silent. No immortal or god dared to speak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761. Lifespan of 20 quadrillion years. In the Grand Hall of Guangfa Immortal Palace, it was silent. Those previously impassioned disciples were all silent, each with an unsightly expression, tinged with a bit of embarrassment. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable swept his gaze over everyone in the hall, his eyes indifferent. Sir, the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Clearly, the disaster of the Tianzi contest is much more significant. How many beings can the Dark God harm? How many beings will the Tianzi contest affect? Even if the 3,000 great worlds can be reopened and remodeled, what about the beings that died? They will merely be replaced by new life. If the Tianzi contest is not resolved soon, other evil gods will continue to emerge. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the great hall, catching the attention of the immortal gods. Celestial Destruction God raised his eyebrows, showing a surprised expression, for the speaker was none other than Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao, a person who had ascended, had the least experience among the immortals present, yet he dared to utter such blasphemous words. Wasn't he afraid that some immortal gods among them were subordinates of the Son of Heaven? While being surprised, Celestial Destruction God also felt a sense of admiration. From a young age he considered his bravery unparalleled in the world, but after arriving at the Celestial Court, he became cautious, gradually losing his sharpness and becoming like those detestable immortal gods, bullying the weak. Li Xuanmiao's comments voiced his thoughts, but he could never say them aloud. Under the gaze of hundreds of immortal gods, Li Xuanmiao was unafraid, staring directly at Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable. From this moment, the subject was no longer Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable testing the disciples but rather Li Xuanmiao testing Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable, at least in Li Xuanmiao's mind. Even if the disaster of the Tianzi contest is greater, how will you change it? In this celestial court, only the celestial emperor can alter everything. Seeing the celestial emperor is harder than becoming a supreme immortal. Even if you see him, what makes you think you can convince him? Do you think no immortal in the long years has ever suggested the same as you? Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable calmly asked while staring at Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao frowned, and the other immortal gods all let out a sigh of relief. At least Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable hadn't lost his mind. Although the two current contenders for the Son of Heaven might not shake Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable, once the Tianzi contest ends, that might not be the case. Historically, once the contest concludes, one side always rises, even if their final fate is tragic. In that stage, it isn't impossible for one to have the power to challenge Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable said, "Instead of complaining about the Tianzi contest, why not think about how to solve the chaos caused by the Dark God? You know it's much easier to deal with the Dark God than to end the Tianzi contest. You bring up the Tianzi contest because you don't want to address the chaos caused by the Dark God, right? The immortal gods showed awkward smiles, not daring to refute. Li Xuanmiao calmed down. Although he felt Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable made sense, he also thought Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable was avoiding the issue. While they thought about how to deal with the Dark God, would great powers like Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable consider how to solve the Tianzi contest? He didn't receive an answer, and Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable didn't continue on that topic but instead began discussing the great Tao origins of the Dark God. Using this topic, he continued preaching, deeply immersing the disciples in Tao intent, gradually making them forget their troubles. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable looked at Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao had already closed his eyes, and Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable's gaze was full of appreciation and worry. Disciple, the waters in this celestial court are much deeper than you think. Your arrogance can help you soar higher or cause you to fall harder. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable raised his eyes and looked outside the hall at the celestial vault, his expression turning worried. He sighed in his heart, "Dark God, are you coming back?" 150,000 years later. Although the human world was still embroiled in conflict, the sky remained blue. On this day, Guwen returned from Human World Peak, feeling quite upbeat because his lifespan had reached 20 million billion years. He planned to rest for a night and break through the next day. Returning to Taoist field of the beginningless, he greeted the disciples training and sparring along the way, which surprised them. Before he could return to his abode, an Exen appeared ahead, urgently saying, "Master, the dark divine sect has made a move. A dark heavenly god has emerged, and even the immortal gods are powerless against him. If the immortal gods can't defeat him, they will naturally retreat. Aren't you going to intervene?" An Exian asked. In her opinion, those immortal gods were already above all beings' existence. If even they couldn't deal with the dark heavenly god, only her master could resolve it. If her master couldn't solve it, they could only consider escaping. Guwen replied, "Don't be anxious. The dark heavenly god doesn't seek to destroy the world. Moreover, it's not yet time for me to act." He paused and continued, "Tell the disciples that opposing the dark divine sect carries the risk of body and Tao disappearing. I may have the opportunity to avenge them, but I can't protect them at critical moments." Hearing this, an Exian was reassured. Her master saying this clearly didn't take the dark divine sect seriously. The reason he wasn't acting now was likely to test all living beings. "I will warn them." An Exian replied solemnly, then saluted and left. Guwen continued through the woods, looking toward other great thousand worlds. Besides the celestial spirit great world, 6 great thousand worlds were enveloped by the dark heavenly gods. 7 dark heavenly gods had already suppressed the immortal gods of each world, then began releasing destiny, seemingly preparing to establish a new immortal god system. The dark god watched quietly from the great Tao. This dark god had a Tao extreme Daoyuo Immortal's cultivation level, posing no threat to Guwen Gu and was waiting for the opportunity to permanently eliminate him. Moreover, the deep crimson mist approaching the celestial Tao destiny had not stopped. Guwen couldn't tell if the dark god was related to the crimson mist. From cause and effect, there was no connection yet, but they both entered the celestial Tao range around the same time. Even if there was no direct connection, they were likely related. "Dark God, why do you feel so similar to the heavenly court immortals, especially in the structure of destiny?" Guwen murmured as he walked. Sitting by the tree in meditation, Duanli opened his eyes upon hearing Guwen's voice. Seeing it was Guwen, he quickly got up and saluted. "Grand Disciple greets Grandmaster." Duanli said respectfully, but Guwen ignored him and walked past him. Watching Guwen's back, Duanli hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and following, asking, "Grandmaster, I have questions about the destiny-defying divine skill. No one in the dojo practices this skill, so I can only ask you." Guwen stopped. This made Duanli even more nervous. Looking back at Duanli, Guwen said, "The destiny-defying divine skill is mainly about passing on the skill to others. Perhaps you could try passing it on once. It might bring you a surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, Primordial Chaos, Outer Heaven. In the long years, all of Gu An's hobbies would be transformed with his Tao intent, and the destiny-defying divine skill was no exception. After being modified by this Xian Qi primordial immortal, this skill had already transcended the mundane. Looking at the entire celestial spirit great world, no cultivation technique could compare to the creation of this skill. The destiny-defying divine skill was originally designed to serve others, but through Gu An's modifications, incorporating cause and effect and the path of Qi fortune, it could transfer power to the successor, gaining the blessing of nature's spiritual energy and the power of cause and effect, absorbing spiritual energy to achieve greater power in a short time. It was applicable both within the heavens and within the scope of the great Tao. Overall, the destiny-defying divine skill was not considered a speed-up type of cultivation technique because the transferred power had to be cultivated by oneself, and the power gained after transmission would be calculated separately and could not be passed on to others. Although it was not a speed-up technique, it could constantly raise a cultivator's upper limit, or rather, transcend the limit. For cultivators with mediocre talent and not outstanding comprehension, the destiny-defying divine skill was a very good path to ascension. Now, the spiritual talent of the beings on the nine-spirit continent was very high, but that was only within the celestial spirit great world. On the level of the Tao, it was nothing remarkable. Duan Li's talent allowed him to achieve the Tao fruit realm smoothly, but it was almost impossible for him to reach the golden immortal realm. The destiny-defying divine skill was tailored by Guan for him, and the reason for treating him this way was that Guan had waited for him for many years, involving a cause and effect, an old acquaintance. Surprise! Duan Li watched Guan leave, pondering his words in his mouth. He believed the ancestral master would not deceive him, but whom should he pass on the power to? Should I also take on disciples? Duan Li thought silently, but then he felt he couldn't act recklessly, passing on the power randomly just to become stronger. The person who could inherit his mana had to be someone with both moral integrity and quality. This required careful consideration. Coincidentally, he could set an example for all living beings on behalf of Wuxia. Even if the talent was insufficient, good deeds would always bring good fortune. Duan Li's thoughts were suddenly activated, his eyes became bright, and the more he thought, the more excited he became. He felt a sense of finding the meaning of his life's value. The Wuxia disciples harbored no grudges, cultivating for themselves, without contests for power and profit within the dojo, allowing the disciples more time to contemplate the meaning of their cultivation. Mere strength improvement no longer satisfied the Wuxia disciples. They had greater ideals. Protecting all living beings was too vast and empty. This world was so immensely vast that it didn't need their protection yet. What they had to think about was what they could do for this world. Duan Li's thoughts were not enough to gratify Guan. He helped Duan Li not because he hoped Duan Li would become great or accomplished. Compared to Duan Li's thoughts, Guan was now fully focused on breakthrough. He was considering whether to first enhance a Taoist technique for the upcoming breakthrough. So far, he felt that his cultivation technique and divine skills were sufficient. For instance, the myriad Tao extinction skill remained inexhaustibly useful to him as the Xian Qi primordial immortal realm's perfection, bringing him new insights from time to time. The last time he broke through, he even advanced his physique in advance. He felt his physical aspects were not lacking. He was missing only the sediment of years and experience. Even adding Gu Xian's life experience, his experiences couldn't compare to those of Xian Qi primordial immortals, let alone Tao extreme Daoyuo immortals. Those great powers would all undergo reincarnation to attain enlightenment, having experienced unfathomably long years beyond mortal spirits' imagination. Their time of cultivation and attaining the Tao far exceeded Guan's. Guan had been pondering a question all along. Would the celestial tribulation become stronger as his strength grew? From the perspective of the celestial spirit great world, it was true. Within the same realm, the stronger the talent and the higher the strength, the stronger the tribulation the prodigies faced. But one couldn't neglect strength because if the strength wasn't enough, dying under the celestial tribulation would be too tragic. In reality, many cultivators indeed died under the celestial tribulation. Additionally, the stronger the tribulation one faced, the more one gained post-tribulation. This was also why many prodigies strove to challenge stronger tribulations with all their might. After much thought, Guwen still decided to enhance a Taoist technique as a gesture of reverence towards the evolving celestial tribulation. After all, the tribulation he faced was not something comparable to reality. This night was even longer than the previous nights. Just at dawn, Guwen descended the mountain. As usual, he walked slowly, and the disciples along the way couldn't guess that he was going for a breakthrough. They thought he was heading out to idle in the clouds and wild cranes. After leaving the Wuxia Taoist field, Guwen arrived at a deserted island, following his usual habit to open the lifespan breakthrough. The breakthrough of 100 billion years of lifespan was nothing for him now, but it could erase the cause and effect of coming and going, which was significant. Even though he hadn't encountered a being stronger than himself, he still chose to remain cautious. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations have been chosen for you. 1. Path of the Great Tao. Tai Ching Deep Realm. 3. Chaos Xian Primordial. 4. Tao Burial Mountain. 6. Outer Heaven. 7. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm. 8. Final and 9. Myriad Tao Divine Source. Many new place names appeared again. That meant these places could nurture existences surpassing the Xian Qi primordial immortal. Guwen couldn't help but marvel at the profundity of the path of the Great Tao. No matter which realm he reached, the path of the Great Tao was still a place he could break through. The newly appeared place names were all full of allure. Chaos Xian Primordial must be a chaotic region outside the heavenly Tao, but the specifics were unclear. Tao Burial Mountain, where Tao is buried. Outer Heaven, this name was too domineering, making one want to see it. Myriad Tao Divine Source was profound. Its mystery couldn't be discerned for the moment. Guwen was also greatly interested in the previously appeared Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm and Final End, which made him a bit perplexed. Where would be the best place to break through? After much thought, he felt he could go to Chaos Xian Primordial. At least this place could be pinpointed outside the heavenly Tao scope. Moreover, if he made some noise, it might even distract that deep crimson mist, buying more years for the beings of the heavenly Tao. Guwen made the decision immediately. Teleporting to Chaos Xian Primordial will cost 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. At the thought, the long-lost dizziness struck. Even though his realm was already very high, he still felt this discomfort, which made him have even greater reverence for the lifespan ability. Before he could see the root of his ability, he could never call himself invincible. He grew stronger through the evolution of the lifespan. He wouldn't worry too much about its source since it was meaningless. After all, he gained strength through it. What he needed to do was to take it as a goal and motivate himself further. After a while, Guwen felt he could open his eyes. The moment he opened them, he immediately activated the lifespan barrier. An invisible lifespan barrier quickly spread out, making his heart instantly calm. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763. Tremendous changes in heaven and earth. Guwen's eyes reflected the brilliant chaos of the starry sky. Though he often peered into chaos, the sights here in the Tai Chu chaos still stunned him. He stood atop a cloud of stars. Ahead of him the multicolored sky spread out, with the 3,000 great Tao transforming into rivers that surged forth, each sparkling with countless stars, as if containing fragments of the starry sky, beautiful and mesmerizing, mysterious and mystical. Here, the cosmos was vast beyond measure, larger than the starry sky anywhere else. The depths of chaos exceeded his expectations in beauty, even surpassing the heavenly Tao universe. The Tao spiritual qi here was superior, making it an ideal place for high-realm cultivators to seek enlightenment. The 3,000 great Tao here differed from those in the heavenly Tao universe. While they remained great Tao, They seemed more lively, as if possessing life, yet without their own will or rules. They flowed incessantly, resembling a pattern, though undetermined. Guwen gazed into the distance, faintly perceiving the direction of celestial Tao destiny, far, far away. He couldn't discern everything within the heavenly Tao from here. He could view it through his incarnation, but that was another perspective. What he did see was a deep red fog, equally distant. Retracting his gaze, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Search * the Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He prepared to elevate his cultivation technique before beginning his breakthrough. Ultimately, he spent 2 trillion years of lifespan to upgrade the myriad Tao extinction skill to the infinite eternal Tao technique. Fortunately, he hadn't upgraded his technique each time before. 2 trillion years of lifespan during previous breakthroughs wouldn't have been a small amount. Now came the main event: breaking through to the Great Realm. For the past dozens of years, he had anticipated the name and fortune of the next realm. He deliberately suppressed this expectation, knowing the joy upon attaining it would be greater the more he anticipated. Inside a dim cave room, the Demon Emperor sat cultivating. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his demeanor grew increasingly otherworldly. In front of him, true monarch Chiyan lay on the ground, eyes hollow, lifeless, staring numbly at the cave ceiling. Suddenly, a swirl of black air spread from the dark corner of the cave room. The Demon Emperor opened his eyes, frowning, while true monarch Chiyan remained unaware of the anomaly. Imprisoned here, spiritual energy barely sustained their existence, unable to aid their cultivation. Thus, true monarch Chiyan had long despaired, unable to understand the purpose of the Demon Emperor's meditative enlightenment. With insufficient spiritual energy, cultivation seemed purely a wasted effort. Imprisoned in darkness, do you still yearn for light? A cold voice echoed. Initially, true monarch Chiyan paid it no mind, but after a few breaths, he seemed to realize something. His eyes widened abruptly, and in one swift motion he jumped up. Who? True monarch Chiyan croaked, his voice hoarse from years of silence. His gaze locked onto the dark corner, faintly perceiving a figure condensing and approaching him. Soon, a mysterious robed figure wearing a bronze mask stepped forward. The mask resembled a Chilan's head, ferocious and frightening, exuding immense pressure. True monarch Chiyan furrowed his brows, poised for confrontation. The Demon Emperor didn't rise, simply staring at the mysterious robed figure. I am the dark heavenly god. I can help you escape this place. The robed figure continued, his mask concealing his features, making it impossible for the two to see his expression. Hearing these words, true monarch Chiyan was ecstatic and quickly asked, You have no ties with the 9 major sects? After you were suppressed, the human world welcomed the dark god, who brings a new order. If you align yourselves with the dark fortune, I can save you, even lead you to realms beyond your imagination. The robed figure's words excited true monarch Chiyan even more. He cared not for the dark god or light god. As long as the figure wasn't from the 9 major sects and could truly help him escape, he was willing. I join. I am willing. True monarch Chiyan answered immediately, trembling in excitement. Journey to the west, great sage equaling heaven, he had forgotten them all. In the years without hope, he regretted rescuing the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor hadn't done him any favors. He merely admired the legends he heard in his youth. The robed figure then asked, And what about you? True monarch Chiyan urged, Demon Emperor, quickly agree. If we preserve our lives, we'll find opportunities for vengeance. Being trapped here, you'll never have a chance for revenge. Having lost freedom, they recognized its value. Even if not absolute freedom, the ability to roam the heavens and earth was cherished. The Demon Emperor didn't react with joy or excitement like true monarch Chiyan. He gazed at the robed figure expressionlessly and said, If what you say is true, the 9 major sects will eventually be annihilated by the dark god. We can escape then as well. If you possess the power to destroy the 9 major sects, why sneak in? Realizing the truth, true monarch Chiyan felt uneasy. The robed figure, under their scrutiny, didn't respond. The demon emperor continued, "You immortals and gods undoubtedly want not just dominance through force but the hearts of all living beings. Even conquering the hearts within the 9 major sects is your aim. If we and the 9 major sects become followers of the Dark God, how would you manage our grievances?" True monarch Kishan's elation quickly dissipated, his expression changing dramatically. A new system will naturally arise. If you have good comprehension, you will escape this great thousand world. The robed figure's answer did not satisfy the demon emperor. "You, true monarch," Chitian began. Suddenly, the robed figure dissolved into black mist, which swiftly retreated to the corner, as if it had never appeared, leaving an illusion of the past moments. True monarch Chitian, eyes wide, called out for the dark heavenly god, but received no response. "Damn, liar! Accursed liar!" True monarch Chitian raged, his roars resounding. The demon emperor frowned, believing the figure didn't flee due to exposed lies but because something had happened outside. "Dark god," the demon emperor murmured, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had been suppressed for too long. Despite convincing himself, the shifting heavens terrified him. He feared upon escaping one day, the world structure would have radically altered, returning him to the plight before his transformation. Simultaneously, before the world gate, celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, Emperor Tianhong, and 72 immortals of Jin Dong gathered, watching the frenzied surge of dark fortune enshrouding the celestial spirit great world, all feeling vigilant. They saw the dark heavenly god fly towards the upper cosmos, stopping only in the void devoid of spiritual energy. The dark heavenly god gazed upwards, his intentions unclear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764. Breakthrough to the Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal, what's wrong with him? The celestial spirit god gazed at the mysterious black-robed figure of the dark heavenly god, frowning as he asked. The other's posture seemed to be waiting for someone, which made him uneasy. One dark heavenly god already gave them a headache. If a few more appeared, how could they possibly withstand it? The other immortal gods did not answer him, equally perplexed by the situation. The Tai immortal monarch, with the highest cultivation level, looked in the direction the dark heavenly god was watching, but he saw nothing. Yet, his intuition told him that something was happening beyond the heavenly Tao. At this moment, not only them but those who were monitoring the presence of dark heavenly gods from various realms also realized that something unexpected might be occurring beyond the heavenly Tao. And in the celestial court, an unknown number of immortal gods were fixated on the chaos. The chaos was stirring an immensely terrifying great Tao storm, even affecting the edge of the celestial Tao destiny's domain, making the surrounding universes shimmer with multicolored light. Endless Tao Mountain. Atop each Tao mountain stood a great power, gazing at the chaos, the anomaly in the chaos capturing the attention of the entire heavenly Tao. And those powerful beings hidden within the chaos were also startled. The deep red fog approaching the heavenly Tao came to a halt. Within that vast red fog, massive figures seemed to rise and fall, looming indistinctly. No one knew what exactly was happening in the depths of the chaos, nor could anyone find the source. Underworld. On a barren land stood a colossal ancient tree, unmoved. This tree was the inheritance tree of the 9 Divine Mansion, known as the Profound Abyss Ancient Tree. Beneath the tree, a dozen people were meditating, their gazes all directed in the same direction. "There is an anomaly in the chaos," Hongyazi said grimly. Having roamed the great Tao for so many years, he knew how terrifying the threat of the chaos could be. Gu and his avatar also frowned, seemingly as confused and uneasy about the unknown danger as the others. Hongyazi turned to Guan, lamenting, "It appears that not ascending to immortality has its benefits, at least we don't have to face the threats from the chaos." Guan shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Difficulties cannot be measured by cultivation level, different realms face different challenges." "That's true, just the Son of Heaven alone could crush our misty immortal court." Hongyazi sighed, and the surrounding cultivators began to joke about the misty immortal court. Hongyazi did not get angry because he was the one who brought up the court's predicament, and the people around him were already good friends. Talking about the misty immortal court, their apprehensions dissipated. After all, the calamities of the chaos posed no threat to them. Although the celestial court was domineering, it never compromised in the face of the chaos threats, nor would it retreat, which was one of the reasons many beings aspired to the celestial court. This anomaly from the chaos persisted for 2 hours before everything returned to normal. When the celestial spirit god, Tai Immortal Monarch, and others saw the dark heavenly god fall back into the celestial spirit great world, they did not disperse. Instead, they continued to wait, in case more dark heavenly gods descended. In an unknown corner, Guan landed on a small island. Sunlight poured down, illuminating him, his body seemingly draped in resplendent radiance. He looked down at his body, expressionless, then pulled up his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan, lifespan, 13-060, 997/109, 822, 321, 049, 227, physique, primordial infinite creation Tao body, cultivation level, primordial profound venerable immortal realm midstage, primordial profound venerable immortal. This realm surpassed the Xian Qi primordial immortal. From achieving perfection in the Xian Qi primordial immortal realm to reaching the midstage of the primordial profound venerable immortal realm, he expended 1.9 trillion years of lifespan, now left with only 109 trillion years. See the novel, The Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The results were remarkable. Guan now felt that the mana within his body was about to explode. If he wished, he could turn the 3,000 great worlds to dust in an instant. He could even disrupt the destiny of the heavenly Tao. This realm was incredibly powerful. Profound wisdom. What they spoke of as profound seemed to represent a power surpassing the primordial. Gu and his primordial Tao fruit had already metamorphosed, beyond being measurable by mana. The primordial profound venerable immortal was terrifying. Even just the upheaval caused by breaking through was enough to throw the chaos into disorder, even attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao. During his breakthrough, Gu sensed many Xian Qi primordial immortals spying on him, with several auras coming from the celestial court. After successfully breaking through, Guan could encompass the entire heavenly Tao within his gaze. To all living beings, the boundless heavenly Tao appeared so trivial and insignificant to him now. The extreme power gave birth to an uncontrollable sense of supremacy within him, the so-called venerable immortal, sovereign over all things, standing above all immortals. Guan sat down to meditate, facing the sea, as the sea breeze blew his black hair. His gaze fell upon the celestial vault, traversing countless universes to lock onto that deep red fog. The deep red fog approaching the heavenly Tao was no longer mysterious to him. He suddenly felt an urge to unleash his might and fully assert his newfound pride. He decided to meditate for a few days and then venture into the deep red fog. After reaching the primordial profound venerable realm, the celestial court could no longer pressure Guan. Even the ethereal celestial emperor might be stronger than him, or some celestial Tao venerables might have reached such a realm, but he was not afraid. No realm had ever given Guan such enlightenment, seeing through all things, possessing the great divine power to destroy everything, making it impossible for him to convince himself that he was still weak. Thorough and genuine strength could pivot any Tao heart. Guan was striving hard to restrain this change in mentality. He withdrew his gaze, looking toward the end of the sea horizon, lost in thought. The sea wind fluttered his black robe and swept his hair strands. He didn't blink, his gaze was as serene as the vast ocean ahead. The sun gradually set, the twilight glow swept across Guan's face, and his expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. Sunset and moonrise. Days passed by. Gradually, silver lines appeared on Guan's left shoulder, intertwining and ultimately forming a white bird resembling an eagle. This bird had long feathers at the end of its tail. The feathers on the top of its head extended backward, displaying a faint multicolored hue. This white bird's pupils were gold and red. Although its size was not considerable, its figure appeared majestic, like a divine bird reborn into the world. This bird was the profound venerable spirit that Guwen had condensed. It was a great divine power created by this realm, equivalent to an avatar. However, this avatar contained the same cultivation level as the primordial profound venerable immortal body, without independent consciousness, allowing its master to multitask with infinite wonders. The body could even revive endlessly through the profound venerable spirit. The profound venerable spirit could create worlds, act as the rules of heaven and earth, refine treasures, cultivate, all of which would benefit the main body. Even if Guwen did not cultivate, as long as it cultivated, his cultivation level would continue to grow. And the profound venerable spirit was immortal. If destroyed, the main body needed only a thought to resurrect it. Both the body and the spirit could infinitely revive each other, supremely domineering. This truly paved the path to immortality. This made Guwen think of the Zongtian of the heavenly Tao. He suspected that the heavenly Tao was indeed created by an immensely strong entity, and the so-called Zongtian was the manifestation of that entity's profound venerable spirit. From now on, you shall be called Wuxia Divine Sparrow. Guwen murmured, speaking to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765. Heaven-suppressing endless tower, Emperor Bone profound venerable in the chaos void, a swirling expanse of deep red mist billowed, reducing the meteors along its path to mere specks of dust. In the depths of the red mist, lightning weaved together. This place seemed to be the end of the abyss, with demonic shadows emerging incessantly and eerie illusions appearing, creating a bewildering and shocking scene. A magnificent colossal black tower stood in the heart of the mist. On closer inspection, it was a series of four-cornered palaces stacked atop each other. Each roof harbored terrifying entities, some resembling demons, some human-like, and others indescribable, shrouded in obscurity. The interior of the black tower was a bright hall, the ground glittering like a galaxy. Massive stone pillars carved with mysterious patterns stood in a disorderly arrangement, resembling pillars supporting the sky, immovable. A white bird suddenly flew into the hall, its long tail feathers longer than its body, with its head faintly radiating a seven-colored halo, appearing majestic and brimming with celestial energy. Boom! A terrifying figure descended from the sky, towering 10,000 feet, entirely pitch black, its human-like form adorned with long, flowing hair that transformed into writhing serpents, flicking their tongues. His eyes were blood red, exuding a fierce light, as an overwhelming aura erupted. Roar, a deafening roar resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. This terrifying demon, towering 10,000 feet, appeared like a divine mountain before the white bird within the hall. The white bird stopped and suddenly transformed into a silver-glowing figure. It was Guwen. Guwen was utilizing the great Tao formless body to isolate causal investigations and control his own aura. He looked at the towering 10,000-foot demon ahead, needing no lifespan detection to see through its origins. Chaos Evil Demon, Great Anger Evil, Miao Zhen Dao Yuo Immortal Realm Cultivation. This black tower was called the Heaven-Suppressing Endless Tower, one of the supreme treasures of the Dark Heavenly Court. The Dark Heavenly Court belonged to the Dark God's forces. With Guwen's current cultivation level, he could see through the connection between the Dark Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Court. The Dark Heavenly Court originated from the Heavenly Tao but was severed from its destiny and reforged in the chaos, showing him the ancient contention for the celestial emperor of the Heavenly Court. The past of the Heavenly Tao was far more fascinating than Guwen had previously imagined. However, the current history was not important. What Guwen wanted was to exhibit the power of the mixed element profound venerable immortal. The beings within the heaven-suppressing endless tower were connected to the tower's destiny, much like immortal gods, able to avoid true death through this connection. Unless the heaven-suppressing endless tower was destroyed, he could not completely annihilate these beings. He wanted this effect, not causing real sin, but allowing an outlet. Not going to the heavenly court was because he had no enmity with it, and he had disciples serving as immortal officials in the heavenly court, whereas the dark heavenly court would eventually clash with the heavenly Tao, potentially affecting the celestial spirit great world. "Who are you?" A thunderous shout burst out, resonating like rolling thunder, endlessly echoing. Guan raised his right hand, and the Cyan Hong sword appeared out of thin air. As the blade tilted, silver sword chi swirled around it, burning like flames. He stepped towards the towering Great Anger Evil. Seeing Guan not responding and directly attacking, Great Anger Evil was furious. He raised his right palm high and slammed it down. Instantly, grand Dharma aspects appeared around, countless flaming meteors emerged, sweeping towards Guan like a cosmic torrent. Sword light shone. The Dharma aspects shattered instantly, and Great Anger Evil disintegrated into ashes. Guan stepped forward, each step flashing a distance, swift like Jinghong. Numerous chaos evil demons descended to block the path ahead. Looking around, they were countless, covering the hall's end, and the patterns on the stone pillars came to life, manifesting terrifying figures. Guan did not stop, wielding the Cyan Hong sword, sweeping forward. "Arrogant! How dare you break into the dark heavenly court, courting death? Stop him! Is he an immortal god from the heavenly Tao heavenly court?" Voices filled with shock and anger echoed, but unfortunately, they received no response. They could only watch their companions turn to ash one after another, as the invincible silver sword light approached. Guan used the simplest sword techniques, but with absolute speed and power that none could resist. Even entities of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal realm in darkness couldn't withstand a single strike from him. These dark beings and chaos evil demons relied on the dark heavenly court's destiny, not truly dying. Though it didn't grant Guan lifespan, he reveled in the slaughter, venting the wrath brought by his immense power. Esya the novel, the NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The heaven-suppressing endless tower, true to its name, possessed seemingly endless levels. Each level was connected by special space-time DAOs, allowing continuous progression forward to ascend higher without flying upward. As Guan rampaged through the heaven-suppressing endless tower, he sensed an immense number of life forces pouring into the tower. The manifested beings were countless. Even after a short battle, millions of enemies had appeared ahead. Though Guan displayed formidable power, the beings of the dark heavenly court were fearless. Their immortality gave them the courage to face even the strongest foes. Sword light pressed forward relentlessly, reducing everything to ash. Guan advanced nimbly, his aura surpassing entities thousands of times larger than him. Be it Tao Extreme Daluo Immortals, Miaozhen Daluo Immortals, Heaven-Opening Daluo Immortals, Innate Golden Immortals, Heaven-Balancing Golden Immortals, or Taichin Golden Immortals, all were reduced to nothingness upon contact with him. A terrifying roar echoed as the resurrected Great Anger Evil leapt over countless dark beings and chaos evil demons towards Guan, utterly enraged, feeling humiliated by Guan. Innumerable divine skills, Dharma aspects, and great Taoist techniques burst forth but were shattered like illusions before Guan's eyes with a single slash. The resurrected dark beings and chaos evil demons rejoined the fight repeatedly, fearless of death. The more they killed, the crazier they grew, their rage and murderous intent surging. Meanwhile, at the top of the heaven-suppressing endless tower was a dim hall, where the only light came from the silver-blue radiance emitted by two stone pillars in front of the steps. Above the steps sat a huge stone chair, embedded with dozens of magical treasures, banners waving, swords refracting light, and long sashes writhing like dragons and serpents. On the stone chair sat a skeleton wearing a dragon head golden crown, adorned with bead curtains, with a golden long spear standing before it. The spearhead emerged from a Qilin head, and the spear's body was covered in golden scales, though these scales were tainted by a mysterious black substance, as if being devoured. He was the supreme of the dark heavenly court, Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes opened beneath the eye sockets of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's skull, like an ancient fiend awakening from countless years of slumber, bringing boundless killing intent, enough to sweep across the all heavens and myriad realms. How many years has it been? Finally, someone dares to intrude into my heaven-suppressing endless tower, wishing to shake the dark heavenly court with their own strength. Junior, you are too arrogant. An ancient and majestic voice echoed through the dim hall. As the words fell, the darkness seemed to stir with a dance of demons, making the hall suddenly lively. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, Reminiscence of Demonslaying. The voice of the Emperor Bone profound venerable passed through layers of palaces, falling into Guen's ears, and also reached the dark creatures and chaotic demons pushing forward in waves. Their morale surged, and their roars became even more clamorous. Guen remained unmoved, continuing to kill his way forward. The person shining with silver light all over appeared filled with killing intent, but in fact he had already closed his eyes. With every swing of his sword, old memories emerged. In his youth, beside the medicine garden, Zhang Chuanxiu taught him and Meng Lang swordsmanship. Though it was a very ordinary swordsmanship, he and Meng Lang practiced it earnestly. The scene shifted, and he found himself in the forest, receiving sword guidance from Liya. The wind blew, and the scene in the forest suddenly changed to a memory of him instructing Su Han. Flashes of the past continually appeared in Guen's mind, his sword growing faster, as if he wanted to sever the past. Crush! The ground of the palace ahead suddenly shattered. A giant dragon head as large as a mountain burst out, swallowing towards Guen. Along the way, many dark creatures and chaotic demons were swallowed by it. A flash of sword light. The dragon head shattered, and Guen transformed into a silver sword light, sweeping through the enemy ranks, killing his way into the 1,000-strong army. Wherever he went, no immortal or demon could stand in his way. The road ahead had no end. No matter how far he killed, he couldn't see the palace walls. As time passed, enemies also appeared behind and on both sides of Guen. He seemed to be in a vast black ocean, raising a magnificent straight line of seawater, vowing to split this ocean in half. Battle, extinction, resurrection, battle, re-extinction, re-resurrection, battle again. The dark creatures and chaotic demons continually repeated this cycle. At the edge of the black ocean, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the true form of Yuan Luo. After the destruction of the Chengkuan sect, Yuan Luo recovered his memory and learned that the struggle for the Son of Heaven was imminent. He thus escaped the range of the heavenly Tao. Recently he returned to the dark heavenly court, his true form a Chaos Grudge Luo, which allowed him to easily join the dark heavenly court. He planned to make a comeback during the descent of the dark heavenly court upon the heavenly Tao, sweeping across the celestial spirit great world. The Chaos Grudge Luo had once brought disaster to the 3,000 great worlds, but his true form within the dark heavenly court counted as nothing. In this heaven-suppressing endless tower, he appeared insignificant. How is this possible? Yuan Luo's eyes widened in horror as he looked towards the distant silver sword light. He had lived for countless years, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. This was the heaven-suppressing endless tower of the dark heavenly court. In all his years, he had neither seen nor heard of anyone daring to breach it alone. He couldn't see the true form of the other person clearly. The more he couldn't see, the more uneasy he felt. The opponent gave him a sense of resolute determination. He gritted his teeth and immediately charged forward. Crossing the vast black ocean, a silver sword light illuminated his face, causing him to widen his eyes, reflecting the image of a sword in them. Boom! With a single sword strike, thousands of demons were obliterated without the slightest ability to resist. Guen didn't look back, nor did he deviate in direction, continuing straight ahead. Though it seemed like he was on the same level, he was actually rapidly ascending the heaven-suppressing endless tower. From the outside, the bottom of the heaven-suppressing endless tower shone with sword light. This sword light flashed and quickly ascended to a higher level. At a glance, the sword light seemed to spiral around the heaven-suppressing endless tower, rapidly charging upward. The dark clouds surrounding the heaven-suppressing endless tower surged violently, Dao's spiritual chi flowed, lightning intertwined, reflecting the colorful Tao light of the Tao world continuously changing, highlighting the tense atmosphere inside the tower. At the top palace of the heaven-suppressing endless tower, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable slowly stood up. Though he was a skeleton, he exuded an overpowering, sovereign aura. One figure after another appeared out of nowhere before the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, all with an aura surpassing even the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal. A total of 9, all Xian Qi primordial immortals. Lord, the opponent is a primordial profound venerable immortal. Do you know which celestial Tao venerable he is? Among the celestial Tao venerables who could be primordial profound venerable immortals, there are only a few, no need to guess. Anyway, they are already our enemies. Could the opponent be coming because of the recent chaos anomalies? Search * the Navire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Possible, the Celestial Court might think that we caused the anomalies. In my opinion, the Celestial Court may want to take advantage while we are unprepared. The 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals discussed, their tones full of hostility towards the Celestial Court. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable calmly said, if it were those few celestial Tao venerables, they wouldn't hide their true form. Moreover, there is no celestial Tao destiny on this person, he only comes from the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals quieted down, each lost in thought. Just then, the dim palace began to tremble slightly, signaling that Guwen was getting closer. Let's go, we should also meet him and try to force out his divine skills. A Xian Qi primordial immortal spoke, his figure burly, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a pair of massive wings on his back that covered the sky when spread. As his voice fell, all 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals disappeared on the spot along with him. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable stood before his throne, watching quietly, the eyes within his eye sockets growing colder, reflecting Guwen's invincible figure. The support speed of the Xian Qi primordial immortals was extremely fast. In almost an instant, the 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals appeared above Guwen's head. They formed a formation with such speed that other dark creatures and chaotic demons had no time to react. A black light pillar entwined with lightning descended from the sky, crushing Guwen. As soon as the black light pillar engulfed Guwen, he slashed out with a sword, unaffected in speed. Instead, the 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals were hurled away, showing expressions of disbelief. They knew they were no match for a primordial profound venerable immortal, but for the opponent to cut through their combined formation with just a casual sword strike, without even using divine skills, was too absurd. Audacious! A Xian Qi primordial immortal descended from the sky, crushing hundreds of chaotic demons, wielding a black blade. With a slash, carrying the terrifying power of cause and effect, the space in front of Guwen suddenly shifted, and illusions of myriad worlds rushed towards him. In an instant, countless demons surged from these worlds, all formed from the power of the great Tao, each emitting a presence surpassing that of a golden immortal. Guwen remained unaffected, his figure lunging forward, Cyan Hong's sword slashing ahead, cleaving billions of demons, and worlds shattered before him like dazzling fireworks. The Xian Qi primordial immortal widened his eyes, yet before he could speak, Guwen flashed before him, slicing him in half, and immediately, the two halves disintegrated into flying ash. In front of Guwen, he was no different from the other dark creatures and chaotic demons. The other 8 Xian Qi primordial immortals attacked one after another, but all fell to Guwen's single strike. Guwen's thoughts were still immersed in memories. This battle was both an outlet for his powerful impulses and a way for him to cultivate his heart. The swelling of his Tao heart made him feel it was not a good sign. He needed to wake up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767. The calmed Guwen Yuan Luo could no longer remember how many times he had died. Each time he resurrected, he would throw himself into the battle once again, only to die again. Within the heaven-suppressing endless tower, every being was fighting desperately. This formed a powerful will and momentum that swept him along, unable to escape. He could only feel that his deaths were coming faster and faster because the enemies were getting closer to their resurrection point. After so many kills, Yuan Luo had become numb. It wasn't just him. Many dark creatures and chaos evil demons had also become dazed. The shouts and roars within the tower grew weaker and weaker. Guwen was still fighting his way toward the top of the heaven-suppressing endless tower. Even if he could resurrect continually, the endless cycle of death would still wear down morale. Even those Xian Qi primordial immortals and Dao extreme Daoyuo immortals had fallen silent. They no longer had the strength to jeer or curse. They knew they couldn't stop Guwen. What they had to do was to show their stance and keep fighting until the Lord gave the order. Looking from the outside, Guwen had already fought his way to the middle part of the heaven-suppressing endless tower, still advancing upward rapidly. His pace remained constant, regardless of the number of enemies or their morale. It did not affect him. Time flew by quickly. Guwen was getting closer and closer to the top. The vast black ocean he traversed still seemed boundless, but this black ocean had become oppressive. Many dark creatures and chaos evil demons no longer used their divine skills. Instead, they launched themselves at him, waiting to be slaughtered. After a long time. Finally, at the far end of the great hall appeared a black domain, like a black wall. When Guwen was within 10,000 miles of the black wall, some dark creatures and chaos evil demons began to slow their steps. When Guwen arrived in front of the black wall, no creatures dared to come near him. He did not pause. With a single strike, he shattered the black wall. See Tich Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All the dark creatures and chaos evil demons stopped, staring blankly at Guwen's back. As the black wall shattered, a dim great hall appeared in front. Countless dark creatures and chaos evil demons knelt together, creating an incredibly magnificent scene like surging tides. They were all worshipping the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. At the end of the dim great hall, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable stood on the steps, coldly staring at Guwen. After stepping into the dim great hall, Guwen stopped. In the silver sword light, he opened a pair of golden red eyes. It was the Absolute Void Eye. Seeing the Absolute Void Eye, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's gaze changed subtly. What kind of eyes are these? It was the first time he had seen these eyes, which inexplicably reminded him of the Immortal Emperor's eye, but the Immortal Emperor's eye did not give him such a strong sense of oppression. Although they were both primordial profound venerable immortals, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable felt that he might not be the opponent of Guwen with the Absolute Void Eye opened. Junior, you are not an immortal of the Celestial Court. Your killing intent is fading. Why have you come? The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable asked calmly. His composure also reassured his billions of subordinates. Countless dark creatures and chaos evil demons stood outside the hall, watching the confrontation between him and Guwen. At this moment, no one dared to shout. They all held their breath, waiting for the battle that could erupt at any moment. Guwen raised the Cyan Hong sword, pointing it at the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. The silver sword light did not fully cover his figure. It was clear that his robe was fluttering, fully displaying the demeanor of a sword immortal. No, he couldn't be described as an immortal. All the creatures of the dark heavenly court side looked at Guwen with eyes full of fear and dread. Even now, they did not dare to be certain that the Lord could surely defeat this person. Seeing Guwen's lifted sword, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's eyes narrowed. His white bones began to ignite with black flames, which quickly covered his skeleton, forming a black battle armor with surface scales reflecting a metallic cold light. Strands of black qi symbolizing the great Tao circled around the armor. Guwen took a step toward the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. With each step, his momentum burst forth, rising higher and higher, causing all the creatures outside the hall to change their expressions. Regarding the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's question, Guwen heard it but was too lazy to answer. Having fought to this point, naturally he intended to strike down the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Of course, he wouldn't destroy the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower. He was just here to vent. If he could delay the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower's descent upon the Heavenly Tao, he considered it a service to the beings of the Heavenly Tao. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's eyes narrowed, and the billowing black chi expanded abruptly, altering the hall's space. Instantly, the two were transported to a dark void. Here, apart from them, nothing else existed. The black chi on the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable rapidly condensed into a long halberd. This was not his magical treasure but his profound venerable spirit. Grasping the profound venerable spirit, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's momentum reached its peak. He was a true primordial profound venerable immortal. An earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. The sunset cast a golden hue over the Taoist field of the beginningless. In the courtyard, an Exen stood behind Xinzhen, facing away from her. She looked up at the celestial vault with furrowed brows, deep in thought, her eyes filled with worry. "You're not worried about your master, are you?" Sitting in meditation in front of the artifact refining cauldron, Xinzhen asked. Her eyes remained closed, and there was a teasing tone in her voice. An Exen replied, "It's not about fearing for his safety. It's just he's been gone for several days. I worry the Dark God might seize the chance to descend upon the human world. With his power surpassing the immortal gods, slaughtering the entire human world might take just a blink of an eye." Shenzhen shook her head and laughed softly. If the Dark God wanted to annihilate all living beings, why would he spread the scriptures of the Dark Divine Sect? Hearing this, an Exen felt it made sense. But over the years, she had learned too much about the deeds of the Dark Divine Sect, causing her unease. She always felt that the Dark God was different from the previous enemies of the world, and he could bring unimaginable calamity. Moreover, with her master suddenly disappearing for several days, she couldn't help but worry. Indeed, the Dark Divine Sect won't massacre all living beings. You can rest assured. A light laugh sounded, startling an Exen. She turned to see Guan, dressed in white, walking into the courtyard. An Exen was overjoyed and then sighed in relief. She stepped forward, greeting Guan, and curiously asked, "Master, where have you been these past few days?" Guan smiled, "It's a long story. I went to spar with the ancestor of the Dark God's ancestor, warned him that if they dared to cause trouble, I would annihilate their Taoist lineage." He spoke casually, very unserious, making an Exen think he was joking, so she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Master, even if you wouldn't intervene, can you tell me, what is the Dark God's realm?" An Exen asked curiously. The Dark Heavenly God was already more powerful than the immortal gods. How strong must the Dark God, who surpassed the Dark Heavenly God, be? Guan replied, "Many realms higher than the Celestial Spirit God. Not to mention their Celestial Spirit Great World. Even in the 3,000 great worlds, there aren't many who can match him." As he spoke, he reminisced about the battle with the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. After sparring with other primordial profound venerable immortals, his inflated Tao heart finally stabilized. He was very strong, but not enough. After all, if he wanted to completely kill the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, it would still take a lot of effort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768. In the battle with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, it seemed like Guan had won, but the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable had countless ways to escape. If it were a life-and-death struggle and the enemy escaped, how could it be considered a victory? Moreover, the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower was only a part of the Dark Heavenly Court, the elite force dispatched by the Dark Heavenly Court to the Heavenly Tao. Destroying the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower did not mean destroying the Dark Heavenly Court, it could only result in greater enmity. Recalling the previous battle, Guan grew increasingly vigilant. He realized he had been too careless. Relying on the great Tao formless body and his own strength, he had rashly infiltrated the enemy's stronghold. This time it was satisfying, but he shouldn't do it again in the future. Guan warned himself thus. An Exen asked a few more questions about the Dark God. Only after she was completely reassured did she leave. Guan did not return to the house but sat on a bench in the courtyard. He raised his right hand, and the Wuxia Divine Sparrow appeared at his fingertips. Shenzhen turned his head to look at him, just in time to see him admiring the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. What kind of bird is this? It's so handsome. Shenzhen couldn't help but ask. Gu En threw the Wuxia divine sparrow towards her and introduced, "From now on, call it the Wuxia divine sparrow. It's a kind of strange bird I found outside." He concealed the origins of the Wuxia divine sparrow. It wasn't due to any specific intention, he simply found it amusing. Shenzhen caught the Wuxia divine sparrow, which tilted its head and started to nuzzle her face, making her love it even more. Sar the Nifire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After playing with it for a while, she couldn't help but start touching it. She held the Wuxia divine sparrow and began to examine it, even prying open its legs. Guin, is it a male or a female? Shenzhen's question made the corner of Guin's mouth twitch. He quickly said, "This is a spirit bird, born of the creation of heaven and earth, without distinction of male or female. Don't be too disrespectful to it." Guin felt very uncomfortable seeing her reach under the Wuxia divine sparrow. "Spirit bird," Shenzhen responded, continuing to fiddle with the Wuxia divine sparrow. As night gradually fell, the Taoist field of the beginningless remained calm, and the nine-spirit continent looked the same as always, with spots of starlight appearing under the night sky. Those were the lights of human settlements within the cities, and the majestic world gate stood unmoving, as if aiming to pierce the outer heaven. Compared to it, all things seemed insignificant. The nine-spirit continent, and indeed the entire world, seemed very peaceful that night. No one knew that the world's mightiest being had just ascended to a higher level, gaining the power to overturn everything. In the chaos void, deep red fog was surging, and the heaven-suppressing endless tower inside showed no signs of change. In the dim palace at the top, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable sat on the throne as a skeleton, eyes icy cold. 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals stood in a row, their faces extremely grim. Although Guin had left, the scenes of the previous battle constantly replayed in their minds, weighing heavily on their hearts. Their greatest pride was shattered by the Lord's humiliating defeat, leaving them disoriented. Was this journey to the heavenly Tao truly destined for success? Would it be a one-way trip with no return? The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable was equally disturbed, his mind occupied by Guin's piercing eyes. Shrouded by those eyes, all of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's divine skills seemed insignificant. It had been a complete and utter defeat, with no chance of victory. Was it an illusion, or did the opponent truly have the power to annihilate him? Moreover, could his opponent possibly extinguish the dark fortune of the dark heavenly court? This thought made him increasingly uneasy. The palace was utterly silent, oppressively so. For a long time, one of the Xian Qi primordial immortals could not help but ask, "Lord, do we still proceed to the heavenly Tao?" The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable replied, "The other party should have no connection with the celestial court. Our hatred with the celestial court is irreconcilable, and he couldn't have shown mercy. Perhaps he came because of other matters, possibly due to some dark heavenly god offending him. In any case, the journey to the heavenly Tao cannot be halted, but we can slow our pace. I will discuss this with His Majesty." Hearing this, the Xian Qi primordial immortals all breathed a sigh of relief. Though they were immortal, they felt genuinely threatened by Guin. They didn't want to gamble with their lives. A more cautious approach was naturally preferable. "You all should go and rest for now," the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable ordered, and the 9 Xian Qi primordial immortals immediately saluted and then vanished from sight. After they left, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable coughed a few times, raised a skeletal hand to clutch his chest, and muttered to himself, "What kind of palm technique is that, so domineering?" No one could answer him, and he didn't want to know the answer. After a while, he too disappeared from the throne. The battle between Guin and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable did not affect the destiny of the Great Thousand World, as the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower had not yet dissipated. The Dark God immediately stood within the void of the Great Tao, overlooking the celestial spirit Great World, while other dark heavenly gods in the Great Thousand World continued to preach and enlighten immortals. Not to mention other Great Thousand Worlds, the number of dark beings in the celestial spirit Great World continued to increase, all tainted by the dark fortune. The dark divine sect's influence was growing steadily. 3,000 years later, the dark divine sect had become a formidable major sect in the human world, with a dark being count exceeding 10 million, evolving into a colossal force. The various sects of the world began to put aside their grudges to unite against the dark divine sect. Wuxia disciples also emerged to save those suffering beings. Once infused with the dark heavenly court's fortune, beings would become violent, and their inner desires would be infinitely magnified. Hence, dark beings committed countless atrocities, and the dark heavenly gods did not see this as a bad thing. Prolonged savagery would plunge the human world into despair, and in the depths of despair, it was easier to fall into darkness. On this day, just past noon, Guan, clad in blue, walked along a mountain ridge with the Wuxia divine sparrow perched on his right shoulder. The blood prison great saint followed behind, glaring indignantly at the Wuxia divine sparrow. Although this foul bird couldn't speak, it made him feel his status was threatened. "If you have something to say, say it. Why do you keep following me?" Guan asked without looking back. After years of cultivating his mind, he had returned to his pre-breakthrough state, becoming exceptionally calm. The blood prison great saint quickly replied, "Nothing, I just wanted to see if you need me for anything. You can command me anytime." "Then I order you not to follow me now," Guan said casually, causing the blood prison great saint to halt immediately, looking at Guan with an embarrassed expression. He truly felt out of favor, blood prison great saint thought despairingly. The corners of Guan's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to ask, when had he ever favored him? Go find Zer and assist him. I'll guide you in your cultivation when you return. Guan's voice reached the blood prison great saint's ears, filling him with joy. He quickly thanked Guan and then vanished from the mountainside. Guan paid no more attention to him and continued to stroll forward. He did not go to observe the state of the 3,000 great worlds. He was enjoying the scenery along the way, contemplating how to remodel the dojo. He planned to construct some wonders imbued with different Tao intents for the disciples to comprehend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769. The Unstoppable Momentum of Darkness. 1 month after the blood prison great saint left, the Taoist field of the beginningless underwent some changes. At dawn, sunlight passed over the mountains, shining on a spot between the peaks. In the midst of 2 mountains stood a circular structure with a diameter exceeding a mile. Within the white courtyard walls stood numerous stone pillars. Each pillar was intricately carved with complex and mysterious runes. And Zizai, dressed in a white embroidered robe, led dozens of disciples into the structure. His demeanor was elegant now, with a long beard giving him an air of a grandmaster. This is the Great Tao Institute, established by our ancestors specifically for contemplating the Great Tao. You have all begun to enter the path. You can come here to cultivate in the future. And Zizai walked at the front, explaining to them. The disciples looked around, feeling very curious, though some were distracted. "Great senior brother, you are the foremost of the 3rd-generation disciples. Why don't you go out and bring glory to Wuxia?" One disciple couldn't help but ask. This remark prompted immediate follow-up questions from other disciples. Presently, the dark divine sect wreaks havoc, and various sects around the world have ceased hostilities to join forces against it. Yet even so, the dark divine sect's momentum continues to grow. All Wuxia disciples possess a sense of justice and are frustrated by the dark divine sect's unstoppable rise. Unfortunately, Wuxia has regulations. To leave the mountain, one must at least reach the Zizai Immortal realm. With Wuxia's foundation and the disciples' talents, reaching the Zizai Immortal realm is not difficult. However, even so, it requires time. The disciples brought by Zizai to the Great Tao Institute had not yet reached the Zizai Immortal realm. They were concerned about the world but unable to venture out, leading to impatience. And Zizai turned to look at them, smiling, "You all are still too young. Do you know how many disasters have occurred before? This time is different. The dark divine sect comes from beyond the heavenly Tao. It's said that even the immortal gods cannot defeat them, a female disciple said worriedly. And Zizai replied irritably, since the immortal gods can't prevail against them, do you still wish to save the world? We may not be able to defeat the dark heavenly gods, but there are certainly beings within the dark divine sect that we can overcome. Moreover, we can save the suffering masses and fulfill our responsibilities, another disciple answered passionately, inspiring others to agree. Born on the nine-spirit continent, they didn't suffer the hardships of mortal spirits. Their immortal cultivation was not for longevity or superiority. From a young age, they were instilled with a sense of mission, to serve the world and its beings. The isolated nine-spirit continent, given the best cultivation conditions by their ancestor, demanded they repay all living beings and extol their ancestors' virtues. And Zizai looked at them, feeling both helpless and gratified. Though these disciples were overestimating their capabilities, at least they hadn't deviated from Wuxia's expectations. And Zizai himself had endured hardships to reach this day. Having ventured out for training, he comprehended the nature of disciples from other sections. Those with ideals benefiting all living beings were rare. I have my responsibilities. I won't go out, and you shouldn't think of leaving prematurely either. And Zizai stated firmly, his tone allowing no dissent. A powerful aura erupted, changing the complexion of all disciples. In their memory, and Zizai always maintained a gentle demeanor, a reason they dared to voice such concerns. But facing his true aura now, they realized his authority in Wuxia wasn't solely due to seniority. The great Tao Institute fell into silence. At that moment, a sound of something piercing the air came from afar. The group instinctively turned, seeing a streak of cyan light fly past. And Zizai frowned, recognizing the figure within the cyan light. It was Celestial Cyan and her disciple, Shangguan Xiener, who was severely injured and held by Celestial Cyan. Not just in Zizai, the other disciples saw this too, whispering and speculating whether Shangguan Xiener was wounded by the Dark Divine Sect. CTH Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Enough, start your enlightenment. And Zizai redirected their attention. Elsewhere, Celestial Cyan, holding Shangguan Xiener, arrived at Guan's courtyard. At this moment, Guan was reading. Master, Xiener was injured by people from the Dark Divine Sect. Her cultivation level is dissipating, and I cannot avert this damage. Celestial Cyan said urgently after landing beside Guan, then squatted down to place Shangguan Xiener on the ground. Guan, lying on a rocking chair, glanced at Shangguan Xiener. The girl had her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, and her tightly furrowed brows twitching as if in a nightmare. I told you to act within your limits. She's entangled by a powerful power of cause and effect. Even a Taiqing Golden Immortal could hardly save her. Guan shook his head, causing Celestial Cyan to become even more anxious. If a Taiqing Golden Immortal can't do it, surely you can, Celestial Cyan quickly said, kneeling as she spoke. Shangguan Xiener was her first and most beloved disciple. She couldn't bear to see her pupil lose her cultivation. Guan cast Celestial Cyan a glance, waved his hand casually and said, "It's done." His sleeve brushed past Shangguan Xiener's face, leaving nothing behind, but her furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Celestial Cyan was momentarily stunned, immediately checking Shangguan Xiener's body. Soon, she discovered that the dark power within Shangguan Xiener had vanished. She was overjoyed, instantly hugging Guan, and began to thank him. Your disciple is right here. Have some decency, move aside quickly. Guan said helplessly. Celestial Cyan and Tianbai had always liked clinging to him. Even after millions of years, they couldn't change this habit. Celestial Cyan took the opportunity to snuggle against Guan for a while before letting go with a smile and then left with the soon-to-awaken Shangguan Xiener in her arms. Guan adjusted his position and continued reading. You're clearly enjoying it, yet you pretend otherwise. Shenzhen's voice came, but Guan ignored her. Not hearing a response, Shenzhen opened her eyes, turned to Guan and asked, I saw the dark god hiding in the darkness, his flames reflecting our celestial spirit great world. How do you plan to deal with him in the future? Guan said he wouldn't care, but Shenzhen didn't believe it. To her, Guwen was waiting for the right moment. Though the dark god terrified her, making him seem unbeatable, Shenzhen believed that as long as Guwen acted, the dark god would definitely perish. How to deal with him? Naturally, by giving my all. If he's so powerful and I slack off, he'll be killed. What then? Guwen replied, causing Shenzhen to roll her eyes. Hearing this, Shenzhen was completely at ease. She even began to feel pity for the dark god. The dark god hadn't invaded yet, probably waiting for the dark heavenly gods to probe the celestial spirit great world. Unfortunately, no matter how he calculated, he couldn't fathom Guwen's true strength. When the dark god faces Guwen, despair will surely follow. Why such a powerful being hides within this world, not seeking conquest, fame, or profit, and isolated on a continent, is simply inconceivable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770. Summoning the Dark God. Amidst the void, a gigantic golden disk was advancing, and upon it, 100,000 heavenly soldiers sat meditating and cultivating. Jianghu opened his eyes, gazing towards the mysterious and beautiful end of the void. His thoughts drifted as he reminisced about the previous great battle. As the struggle for the Son of Heaven grew increasingly fierce, this celestial army had already experienced no fewer than 100 great battles. However, that last battle left him in awe. Since joining the celestial court, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain for the 3,000 great worlds because many powerful realms existed beyond them. He had never imagined that a great thousand world could nurture an existence that even immortal gods couldn't subdue. Recalling how the celestial calming god was forcefully suppressed with the entire celestial army being helpless, he felt that his path was still long. He couldn't help but think of the supporting Tao sword Venerable from the celestial spirit great world. Could that sword Venerable also possess the ability to surpass the celestial gods? Still thinking about the previous battle? Such great thousand worlds are rare. If it weren't for the struggle for the Son of Heaven, they wouldn't have surfaced to meddle in cause and effect. Su Yu, sitting beside Jianghu, spoke up. He didn't seem surprised by the previous battle. Jianghu glanced at him and asked, "By now, the struggle for the Son of Heaven has fully erupted, and you still won't reveal your origins?" Smiling, Su Yu replied, "If you are still alive after the struggle for the Son of Heaven ends, I will tell you. Could it be that you are also a Son of Heaven?" Jianghu sneered. Su Yu retorted with annoyance, "Some things should not be said carelessly. Songtian above might just bestow celestial punishment upon you." Instinctively, Jianghu raised his eyes. Although he didn't show fear, his sudden silence clearly reflected his apprehension towards Songtian. Looking ahead, Su Yu continued, "This struggle for the Son of Heaven is more chaotic than I anticipated. I have a feeling that a great upheaval will occur later." "What kind of upheaval?" "You'll understand in due course. What is certain is that the first decisive battle of the struggle for the Son of Heaven will arrive soon." Su Yu's expression rarefied, revealing a look of dread in his eyes, which made Jianghu even more curious about what would happen next. Since becoming a heavenly soldier, Jianghu had experienced death many times and always revived, making him increasingly fearless, merely admiring the enemy's might. The struggle for the Son of Heaven was already intense enough, and yet the first decisive battle had not occurred. Both worried and excited about the future, Jianghu eagerly anticipated the upcoming earth-shattering battles. Time flew by swiftly, and 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial spirit great world had been mostly shrouded by the dark divine sect. Viewed from the universe, the celestial Tao light layer above the celestial spirit great world was largely tainted black, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Over the years, the 9 major sects combined forces to attack the dark divine sect several times, but in the Great War a century ago, the 9 major sects were heavily defeated and could no longer fight, retreating to their individual mountain gates, causing the human world to become much more desolate. With no major sect leading the charge, fewer beings dared to oppose the dark divine sect, resulting in the mortal spirits continuing to suffer, while the number of Dark Divine Sect followers grew day by day. On a continent known as the Dark Holy Land, the Dark Divine Sect had built an enormous sacrificial altar, 100 feet tall with a diameter of over 100 miles. The altar's edges were lined with stone pillars, each binding great cultivators and great demons, all shackled, their arms stretched wide, barely clinging to life. In the center of the altar, thousands of Dark Divine Sect followers gathered, with the Demon Emperor and true monarch Qitian also present, having joined the Dark Divine Sect after being rescued by the Dark Heavenly God. All followers looked in the same direction, where the Dark Heavenly God, shrouded in black smoke, stood with his back to them, gazing up at the sky. Will the Dark God really descend? True monarch Qitian used the sound transmission technique to ask the Demon Emperor beside him, his tone nervous. The Dark Heavenly God was already the most powerful existence he had ever seen, seemingly omnipotent. Such a being was merely a servant of the Dark God, making it hard to imagine the extent of the Dark God's power. The Demon Emperor, gazing ahead, replied through the sound transmission technique, "By now, you should believe in the Dark God's existence. What you should be considering now is how the Dark God will treat us once he descends." Upon hearing this, true monarch Qitian furrowed his brows. After being infused with dark power, they did become stronger, but they were also aware of the negative effects of the dark power. They became more irritable, greedy, and filled with suspicion. The creator of such a power that invoked so many negative emotions was certainly no benevolent being. At the same time, on the edge of the continent, above a sea of clouds, stood more than a dozen people observing the altar. These were all Wuxia disciples, led by Celestial Demon Child and Tian Bai. Tian Bai held the White Spirit Exquisite Tower, which emitted a faint light, concealing their presence and hiding their cause and effect. Is the Dark Divine Sect really going to summon the Dark God? What can we do? The current Dark Divine Sect is already invincible. If the Dark God descends, won't it be the end for us all? Even Ancestor Master LV isn't a match for the Dark Heavenly God. We have no means at all. In this world, perhaps only our ancestor has the hope of defeating the Dark Heavenly God. But we can't expect him to act. He's already protected the human world many times. The Wuxia disciples discussed among themselves, most of them being fourth-generation disciples who had participated in many battles against the Dark Divine Sect. Celestial Demon Child did not join their conversation. She stared intently into the distance, hesitating about whether to retreat. Their Dao treasures had all been strengthened by Guan, which allowed them to infiltrate. But no matter how powerful the Dao treasures were, their effectiveness depended on the user's cultivation level. They couldn't rely on Dao treasures alone to annihilate the Dark Divine Sect. Celestial Demon Child turned her gaze in another direction, sensing many powerful auras approaching. The news of the Dark Divine Sect preparing to summon the Dark God had spread across the world, naturally attracting those righteous individuals who, despite the risk of their lives and spirits being extinguished, would do their utmost to stop them. Even though the combined might of the 9 major sects couldn't shake the Dark Divine Sect, could these incoming great cultivators turn the tide? Rumble. The ground trembled as a massive pillar of black light erupted from the distant altar, shooting skyward, shaking the celestial vault and clouds, as if connecting to an exotic world. Sir the Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing this, the Wuxia disciples grew more agitated, repeatedly asking Celestial Demon Child if they should act. They knew it would be nearly impossible to combat the Dark Divine Sect, but those who dared to come had long put life and death aside. Witnessing the Dark Divine Sect attempting to summon the Dark God, they could no longer hold back. What's the rush? Celestial Demon Child shouted sternly, causing the disciples to fall silent in fright. A sword light streaked across the celestial vault above them, disappearing into the depths of the continent in the blink of an eye. It's him. Celestial Demon Child raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding why Guan valued him so highly. Even from afar, where she stood, she could see that despite being alone, he dared to face challenges head-on. The figure within that sword light was none other than the foremost sword cultivator of this world, Li Ya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771. The Only Chance on the Altar. The dark heavenly god standing before the black energy pillar suddenly turned his head to look. Immediately, thousands of followers of the dark divine sect followed suit, witnessing a sword light rapidly approaching. As the sword light dissipated, Li Ya's figure emerged, swinging his sword to strike. A sword chi akin to Jing Hong attacked with such speed that the cultists of the dark divine sect had no time to react, yet the dark heavenly god did not intervene. Boom! The sword chi struck the black energy pillar and dispersed directly, causing no damage at all. Dressed in black, Li Ya remained suspended in the air, his expression unchanged upon seeing this scene. Sword god Li Ya, we meet again. You refused my invitation before. Do you still wish to become my enemy this time? The dark heavenly god looked at Li Ya from afar and asked, his tone indifferent and devoid of any emotion. Li Ya calmly replied, our paths differ, so we cannot conspire together. You are invaders. From the moment you set foot in this great thousand world, you were destined to be my enemies. The dark heavenly god said no more, only waving his hand lightly. In an instant, dozens of figures rose like arrows, charging towards Li Ya. Thus, a fierce battle erupted. Li Ya was quickly surrounded. These followers of the dark divine sect were all renowned great cultivators or great powers of the demon race, each possessing extraordinary divine skills. Despite his unrivaled sword intent, Li Ya soon fell into a disadvantage. As the battle commenced, more and more powerful figures arrived to support, leading to an increasing number of dark divine sect followers joining the fray. True monarch Qitian watched the chaotic battle in the sky, hesitating whether to rush up. If you make a move now, you'll truly have no way back, the demon emperor suddenly said. True monarch Qitian turned to look at him. The bursts of mana in the sky cast alternating light and shadows upon the faces of the two demons. A way back? Why seek a way back? Moreover, the dark god is about to descend. Do you still plan to defect? Isn't that courting death? True monarch Qitian frowned and asked. The demon emperor shifted his gaze to him, his eyes deep and unreadable, causing a sudden unease in true monarch Qitian's heart. You wouldn't think. True monarch Qitian looked at the demon emperor in shock, his voice trembling as he spoke. The demon emperor said expressionlessly, Qitian, you once had ambitions. Do you really want to become a walking corpse, endlessly enduring and retreating merely to survive? True monarch Qitian gritted his teeth and said, now, it's too late. The demon emperor looked towards the black energy pillar, saying no more. At the same time, in the cosmic void before the world gate, celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, Emperor Tianhong, the 72 immortals of Jin Dong, and others were preparing solemnly. Once the dark god descends, we must take action, Tai immortal monarch said in a deep voice. The immortal god's expressions were resolute, without objection. They couldn't even contend with the dark heavenly god, let alone stop the dark god, but as immortal gods, they had to stand forth, even if it meant death. Tai immortal monarch stared fixedly at the top of the void, where a black hole appeared, from which horrifying black energy surged, as if a terrifying existence was about to descend. Not long after, Tai immortal monarch's expression changed slightly. He shouted in a low voice, it's coming. Before his words fell, he charged forward first, followed closely by the other immortal gods. Each displayed their full momentum, aiming to reach the front of the black hole directly. However, during the relocation, an unimaginable oppressive force enveloped them, causing them to stop instantly, unable to move. Tai immortal monarch's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, his body instantly exploded and disintegrated into ashes, followed by the other immortal gods. All were obliterated. Meanwhile, in the human world, the celestial vault above the altar was covered by rolling dark clouds. The sea of clouds churned, forming a vortex scene. In the midst of his fierce battle, Li Ya looked up, sensing trouble. He exploded with his most powerful sword intent, trying to break out of the encirclement, but was blocked by a golden tower. This golden tower, 100 feet tall, continuously emitted golden light that shook the soul, sealing off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Liya to break through in a short time. Just as he was restrained, powerful enemies from all directions attacked, forcing him into a defensive posture. Those fighting on the scene were all free immortals and Taoist Zhangzizai immortals. Their battles shook the heavens and earth, yet the altar below remained incredibly solid and unmoved. Celestial Demon Child and Tianbai also led Wuxia disciples into battle, but the growing number of Dark Divine Sect supporters prevented them from approaching the altar. The Dark Heavenly God, standing before the Black Energy Pillar, surveyed all around, seemingly admiring the futile resistance of the living beings. Boom! The Black Energy Pillar behind him suddenly expanded, the wild wind wreaking havoc, sweeping away the cultists on the altar who hadn't engaged in battle. Yeah, the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Demon Emperor and True Monarch Qitian slid dozens of miles before stabilizing their positions. It's coming! True Monarch Kishan's eyes widened as he shouted in shock. Other cultists also looked nervously at the Black Energy Pillar behind the Dark Heavenly God. Despite having joined the Dark Divine Sect, they still felt fear and tension at the impending descent of the Dark God. An oppressive force far exceeding that of the Dark Heavenly God descended, instantly halting the chaos in the sky. All beings, both earthly creatures and Dark Divine Sect followers, stopped fighting. They struggled to turn their heads, their gaze fixed on the Black Energy Pillar. At this moment, everyone felt the breath of death, as if they could be annihilated at any moment. Gradually, they all began to descend, being suppressed and forced to lower their stance. Liya gritted his teeth, attempting to resist the oppressive force, but found himself unable to. When his feet touched the altar, the force surged, causing his expression to change drastically, his knees crashing onto the altar. Not just him, but all living beings experienced the same. Whether falling on the altar or not, all were pressed onto their knees, hands bracing against the ground, looking in disbelief at the Black Energy Pillar. The Black Energy Pillar's diameter continued to expand, eventually resembling a black sky curtain hung between heaven and earth, making the Dark Heavenly God in front of it seem insignificant. Ooh! A heavy breathing sound echoed, causing all living beings to feel unease. Kneeling on the ground, True Monarch Kishan's eyes widened, his pupils trembling as he saw a white skeleton gradually emerging from the Black Energy Pillar. This skeleton was vast, larger than a mountain, visible from all over the continent. When it stepped out of the Black Energy Pillar, the terrifying oppressive force abruptly vanished, leaving the world in sudden silence. Liya tried to get up, but found himself unable to. Despite the absence of oppressive force on his body, he couldn't stand as if his body no longer belonged to him. This eerie feeling only intensified his fear. He gazed up at the imposing white skeleton of the Dark God, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Such an existence was beyond his capability to contend with. I offer you all a chance, your only chance. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves to continue the existence of this world? An icy voice rang out, clearly transmitted into the ears of every living being on the continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Stand Up Sacrifice Myself? All living beings on the continent shivered at these words, including the followers of the Dark Divine Sect. The Dark God possessed overwhelming power, yet still proposed this test, clearly intending to mock them. For the followers of the Dark Divine Sect, their god's enjoyment of toying with the weak was itself a dangerous sign. The Dark Heavenly God stood motionless in front of the Dark God's bones, silent like a ghostly figure. If your will to sacrifice is strong enough, you can resist the suppression of the dark power, you can stand up. Whoever stands up first will get this chance. Let's see who wants to be the savior and who can achieve it. The voice of the Dark God resounded again, deafening all living beings. The vast majority did not feel a sudden urge to sacrifice but rather despair. The previous oppressive force of the Dark God was too strong, so strong that it snuffed out their will to fight. Yet, Liya wanted to sacrifice himself. He tried to get up with all his might but could not. "Get up," Liya roared inwardly. At this moment he could only believe in the Dark God's words. In the face of absolute power, he thought the Dark God had no need to toy with him. Even if it was false, he wanted to prove to the Dark God that someone would stand out in this world and would not be looked down upon. However, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't stand up. His will could not break through the shackles of the dark. He became increasingly angry and began to feel that the Dark God was deceiving him. Suddenly, he saw someone in front of him start to wobble but then stood up, causing his pupils to contract. That person was from the Dark Divine sect. Not only Liya, but other living beings also noticed someone stood up. "You, true monarch." Chitian widened his eyes, looking at the demon emperor beside him in disbelief. The demon emperor lowered his head, trembling non-stop, but still struggled to stand up. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the one to step forward is a demon already plunged into darkness. The voice of the Dark God was filled with sarcasm. "Look carefully. The being who can stand up at this moment must have a deep love for this world, with compassion towards all living beings beyond your imagination. Yet, such a being has fallen into darkness. It seems there is injustice in this world." These words made the eyes of the living beings on the continent flicker. Some were indignant, some bewildered, and others remained filled with anger and hatred. Many recognized the demon emperor's identity, whose past had become legend, spreading throughout the human world. The demon emperor was the kindest of demons, wanting all races to coexist peacefully, only to be suppressed by the 9 major sects and sealed for millions of years. No one was surprised that the demon emperor immersed himself in darkness. Not even those who wanted to oppose the Dark Divine sect could blame him. But no one expected that at this critical moment, the demon emperor would step forward, choosing to sacrifice himself to protect all living beings. Looking at his back, all living beings felt a profound shock. "You are crazy! You are crazy!" True monarch Chikin stared at the demon emperor, roaring inwardly, unable to speak and trying to hold the demon emperor back with his gaze. But the demon emperor did not look at him. Instead, he stared at the Dark God. "You don't need to strike them down. I am willing to sacrifice myself. Can you give a chance of survival to all living beings, even if it means joining the Dark Divine sect?" The demon emperor tightly stared at the Dark God, gritting his teeth, his voice echoing repeatedly under the dim celestial vault. Liya looked at the back of the demon emperor, listening to his words, feeling an unusual sense of admiration in his heart. He had heard of the demon emperor's story and had once felt pity, but as a human, he did not save this demon. When the demon emperor was in distress, no one stood up. Now, with the world in trouble, the so-called masters of heaven and earth could only await death in despair, while the demon emperor, oppressed by the human race, stood up. Sir, the novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Suddenly, Liya's heart wavered. He began to question whether it was just for the human race to be the masters of heaven and earth, as such catastrophes had happened countless times during their rule. He had seen wicked demons, but comparing the two races, human hearts were more terrifying than demons. Damn it! Why am I kneeling here? Why can't I stand up? After a brief moment of shame, infinite anger surged in Liya's heart, his whole body trembling, his legs seemingly about to rise. Extreme anger made Liya feel he was about to break the shackles, making his anger still rise, his face flushed red. A hand suddenly pressed on Liya's shoulder, pushing him back down, causing all his chi power to dissipate, and the anger in his heart mysteriously vanished. Liya instinctively glanced sideways and then froze. He saw Guwen, dressed in a green robe, standing beside him, one hand pressing on his shoulder. Guwen stepped forward, conveniently taking Liya's treasure sword into his hand. Holding Liya's sword, Guwen walked towards the Dark God. Liya stared blankly at Guwen's back, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Junior brother Gu, Liya's mouth curled into a helpless smile. In such a critical moment, Junior brother Gu, you always manage to stand out, not too early, not too late, saving the world while inflicting a warning upon all living beings. The dark god's gaze fell on Guwen, his eyes slightly narrowing. The dark heavenly god slightly moved, clearly noticing Guwen's presence as well. He looked up at the dark god but eventually chose not to act. The demon emperor took a deep breath and then roared angrily, "Dark god, answer me!" He shouted hoarsely, shattering the fear in his heart, questioning the dark god, seeking a glimmer of hope for this world. The dark god did not answer. The demon emperor, unaware of Guwen's presence, could only stare at him intently. Meanwhile, Guwen walked past the kneeling beings. Some from the dark divine sect looked at him, some cultivators from various sects looked at him, most with puzzled eyes, not knowing who Guwen was. In the distance, Wuxia disciples also noticed Guwen. On the altar, Guwen walking towards the dark god was so conspicuous. Celestial demon child and Tianbai smiled, feeling relieved, while the Wuxia disciples felt nervous, unsure if their ancestor could confront the dark god. "Who exactly are you, and why have you hidden in this world?" The dark god's voice echoed, hiding a murderous intent. The demon emperor was stunned upon hearing this. He seemed to recall something, instinctively turning his head. Seeing Guwen approaching with a sword, his eyes widened. He had never seen Guwen but somehow felt that Guwen's figure was familiar. As Guwen got closer, a figure deep in his mind gradually emerged. "Since you have such determination, I will help you transcend your mortal body, but I hope you do not become what you now fear and despise." The voice from the past echoed once more in the demon emperor's ears. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 773. That sword. The demon emperor stared blankly as Guwen approached. Ancient memories churned in his mind, making him ignore the current predicament. The dark god did not act either, only staring at Guwen. At this moment, Guwen seemed to become the focal point of the entire world. More and more gazes locked onto him, most filled with confusion. In the present world, few people knew Guwen. Even when mentioning Wuxia, people only thought of some vague legends. The most famous figures of Wuxia were Lv Xian and Qin Chuan. People knew Wuxia's master was strong, but there weren't many records or legends about him. The world was silent, all living beings stared at Guwen, wanting to see what he would do. From the dark god's inquiry, this man should be very strong. But, no matter how strong, can he be powerful enough to contend with the entire dark divine sect? Guwen was holding Li Ya's sword, ignoring the gazes from all directions. This time, he did not deliberately hide his true face, allowing everyone to see. He wanted to tell all beings that the celestial spirit great world could rely on self-rescue. He was neither an immortal god nor an outer heaven demon. He looked just like an ordinary human. Many great powers from outer heaven assumed Guwen came from another great world, hidden here. Little did they know, Guwen was born and bred in the celestial spirit great world, which was why he was willing to stay. The dark god saw Guwen not responding. His expression grew increasingly cold, his killing intent almost solidifying. He raised his right bone claw, and as he did, the entire world suddenly changed. Darkness swallowed the celestial vault and the earth, making all beings feel suffocated. It was at this moment Guwen moved. He swiftly threw Li Ya's treasure sword, its cold light dazzling, illuminating the demon emperor's face. His eyes widened. The dark heavenly god's black robe fluttered violently. He too could not react. Boom! The sword pierced the dark god at an unbelievable speed, without any flashy divine power or fierce sword intent. This sword was very ordinary, yet exceedingly forceful. The darkness enveloping the world shattered suddenly. The sword light traversed the sacrificial platform, directly shattering the dark god's massive white bone, fragmented bones flying in all directions. This scene left all beings dumbfounded, including the followers of the dark divine sect. They had already estimated Guwen as highly as possible. After all, Guwen could advance, holding his head high under the dark god's pressure. They had expected a stunningly fierce battle but did not anticipate Guwen shattering the dark god's white bone with just one sword. Search * the novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Could the dark god be testing him? All beings harbored such thoughts. In past years, the dark heavenly god established an invincible and powerful image. His worshipped dark god could not possibly be weak. Based on this, none of them believed the dark god had truly been defeated. The demon emperor turned to look, gazing at the fragments of bones scattered across the sky, stunned. The dark heavenly god turned to look too, sharing the same thoughts as other beings, believing the dark god was intentionally testing Guan, thus he did not panic. Guan raised his hand and pulled. Li Ya's treasure sword traced a perfect arc in the air, landing before Li Ya. The sword blade plunged into the sacrificial platform's ground, continually vibrating. Unlike other beings, Li Ya believed the dark god was truly dead. He looked at his sword, never imagining his sword to be so powerful. The sword just now lacked sword intent and sword chi, giving him a sense of the great Tao's simplicity. The sacrificial platform fell into silence. After a few breaths, slowly, some began to realize something was off. Could the dark god really be dead? This speculation sparked hope in more and more beings, while the dark divine sect's side found it unbelievable. They worshipped the power of darkness. In their minds, the dark god was the strongest, omnipotent. How could he be killed by a single sword? That sword was swift, but this completely contradicted their expectations of a great battle. The dark heavenly god came back to his senses too, realizing something was wrong, wanting to move away, but an extremely terrifying power suppressed him, rendering him immobile. He looked at Guan in horror. Guan kept walking towards him. The sacrificial platform remained silent, but all beings watched Guan. His footsteps seemed to echo in their ears, pounding on their hearts, strong and powerful, striking at their spirits and souls. Guan walked step by step towards the dark heavenly god, bringing boundless fear to him. He deliberately walked slowly, and as time passed, the dark god never reappearing made more and more beings begin to believe the dark god was truly dead. He died abruptly, without any resistance. If they hadn't previously felt the terrifying pressure of the dark god, they might suspect the dark divine sect to be a lie, and the so-called dark god not worth mentioning. But now, their hearts were filled with infinite shock and reverence. Who was this person? Why was he so powerful? The disciples of Wuxia were even more excited, standing up and looking at Guan from afar, not daring to disturb him. Other beings also gradually realized the dark god's pressure was gone. They could stand up, and when they did, no one spoke, nor did anyone leave, still standing quietly in place, waiting. Guan walked past the demon emperor, getting closer and closer to the dark heavenly god. The demon emperor's gaze followed Guan, as did the gaze of the true monarch Chicken. In the true monarch Kishin's eyes, Guan was dazzling, emanating an unprecedented aura. This was the person he should become. Though the true monarch Chicken did not know Guan, at this moment, he developed an extreme sense of reverence and aspiration towards Guan. Not only because Guan was strong, but also because Guan appeared so timely, at such an awe-inspiring moment. The thoughts of the spectators transmitted into Guan's ears, but he did not care. He arrived in front of the dark heavenly god, his gaze cold. An unimaginable force of suppression made the dark heavenly god kneel directly, kneeling before Guan, a scene that made all beings' hearts jump, because they realized the deep significance of the dark heavenly god's kneeling. It heralds the end of the catastrophe brought by the dark divine sect, and the myth of darkness would become a joke. The heavens seemed to favor them, and the black clouds in the sky scattered, sunlight pouring down, driving away the darkness in the human world. Who are you? The dark heavenly god asked through gritted teeth, his face shrouded in dark energy, not revealing his true visage. Guan looked down at him, said, "It seems you are insignificant within the dark heavenly court, merely pawns placed outside." He had already been to the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower, and the speed of the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower had slowed considerably, indicating the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable hesitated greatly. Given this situation, the dark god dared to come. It was evident that the dark god was not worthy of mention in the eyes of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Not only the dark god but other dark beings placed into the heavenly Tao were also the same, mere pawns to the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. The dark heavenly god trembled upon hearing Guan utter the words dark heavenly court, lowering his head gradually. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774. What constitutes saintliness? Watching the dark heavenly god lower his head, Guan showed no mercy. With a flick of his right-hand sleeve, the dark heavenly god instantly recovered. A prompt appeared before Guan's eyes, indicating success in seizing billions of years of lifespan. He tilted his head slightly, casting a sideways glance at the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor met his gaze and shivered all over. Instinctively wanting to speak, he found that Guan had vanished into thin air as if he had never appeared. The wind from afar swept across the heavens and earth, blowing past every living being on the sacrificial altar. The followers of the Dark Divine Sect felt the dark power within them dissipating, causing them confusion. If the Dark Divine Sect were to truly dissolve, how would they carry on in the future? He is truly a deity. I wonder who that senior was? A great cultivator sighed sincerely, his face somewhat dazed, feeling as if everything was a dream. That senior was the patriarch of our Wuxia who has saved the human world multiple times. You all were fortunate to encounter him in action. A disciple of Wuxia laughed loudly and proudly, his words causing an uproar among the other beings. The patriarch of Wuxia? Isn't that the legendary great power? The Demon Emperor also heard these words. A fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and his whole demeanor transformed as if he became a different person. True monarch Qitian, who had been watching him, noticed his change. Could the Demon Emperor know the ancestor Master Wuxia? True monarch Qitian speculated secretly, a bold thought emerging in his mind, which instantly thrilled him. Unnoticed, Li drew his sword and silently departed. Elsewhere, Guan had already returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless. As he walked along the mountain path, he raised his right hand. A mass of black energy emerged from his palm, revealing a pair of eyes. It was the eyes of the Dark God. How could this be? The Dark God was terrified upon seeing Guan. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes became hollow. Guan began the soul search, understanding his past and the dark heavenly court. The vast memories of the Dark God were nothing to Guan today. With a probe of his divine sense, all the memories poured into Guan's mind. This Dark God was once a being of the heavenly Tao. Like most stories of ascending to immortality, he was born in the mortal world, a peerless genius. He endured hardships, ascended to the great thousand world, created a Taoist lineage there, and accepted numerous disciples, eventually becoming a legendary figure in one of the great worlds. Later, he ascended to immortality, thinking he had fully attained the Tao. However, shortly after his ascension, the War of the Sons of Heaven broke out, and he was forced into it. Wishing to protect the great thousand world and the mortal world he had dwelled in amid the chaos, he ultimately failed, and the celestial court annihilated the 3,000 great worlds, recreating them. His past thus ceased to exist. From then on, a seed of hatred was planted in his heart. When the contest for the celestial emperor rose, he was dragged into the chaos again. Ultimately, the Son of Heaven he supported failed and was exiled by the celestial emperor, alongside his followers into chaos, suffering endless backlash from the great Tao. During those long years of backlash from the great Tao, that Son of Heaven achieved sudden enlightenment, founding the Dark Fortune, establishing the Dark Heavenly Court, and rescuing them from torment. In the ensuing years, the Dark God continuously cultivated, awaiting the day of returning to the Heavenly Tao. After the founding of the Dark Heavenly Court, that Son of Heaven proclaimed himself the Dark Heavenly Emperor. He planned to devour the Heavenly Tao with dark power to become the true Celestial Emperor. In the mortal world, he was a favored scion of the heavens. In the great thousand world, he was an unparalleled myth. Yet from the moment he ascended, he was insignificant. Whether in the Celestial Court or the Dark Heavenly Court, he remained little more than a speck of dust. Having been sent by the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable Sect to the 3,000 great worlds as the vanguard, he bore a selfish desire to seize the opportunity to escape the dark fortune and reincarnate as a true being of the heavenly Tao. The celestial spirit Great World was not truly drawn into the struggle over the Son of Heaven, and its fortune was on the rise, so he chose it. After observing for a long time, he saw that no stronger immortals or gods intervened despite the dark heavenly god's chaos. He thought his chance had come. Unfortunately, he encountered Guan. Through his memories, Guan gained some understanding of the dark heavenly court. It possessed 9 supreme treasures, of which the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower was just one. The exiled immortal gods were equivalent to half a celestial court, and their survival in chaos indeed posed a significant threat to the heavenly Tao. Guan felt puzzled by the Celestial Emperor's decision. The Celestial Emperor had the power to eradicate the immortal gods. Why did he choose to exile so many instead, unafraid of nurturing future trouble? Was it part of a greater plan, or did he simply not care? The Celestial Emperor was incredibly strong. Even in the dark god's heart, he was an invincible existence. It was precisely out of fear of the Celestial Emperor that the dark god wanted to reincarnate into the Celestial Court, escaping the dark heavenly court. In his eyes, the dark heavenly court held no hope. He followed it out of necessity. After witnessing the dark god's memories, Guan felt a deep sympathy for him. With a squeeze of his right hand, he completely shattered the soul essence of the dark god. Immediately, a prompt appeared before his eyes, indicating that the dark god had granted him 900 billion years of lifespan. For one of his level, having only 9,000 billion years of life left meant he was nearing the end of his journey. In his desire to reincarnate, the dark god revealed his true essence, giving Guan the opportunity to eliminate him. Though his life story warranted sympathy, Guan would not take him in, for he had betrayed many benefactors merely to survive. However, out of this sense of sympathy, Guan decided he would later record his story in a book, ensuring that his erased past would be remembered in the human world. After vanquishing the dark god, the destiny of the world in Guan's eyes completely changed. The future would usher in a new era, brimming with interesting events. The years are long, and the mixed element profound venerable immortal is not enough. Taihao, how high must I ascend to truly defeat you? Guan mused, a smile tugging at his lips as he began to look forward to that day. Sooner or later, he would honor the engagement and face the Celestial Emperor in a true battle. Sia the Nephire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The mixed element profound venerable immortal was powerful, but it was still far from sufficient. In the dark god's memories, Guan heard the mysterious dark heavenly emperor mention only 2 words. Only by becoming a saint did one have absolute hope of defeating the celestial emperor. Becoming a saint? What does it mean to be a saint? In the depths of the universe, the world gate was radiating brilliant light as celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, and other immortals and gods emerged one after another. Aside from them, there was another immortal god. Clad in heavy golden armor, he was encircled by 2 red sashes, gripping a long spear with celestial bodies orbiting its tip. His imposing presence overshadowed the others. They halted and frowned in unison. The dark fortune has dispersed? As the chief of the 72 immortals of Golden Cave, Purple Dragon Star Monarch spoke hesitantly. The other gods all opened their heavenly eyes on their foreheads and scrutinized, the results delighting them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775. The Myth of Ancestor Master Wuxia. Indeed, it has dissipated. The demon suppressing Great True Emperor spoke, the light emanating from his divine armor revealing the complex emotions on his face. The celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, and other immortal gods speculated that it was Guan who acted. But how long had it been? They hadn't even felt the disturbance or aura of the great battle, and the dark god was gone? The demon suppressing Great True Emperor glanced at the immortals and asked, "It seems there is a great power hidden within the celestial spirit Great World. Do you know who it is?" These words made some immortal gods look a bit unnatural. Being immortals yet serving mortal spirits, even if the other's cultivation level was profound and unfathomable, if word got to the celestial court, trouble might arise. Tai Immortal Monarch shook his head and said, "If we knew, we wouldn't have sought aid from the celestial court." Speaking of the eternal life Venerable once visited, perhaps he came to see this great power. Eternal life Venerable. The demon-suppressing great true emperor's eyes changed slightly. He and the eternal life Venerable were both supreme immortals. Although they were not close, they had interacted. For the supreme immortal to visit, whether that great power had ties to the celestial court or not, it was best not to get involved. Having stayed in the celestial court for countless years, he knew one thing: immortal gods should only perform their immortal duties. Once they get involved in matters beyond their duties, trouble easily follows. Since the calamity has ended, there is no need for me to act. The demon-suppressing great true emperor left these words, then turned and walked into the world gate. The immortal gods all saluted him, respectfully seeing him off. Before leaving, the demon-suppressing great true emperor's divine sense swept across the celestial spirit great world, but he did not find the location of the Taoist field of the beginningless. However, the words of the masses got his attention. Ancestor Master Wuxia? Interesting. After the strong light within the world gate faded, the immortal gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. The celestial spirit god looked at Tai Immortal Monarch and sighed, "Immortal Monarch, you remain composed." Tai Immortal Monarch smiled and said, "The higher the immortal position, the more an immortal god fears trouble. Only a few take risks. I am an example. Greed almost led me to eternal doom." The 72 immortals of Jianghu and Emperor Tianhong both nodded, very agreeing with this perception. The heavenly court immortal gods disdain mortal spirits, but those who may attract immortal god attention often have intricate connections with the celestial court. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even Gu-in is no exception. He is the mentor of the Son of Heaven. Let's cover the cause and effect of this realm first. At least don't let the name of the elders spread to other great thousand worlds. Just let the beings of this realm remember. Tai Immortal Monarch ordered. Unconsciously, he had already become the backbone of this group of immortal gods. The 72 immortals of Jianghu were originally his subordinates, and the celestial spirit god also respected him over time. As for Emperor Tianhong, he always prioritized Gu-in, supporting anything beneficial to Gu-in. The news that the dark god was exterminated by the ancestor Master Wuxia spread wildly across the land, shocking all who heard it. The dark divine sect had overshadowed the celestial spirit great world for too long, so long that the beings believed them to be invincible. The immortal cultivation realm was even more shaken, understanding better the strength of the dark divine sect. Many versions of the ancestor Master Wuxia's extermination of the dark god were disseminated. Some said the ancestor Master Wuxia killed the dark god with a single sword, some said they fought tens of thousands of rounds, with the dark god ultimately suffering a crushing defeat, and some said the dark god turned to ash upon a mere glare from the ancestor Master Wuxia. In these legends, Li Ya and the demon emperor were repeatedly mentioned. Li Ya was the first to blockade the dark heavenly god from summoning the dark god. Even though he did not ultimately succeed, he was worthy of the title of the world's greatest sword cultivator. The demon emperor, being within the dark divine sect, chose to sacrifice himself, his spirit and courage shaking the beings of the world. Even the 9 major sects no longer had the face to slander him. They ceased entangling with the demon emperor. The demon race was greatly invigorated. In the past salvational legends, there was no trace of demons, but this time the demon emperor brought glory to the demon race. Some even said the demon emperor moved the ancestor Master Wuxia to take action. Within the beginningless, there were humans and demons. The beginningless never participated in struggles, only taking action when the world was in peril, recognized as a holy land. The world became lively. With the dissolution of the dark divine sect, various sects and dynasties began reclaiming lost lands, expanding territories. Great powers from various sects emerged to preach, often recounting the stories of the supporting Tao sword Venerable, increasing the reverence and yearning among cultivators for the ancestor Master Wuxia. As the stories of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable were unearthed, the status of the beginningless in the minds of the beings rose higher and higher. It had been 50 years since the Dark God was exterminated. This year, in spring, Guwen came to the Gathering Flower sect to see Jianghu. During the chaotic years of the Dark Divine sect, the Gathering Flower sect could only barely protect its mountain gate. Now, with the disbandment of the Dark Divine sect, the Gathering Flower sect started establishing connections with various sects, and trades and discussions flourished, leading to a scene of prosperity. Quickly tell me, what exactly happened at that time? What was the Dark God like? Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? In a small pavilion, Jianghu, while pouring wine for Guwen, urged eagerly. She wore a wide white robe, her black hair freely cascading to her waist, her skin as white as solidified cream, even glowing under the sunlight. Her beauty was unmatched, combining with her aura of an enlightened master, making her seem not like a mortal woman, carrying an air of profound depth. Guwen immediately began recounting the situation then. That day, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Those involved in the battle knelt in despair. I originally did not want to intervene, trusting that the heavens had their own destiny. Yet, I couldn't bear it in my heart. Jianghu listened intently, not minding Guwen's embellishments but rather enjoying it greatly. When Guwen mentioned that he used Li Ya's sword to kill the Dark God, Jianghu burst into laughter. She knew Li Ya, aware that the world's greatest sword cultivator valued his reputation highly. Being saved by his junior again, his expression must have been spectacular. When Guwen finished, Jianghu still felt unsatisfied, thinking it wasn't enough. Guwen began tasting the Gathering Flower sect's snacks. Jianghu suddenly asked, "What is the origin of the Dark God?" "It is said his dark heavenly gods once defeated immortal gods." To great cultivators in the immortal cultivation realm, immortal gods were not mere legends. Tai immortal monarch and other immortal gods had wandered the human world, confirming for cultivators the existence of immortal gods. Guwen pretended to ponder and said, "This involves an ancient secret history. I don't know if I should tell you, I fear bringing trouble upon you." Jianghu widened her beautiful eyes and grumbled, "My mouth is tight, unlike your disciples who would travel far. I will stay in the celestial spirit great world until you decide to leave." Guwen said meaningfully, "Don't speak too hastily. If the chance to ascend to immortality were really before you, you might not be able to refuse. Unless you ascend to immortality, I will never ascend." Jianghu said firmly. Guwen listened and shook his head, smiling. Then he began to recount the dark heavenly court, and upon hearing the struggle between the celestial emperor and the son of heaven, Jianghu was deeply engrossed, imagining many magnificent scenes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance. Guwen stayed at the Gathering Flower sect for 3 days. Accompanied by Jianghu, he toured the sect, and the whole process was very pleasant. When he returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, the disciples were discussing something. It was that the demon emperor was kneeling outside the dojo, wanting to join the beginningless. The demon emperor was already famous throughout the world. Additionally, his brave stand against the Dark God had won him the world's favor. The disciples of the beginningless and the people of the Nine-Spirit dynasty all admired him, so they let him in. Of course, there was another reason. The demon emperor's rise was so legendary that it was incomprehensible. He had no famous teacher, no significant background, and yet he became the great emperor of the demon race. And just when he was about to sacrifice himself, ancestor Master Wuxia intervened, making the world speculate that there might be an unknown relationship between them. As for the demon emperor, Guwen did not plan to take him in. When Nzizai came to ask for his opinion, he frankly said, "I don't plan on taking disciples for now. If he wants to cultivate at the beginningless, he can stay. If he has other plans, he should give up on those ideas early. He is destined not to belong to the beginningless because he is the demon emperor." Upon hearing this, And Zizai suddenly understood. Yes, the title of Demon Emperor was not given lightly. As the leader of his race, he would have to return to the demon race sooner or later, which did not fit the rules of the beginningless. Since founding the Sword Sect, Chen Chuan could no longer use the title of a disciple of the beginningless. If the Sword Sect encountered difficulties, the disciples of the beginningless would not assist him. However, the world knew he was taught by the beginningless, which made them somewhat wary. Without the identity of a disciple of the beginningless, no matter how great Chen Chuan's talent was, he couldn't have founded the current Sword Sect. If another demon emperor were added, the beginningless would become a behind-the-scenes force manipulating the world. And Zizai knew that Gu Wen did not have such intentions. Otherwise, the ruler of the world wouldn't have been the Dao court, the supreme sect wouldn't have been unable to join the 9 major sects, and the Tai Tsang dynasty wouldn't still be a second-rate dynasty today. Understanding the dangers, and Zizai saluted Gu Wen and then turned to leave. Gu Wen then walked towards his house. He intended to write the life of the Dark God into books and distribute them to the human world. He would divide the experiences into different books, forming mythical stories. Whether someone could string these myths together in the future was uncertain. Witnessing history and looking forward to the future was something Gu Wen now enjoyed. With immense strength, he feared no enemies and could observe the evolution of all things from the perspective of a bystander. This perspective was interesting, like looking back on history but also being able to participate, which was a wonderfully powerful feeling. Gu Wen could bear the consequences of anything he did in the celestial spirit great world now, but he merely did not act. The desires of mortals he could fulfill at will. Now, he indulged in higher desires. No action and following his heart. He would not interfere in the red dust in daily life, but if he encountered something displeasing, he would act as he wished. Gradually, Gu Wen grasped a realm that was unclear, indescribable, and unrelated to cultivation levels. He had a premonition that reaching this realm would bring him immense joy. After entering his house, he picked up his pen. Instead of writing immediately, he sought that feeling. After a long while, he began to write. He was not just writing the Dark God's story, but also his own journey of seeking the Tao. These books would later be filled with Tao intent. Anyone in the world obtaining just one would have the qualification to achieve the golden immortal Tao fruit. Search * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the years to come, the celestial spirit great world was in a state of recovery, and after the great catastrophe, the destiny of the world soared. The human world ushered in new creation. The new creation trend was the increasing concentration of spiritual energy and the increasingly powerful cultivation aptitude of living beings. Heaven and earth were like the body of a living being. After enduring hardships and surviving, it became stronger. Unlike the previous era of battles for supremacy, after the calamity of the Dark Divine Sect, the 9 major sects no longer fought each other. Instead, they formed an alliance, the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, to jointly govern the order of the world. They also absorbed other sects, constructing rules to control the forces of the world. These rules were not domineering. All living beings in the world were jubilant, welcoming the arrival of peace. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance later revealed the grand pattern of the world ruler. They even invited the Demon Emperor to become one of the Alliance hierarchs to win over the hearts of the demon race. This news made the demon race thrilled. This human world was dominated by the human race. Having the power to rule the world was a good thing for the demon race. Thus, another 1,000,000 years passed. The celestial spirit great world underwent earth-shaking changes. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance established many cities in the outer void. At every moment, cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the celestial spirit great world, and the celestial Tao light layer above it became even more brilliant, symbolizing that the celestial Tao destiny had reached a higher level. In the universe, on a meteor, there stood a grand tower. On the terrace of the tower, the demon emperor, dressed in red, was playing the qin. In front of him was the bright moon, and the stars adorned the sky behind the moon, as beautiful as a painting. 1,000,000 years had passed. The demon emperor transformed from a disciple of the Dark Divine sect to one of the hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, and his demeanor had greatly changed, majestic yet elegant. A figure appeared behind the demon emperor. It was true monarch Chitian. Demon Emperor, another demon cultivator from the other great thousand worlds has broken in. This demon's bloodline is extraordinary. Do you want to take a look yourself? True monarch Chitian asked. He was now the demon emperor's first disciple, and working for the demon emperor, he was the most powerful demon under him. In the world, neither he nor the demon emperor was the strongest demon, but backed by the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, they were the most powerful demons in terms of influence. The demon emperor did not stop his movements and softly asked, "What's different about him?" "That demon seems to possess the primordial physique." True monarch Chikin replied, his face full of envy as he spoke these words. The primordial physique is a general term for a category of powerful physiques, including the primordial cause and effect body, the primordial chaos body, etc. These bodies have a high comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth, their chi blood is far beyond that of other beings in the same realm, and their Tao fruits form unique Tao patterns. The primordial physique? I indeed have to see that, the demon emperor replied. He wasn't in a hurry to see that demon and continued to play the qin. True monarch Chitian did not leave either. He looked at the demon emperor, his eyes turning, and said, "Demon emperor, Sword God Liya has come to visit the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. It is said that he is deeply protected by Ancestor Master Wuxia. Should we invite him as a guest?" He always harbored lingering thoughts about the beginningless, but sadly, the demon emperor was rejected by Ancestor Master Wuxia, and he had given up the path to the beginningless. The stories of Liya and Ancestor Master Wuxia were widely known. It was said that Liya and a reincarnated body of Ancestor Master Wuxia were once fellow disciples, and for this reason he was always protected by Ancestor Master Wuxia. Liya's talent was mediocre, but he became the sword god, the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Many people believed that this was related to Ancestor Master Wuxia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777. The Unprecedented Pathsword God, Liya. The demon emperor repeated the name in his heart, full of envy. Sar the Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ever since he recognized that the primordial ancestor was the one who enlightened and passed on his cultivation technique to him, he had wanted to join the Wuxia sect. Unfortunately, he failed. And Zizai explained to him the reason for the primordial ancestor's refusal, and he felt it was reasonable. He couldn't give up his identity as the demon emperor because he wanted to achieve great things for the demon race. Although he understood, the demon emperor always kept the primordial ancestor in his mind. After becoming the alliance hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, he collected many legends and stories about Wuxia, which led him to learn about Liya. It was said that the primordial ancestor valued Liya greatly, even more than the protection of the Wuxiaji disciples. How could he not be envious of such treatment? You can invite him, but don't be too insistent. Instead, invite him to visit my residence. If he is unwilling, don't force it. The demon emperor mused, and true monarch Kishin's face broke into a smile. Drawing Liya to his side was more important to him than recruiting geniuses from the Outer Heaven Demon clan. True monarch Chitian didn't salute, immediately disappearing from the spot. The demon emperor was accustomed to his personality. Although they were master and disciple, they were more like friends, without many formalities between them. The melodious sound of the zither echoed again, and the demon emperor's thoughts floated back to a long time ago. At that time, he was just a little black dog, trembling as he followed behind the primordial ancestor. As time passed, he now stood at the pinnacle of power in the celestial spirit great world. He was thinking about how he could satisfy the primordial ancestor. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. In a courtyard, Guan and Xiao Lan were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. Xiao Lan was recounting her recent experiences. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance invited me to be the Alliance hierarch, At first, I was surprised. Am I really qualified? But guess what? The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance has 108 hierarchs. Any major event or decision requires a vote by the hierarchs, and there is no absolute dictator. Xiaolan sighed. As a prodigy once supported by the Tao court, she was still well known among the upper echelons of various major sections. If she could join the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, the alliance could claim to be inheriting the Tao court's legacy, which would help the alliance better govern the world. Unfortunately, Xiaolan only wanted to seek the Tao now and no longer wanted to participate in power struggles. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance is built on the rules of the Tao court, even more refined. I think they have a good future. The human world doesn't have to be in constant conflict. After speaking, Xiaolan looked at Guan. She knew Guan could see the future and wanted to know his opinion of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. Guan poured tea while saying, "The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance is indeed good. It will bring long-lasting peace to the human world, even surpassing the holy court of the time." Xiaolan, having regained memories of her past life, knew the situation during the holy court's rule. She curled her lips and said, "Although the holy court was the overlord of the world, it didn't bring peace to the human world. In my opinion, they weren't even as good as the Tao court." Guan smiled and did not refute. Xiaolan then shifted the topic to the Xiao family. The genius from the Xiao family with the Tai Chu physique had already risen and become the backbone of the family. Not long ago, he also went to the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance to cultivate. The struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 Great Worlds continued, with cultivators from other Great Thousand Worlds infiltrating the Celestial Spirit Great World. This also gave the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance the opportunity to learn about and explore the outer heaven. By searching for resources in other Great Thousand Worlds, they strengthened the Celestial Spirit Great World, which also shifted internal conflicts, with all the aspirants venturing into the outer heaven. Great cultivators went to the outer heaven, giving the younger generation more room to showcase their talents. Geniuses emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, writing their own legends across the land. "Brother Gu, what do you think the next catastrophe for the human world will be?" Xiaolan asked curiously. During the chaos caused by the Dark Divine Sect, the Xiao family had also been attacked. Even her cultivation level couldn't withstand the Dark Divine Sect. If it hadn't been for Guan supporting them, she and the Xiao family would have been long gone. Guan said crossly, "It's only been peaceful for a few years, and you're already worrying again. There aren't that many catastrophes. 1,000,000 years is not a short time. Ask any mortal spirit, and events from 1,000,000 years ago are already ancient legends to them. Your feat of destroying the Dark God is probably also considered a myth now." Xiaolan's eyes widened as she spoke seriously. She felt Guan's perception of time had become blurred. 1,000,000 years was a long time, not only for mortal spirits but also for her. Guan laughed. "Then you can rest assured. The next catastrophe comparable to the Dark Divine Sect is far off." "What about the struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 Great Worlds?" "The struggle for the Son of Heaven poses no threat to the Celestial Spirit Great World." Hearing Guan's response, Xiaolan felt an absolute confidence, the kind of confidence that completely disregarded the Sons of Heaven. She couldn't help but feel the curiosity that had arisen many times before. How high was Guan's cultivation level? "Brother Gu, we haven't sparred in a long time. How about a match later?" Xiaolan asked, her eyes burning as she stared at Guan. "Sure, but I won't go easy on you." Guan agreed, thinking that since Xiaolan was eager, he would have to put her arrogance in check. Xiaolan didn't take his threat to heart and began to look forward to the upcoming battle. It was sunset when Guan returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless. He was in a good mood, humming a tune. The thought of Xiaolan's desperate expression made him want to laugh. This live's Xiaolan had extraordinary talent. After not encountering a worthy opponent for many years, she had strong confidence in her abilities. She didn't dare to hope to surpass Guan, but if Guan suppressed his cultivation level to the same realm, she felt she could put up a good fight. Unfortunately, Guan did not grant her wish, pressing her down the entire time. Before parting, Xiaolan's eyes were full of resentment as she looked at him. It made Guwen think about drawing her expression, as it would be quite interesting. As he walked, a figure appeared ahead, approaching Guwen, Fairy Yaoxian. Guwen smiled and greeted the approaching figure. Because Fairy Yaoxian was the Tao companion of the Emperor of Eternal Life, he did not take her as a disciple. This made the Wuxia disciples often speculate about the relationship between her and Guwen. Fairy Yaoxian came up to Guwen, raised her hand in salute, and then asked, "Do you think Zhu'er can rival the primordial Tao Emperor and the Taoist Emperor?" With terrifying talent, although Zhu'er did not inherit his father's immortal emperor's eye, his talent and comprehension were not inferior to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Now, he was the second strongest disciple, second only to an Xian, with even the blood prison great saint not being his match. Guwen pondered, there has never been such an existence in the past, but if he wants to try, it's not impossible. Perhaps he can forge a path unique to him. Fairy Yaoxian nodded and asked, "I want him to go to the primordial emperor domain to train. What do you think?" "You are his mother. You decide. Why ask me?" Guwen shook his head with a smile. Fairy Yaoxian looked at him steadily and pressed on, "You don't oppose?" Guwen nodded, saying, "If he is willing and you have plans for him, then let him go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 778, Chaos Scripture. 2 days later, Sin stepped into the World Gate to pursue the primordial emperor domain. This matter did not cause much of a stir in the Taoist field of the beginningless. Guwen could have sent Sin to the primordial emperor domain with a wave of his sleeve, but he did not do so and instead let Sin find it himself. Sin was full of anticipation for this. He had originally wanted to invite the Blood Prison Great Saint to join him, but unfortunately, the Blood Prison Great Saint adamantly refused. Sin's departure did not affect Guwen's life. He continued writing the Taoist book about the Dark God. Over millions of years, he did not write it in one go. He wrote when he felt like it, and when he didn't feel like writing, he took breaks, traveled the human world, and cultivated his temperament. He originally intended to only write about the Dark God, but as he wrote, he included the mythological stories of the Dark Heavenly Court from the Dark God's memories, making the work increasingly voluminous. He was already looking forward to spreading these Taoist books throughout the human world. His casual gifts could greatly change the structure of the world. In fact, many of the top great cultivators in the human world had received his guidance and inheritance. Some of these great cultivators were aware of this and were filled with gratitude, while others had not yet realized this, attributing all their achievements to their own talent and destiny. Time continued to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 million years had passed. 2 million years were enough to change the world, but for the struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 great worlds, it was not a long time. The struggle for the Son of Heaven continued, and it was still unclear who had the hope of winning. In such a war situation, countless living beings perished. On the summit of Human World Peak, the heaven-defining peak, Guwen was reminiscing with his old friend Baizia. Back then, when Guwen first ventured into outer heaven, he met Baizia, who, like Hongya Zi of the Misty Immortal Court, was very enthusiastic and even invited him to join Human World Peak. Before becoming invincible in the celestial spirit great world, Human World Peak had given Guwen much help. Being nostalgic, he never severed ties with Human World Peak. Human World Peak did not know that he was the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, which made his stay very pleasant. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, Baizia had roamed outer heaven and gained much. Now, he was already a divine thought true immortal, capable of protecting himself in the outer void. As a living being from before the world was reshaped, his talent couldn't compare to today's geniuses, but he still grasped the world's opportunities, advancing rapidly in cultivation. Before the world was reshaped, with his talent, reaching the level of a divine thought true immortal would have taken much more than millions of years. That senior told me that other great thousand worlds are in unprecedented turmoil, with battles everywhere. Even beings beyond free immortals are like cannon fodder in such wars. Baizia sighed, having learned about the struggle for the Son of Heaven from a cultivator he befriended in the outer void, who had escaped from another great thousand world. Of course, he hadn't yet encountered the struggle for the Son of Heaven himself. He had only heard about the chaos it caused. Guwen listened intently, feigning curiosity. Bai Zia, coming back to his senses, looked at Guwen curiously and asked, "Fellow Taoist Meng, even though we've known each other for over 10 million years, I still don't know your true cultivation level and origin. Could you be from another great thousand world, having long foreseen today's catastrophe, and thus stayed in this human world?" Though they hadn't been very familiar, Bai Zia trusted Guwen because Guwen had been very responsible for heaven-defining peak, helping it rise to prominence, earning a great reputation. Guwen shook his head and laughed. "I'm not as formidable as you think. My cultivation is just one great realm higher than yours. I have no enemies and nothing to avoid. It's just my nature. I'm not fond of conflict, and life at human world peak is pleasant to me." "Is that so?" Bai Zia was half believing, half doubting. Guwen took out a blue-covered book from his sleeve and said, "I obtained this book during my travels overseas. It was given to me by a cultivator who called himself the Immortal Seeker Taoist. He said I would meet someone who was destined for this book. I've studied it for a long time and haven't found any clues. Why don't you take it and try?" Bai Zia accepted the book, looked at the cover and read aloud, "Chaos Scripture?" Just the name sounded extraordinary. He immediately opened it to look inside and quickly frowned. He looked up at Guwen and asked, "Why does this seem like a story rather than a cultivation technique or divine skill?" "Indeed, I found it puzzling as well. Anyway, I've remembered the stories inside, so I'll give you this book. If you also can't make sense of it, you can pass it on to someone else in the future." Guwen replied. The Chaos Scripture was the Taoist book Guwen had written based on the experiences of the Dark God. Although it seemed to be mere stories, it contained the Dark God's insights and Tao intent at various stages. In other words, the Chaos Scripture was equivalent to the lifetime insights of a Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Such an opportunity was difficult to come by, even for a celestial god. There were over 10,000 volumes of the Chaos Scripture, most of which had already been distributed by Guwen in the human world. These Chaos Scriptures had already changed the future of the celestial spirit great world, leading to the birth of many beings who would surpass the heaven-encompassing free immortal and help the celestial spirit great world to reach the top level of great thousand worlds, comparable to the Taiwei Great World and the Taiching Great World. Guwen wasn't looking for anything in return. He just found it interesting and did what he wanted to do. When he met Bai Zia by chance, he handed him one of the volumes. Whether Bai Zia could grasp it depended on his own destiny. If he passed the Chaos Scripture on to someone else, it would mean that he wasn't destined for the opportunity. After flipping through a few pages, Bai Zia put the Chaos Scripture into his storage pouch, looked at Guwen and smiled. "Anyway, thank you for your gift. I will study it seriously when I return." He didn't think Guwen had been fooled by the Immortal Seeker Taoist, as Guwen was a free immortal. Guwen smiled and nodded. The two chatted for another hour before Bai Zia took his leave. Shortly after he left, Zhu Xinglan, the first disciple of heaven-defining peak, came into Guwen's courtyard. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance had invited Human World Peak to be guests and attend a grand Tao lecture assembly covering the celestial spirit great world, with dozens of profound Yuan free immortals invited. It was said that even heaven-encompassing free immortals would appear. After receiving the invitation, Taoist monarch Yongyan, the master of Human World Peak, invited the masters of various peaks to join him. Guwen had no interest in this and asked Zhu Xinglan to go in his place. Search * the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhu Xinglan wasn't surprised. Guwen had refused many such opportunities, silently wondering if his master even took heaven-encompassing free immortals seriously. Having been together for so many years, Zhu Xinglan always felt that his master had an extraordinary origin. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Taoist monarch Yongyan thought the same, which was why they tried hard to win Guwen over, afraid he might leave. But they never connected Guwen to the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, as everyone knew the supporting Tao Sword Venerable was in seclusion at the Taoist field of the Beginningless. Little did they know they had once suspected this, but Guan had erased their thoughts through invisible means, and they hadn't even noticed. After Zhu Xinglan left, Guan did not leave heaven-defining peak and began to gaze at the celestial vault. Son of heaven, I hope you have some sense. Guan thought silently, seeing a son of heaven heading towards the celestial spirit great world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779. Xianyuan Human Venerable, Merciful Hanging Old Immortal. In the dim turbulence of the great Tao, a majestic fire phoenix was flapping its wings forward, and atop the phoenix's head stood two figures. One of them was Emperor Xianyuan Human Venerable. He wore a golden robe, emblazoned with a divine beast similar to a qilin, and a curtain pearl golden crown on his head, appearing like an emperor. Yet, with the fluttering of his robe, the air of transcendence and immortality was undeniable. His features were both handsome and elegant, and his brows exuded an aura of unrivaled arrogance, his posture equally imposing. Beside Xianyuan Human Venerable stood an aged immortal in a white robe, his back hunched, holding a peachwood staff with a peach blossom hanging from its top, emanating an aura of immortality and wisdom. Stroking his beard with narrowed eyes, he stared ahead. This was Immortal Elder Ci Xian, an immortal monarch who served Xianyuan Human Venerable, his cultivation level being that of a Miao Zhen Daluo Immortal. Your Highness, our journey to the celestial spirit great world may encounter unexpected changes. Immortal Elder Ci Xian spoke with a tone of concern. Xianyuan Human Venerable gazed ahead and said, My struggle with the great immortal divine Yuan has reached a stalemate. If I do not seek new strength, I shall only become more passive. Hearing this, Immortal Elder Ci Xian sighed deeply. Search * the novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The battle had reached this point, and his unease grew stronger. At this critical juncture, there was the threat of Chaos Power's attack, which was truly unfavorable. Meanwhile, the clash between Xianyuan Human Venerable and the great immortal divine Yuan could not be halted. Both sides were in a dilemma. I divined the celestial spirit, but the destiny I calculated was ordinary. Yet, comparing it with the past, it appears unusual. Most importantly, many immortal gods have gathered there, even Tai Immortal Monarch is present, Immortal Elder Ci Xian continued. Upon mentioning Tai Immortal Monarch, his eyes revealed coldness. They were both immortal monarchs, and the relationships between immortal monarchs were intricate. After all, everyone aimed to ascend, inevitably obstructing each other's path. Tai Immortal Monarch, huh? I heard he has been seeking Emperor Xianqing. If he remains in the celestial spirit great world, might Emperor Xianqing be hiding there? Xianyuan Human Venerable raised an eyebrow and asked. Mentioning Emperor Xianqing, his tone bore no change, as if referring to an insignificant person. Immortal Elder Ci Xian replied, Emperor Xianqing has already appeared in the misty immortal court, which is operating to aid his return to the celestial court. Perhaps all this is Father Emperor's plan. Xianyuan Human Venerable snorted coldly, revealing a hint of jealousy in his tone. Immortal Elder Ci Xian shook his head with a wry smile, refraining from further comments, for he did not dare to continue this topic. Alright, since we're here, let's head to the celestial spirit great world. Regardless, gaining the power of another great thousand world is always beneficial, Xianyuan Human Venerable stated solemnly, leaving Immortal Elder Ci Xian with no choice but to nod, though his gaze grew more uneasy as he looked ahead. He had a lingering feeling that their journey to the celestial spirit great world would bring trouble. However, they were immortal gods. They would not perish, at most be sealed. Xianyuan Human Venerable, being the son of heaven, if sealed, the celestial court would quickly sense it. Following Xianyuan Human Venerable, he would not die, only endure suffering. The two immortals fell silent, and the fire phoenix beneath their feet began to accelerate. They traversed the turbulence of the great Tao, entering a realm of darkness. Deep within the darkness was a bright star, the only light guiding the fire phoenix forward. Before the world gate, The celestial spirit god, who was meditating and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, gazing at the world gate with tightly furrowed brows. He sensed an overwhelming celestial Tao destiny approaching, more intense than that of the eternal life venerable, causing him to feel secretly alarmed. The eternal life venerable is a supreme immortal. This meant the approaching being's immortal position was at least supreme immortal. His unease grew. The only entities capable of attracting a supreme immortal to the celestial spirit great world, besides Guan, were Tian Hao, who, though departed, was born in this great thousand world, with causes and effects that could not be erased. As he hesitated, a group of cultivators flew from the void behind him, numbering over 10, led by a man in a black robe. Chen Chuan was among them, his gaze fixed on the world gate. The group swiftly landed behind the celestial spirit god, respectfully bowing to him. Master, after careful consideration, we still believe that exploring other great thousand worlds through the world gate will better aid the development of the celestial spirit great world. If you have concerns, you may express them, and we can deliberate further. The black-robed man spoke. His name was Taiji Yuan, the Grand Hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, a heaven-encompassing free immortal. He was not a native of the celestial spirit great world. He hailed from another great thousand world. Taiji Yuan had become the Grand Hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance not solely due to his cultivation. During the years when the Dark Divine Sect ravaged, he saved countless beings and was even gravely injured by a dark heavenly god. His deeds had spread widely, making him a mythological war god in the human world. Behind him, the dozen cultivators were all hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, as was Qin Chuan, and now the Sword Sect had merged with the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The celestial spirit god did not respond to Taiji Yuan, nor did he turn around, leaving the hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance puzzled and increasingly anxious. As Taiji Yuan was about to speak, the world gate suddenly emitted a dazzling light, startling them into widening their eyes and turning their heads. Before they could react, a vast pressure radiated from within the world gate, instinctively instilling reverence in Taiji Yuan and the others, causing them to kneel involuntarily, including Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan, upon kneeling, suddenly awakened. He attempted to rise but was shocked to find himself paralyzed. How could this be? It was Chen Chuan's first time experiencing such suppression. The pressure did not induce fear but rather an inherent sense of reverence and longing. Not just him, the others felt similarly. The celestial spirit god followed suit, half kneeling, with hands clasped in respect towards the world gate. A screech sounded from within the world gate, followed by a surge of fiery flames, immersing Taiji Yuan and the others in an inferno, rendering them unable to escape, only to watch anxiously. Amid the raging flames, two figures emerged from the radiant celestial Tao light, precisely Xianyuan human venerable and immortal elder Ci Xian. Seeing the two immortal gods, Taiji Yuan, Chen Chuan, and the others lowered their heads, unable to gaze upon the true forms of the immortal gods. At this moment, even their divine senses could not extend outward, filling them with awe from the depths of their souls. Who were these two? How could they evoke such an inconceivable response? Could it be they were also immortal gods? The voice of the celestial spirit god followed. Celestial spirit god greets your highness and immortal monarch. May I ask the reason for your highness' visit? Your highness? If the Son of Heaven addressed him as your highness, he was surely an immortal, with a status far superior to that of a celestial god. Chen Chuan pondered deep within, feeling uneasy. He wondered if the arrival of this immortal god would bring trouble to the celestial spirit great world. Celestial spirit god, right? I heard Ziwei Immortal mention you. Xianyuan human venerable's voice echoed, indifferent in tone. The celestial spirit god remained silent. Xianyuan human venerable continued, I have come to the celestial spirit great world merely to observe. No need to overthink or follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Immortal monarch ambition. Hearing the words of Xianyuan human venerable, the celestial spirit god felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He could confirm that Xianyuan human venerable had come for Guan. Although he had been serving Guan, he did not know much about him. So powerful, yet not belonging to the celestial court. It was hard for the celestial spirit god to dismiss the possibility that Guan had a grudge against the celestial court. The Son of Heaven was different from other immortal gods. If the Son of Heaven was suppressed, it would be absolutely impossible for the celestial court to remain unaware for millions of years, like with Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jianghu. This is big trouble. The celestial spirit god's mind was in turmoil, but Xianyuan human venerable said no more, brushing past him. The celestial spirit god raised his head, his gaze meeting that of the old immortal Zixuan. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. The old immortal Zixuan cast a meaningful glance at the celestial spirit god, then silently followed Xianyuan human venerable. Taiji Yuan, Qin Chuan, and the others still could not raise their heads. When Xianyuan human venerable and the old immortal Zixuan passed by, their chi blood almost solidified, and even their souls trembled. At that moment, they felt an extreme agony, with every breath seeming as long as the 4 seasons. Only when the auras of Xianyuan human venerable and the old immortal Zixuan completely vanished did Taiji Yuan and the others feel relieved. They stood up, turned around, but could no longer see the figures of Xianyuan human venerable and the old immortal Zixuan. Taiji Yuan looked at the celestial spirit god, who had his back to them, and asked, "Celestial god, who were those two just now?" The celestial spirit god turned around, looking at them expressionlessly, and said, "Do not inquire. This is a great cause and effect that you cannot entangle yourselves with. As for your request, I approve, but the quota is limited. Only 100 places every century. Handle it yourselves." Hearing this, Taiji Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately bowed to the celestial spirit god and then took his leave. Chen Chuan and the others followed suit, quickly catching up with Taiji Yuan. The celestial spirit god stood still, watching them leave. At this moment, his heart was in great torment. He wanted to go and inform, but he knew that if he dared to leave the world gate, Xianyuan human venerable and the old immortal Zixuan would surely notice. However, on second thought, with Gu An's cultivation level, he would surely be aware of the arrival of these 2 immortal gods. His gaze fell upon the celestial spirit great world, which appeared so peaceful. The cause and effect and destiny of heaven and earth showed no changes. Everything seemed so eerie. Sar the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The celestial spirit god sighed and then sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, in a group of pavilions among the mountains of the human world, Tai Immortal Monarch appeared out of thin air. The purple dragon star monarch followed, appearing by his side. This aura cannot be mistaken. The Son of Heaven has arrived. The purple dragon star monarch said solemnly, his face grim. Tai Immortal Monarch's eyes flickered but remained silent. The purple dragon star monarch looked at him and asked, "Don't we need to go see him? Not seeing the Son of Heaven will surely bring great trouble." Tai Immortal Monarch replied, "We can't go. Whether he's asking about the Emperor Xianqing or our Lord, it's not good to answer. He probably isn't here for us. Let's wait and see." He thought of Guan, and his heart immediately settled down. Intuition told him that Gu An's cultivation level and origins were unfathomable. Even if he did not belong to the celestial court, he definitely had enormous influence there. Otherwise, how could he dare to accept the Emperor Xianqing as a disciple? With Gu An's cultivation level, it was impossible not to see through the cause and effect of the Son of Heaven. After seeing through it, he still dared to take the Son of Heaven as a disciple. There was certainly more to it. Tai Immortal Monarch was very ambitious and bold. He thought of many possibilities and decided to take a gamble. After the Dark God was destroyed, he was even more convinced of this. He thought Xianyuan human venerable would suffer a great loss on this trip. That's why he dared not to meet Xianyuan human venerable. Of course, on this matter, he would not explain thoroughly to the purple dragon star monarch. Although the 72 immortals of Jianghu were under his command, he still retained his own heart-eye. At the very least, ambition should not be displayed. Although the Purple Dragon Star monarch had concerns, he had been following Tai Immortal monarch for many years and had developed a habit of trust. He nodded and then turned to leave. Tai Immortal monarch looked up at the celestial vault. He had a premonition that this contest for the Son of Heaven would be different from the past, more interesting, more dangerous, and also more opportunistic. In the next few days, the celestial spirit great world remained peaceful. The arrival of Shenyuan Human Venerable and the old Immortal Zixuan did not stir up any waves. They first traveled in the human world, then flew to the Nine-Spirit Continent. The Nine-Spirit Continent had become a dojo, unable to be deduced, unable to be perceived, but because of the legends, the direction was known to the world. It was not difficult for the two immortal gods to find the Nine-Spirit Continent. This day at noon. Over the ocean, Shenyuan Human Venerable and the old Immortal Zixuan traveled on clouds. They had changed their robes, but still could not conceal their immortal aura. A bright red bird was perched on Shenyuan Human Venerable's shoulder, nodding its head. This continent is indeed strange. The old Immortal Zixuan lamented. Even though he could see the spirit mist shrouding the Nine-Spirit Continent, he still could not peer into the situation within. The existence that opened this dojo had a cultivation level far higher than his. Shenyuan Human Venerable remained expressionless, saying nothing. The two immortals quickly flew into the spirit mist, entering the Nine-Spirit Continent. Passing through the rolling mist, a surge of majestic and fresh spiritual energy greeted them, causing Shenyuan Human Venerable to lose his composure, and the old Immortal Zixuan's face changed drastically. Such robust Dao intent, the other party is at least a Dao extreme Daoyuo Immortal, perhaps even beyond Daoyuo Immortal. The old Immortal Zixuan immediately made a judgment. Although his cultivation level was merely Miaojin Daoyuo Immortal, he had lived long, and with his status as an immortal god, he had even dealt with some Dao extreme Daoyuo Immortals who did not belong to the celestial court. He had some understanding of Xian Qi primordial immortals. Shenyuan Human Venerable smiled and said, "This trip was not in vain. Do not lose decorum from now on." Hearing this, the old Immortal Zixuan also smiled. He was afraid that Shenyuan Human Venerable would clash directly with the other party. Since Shenyuan Human Venerable came seeking more assistance, it would be best not to create conflict. Even if the discussions failed, they should not become enemies. Suddenly, a figure flew toward them. It was an exit. Seeing an exin, both Shenyuan Human Venerable and the old Immortal Zixuan were surprised. This woman's cultivation level was very low, yet she could detect them immediately. What did this imply? It implied that an exin had come in advance. It also implied that an exin had a very close relationship with the master of the dojo. "I am an exin, the chief disciple of Wuxia. My master sent me to invite the Son of Heaven and the immortal monarch to be our guests." An exin arrived in front of the two immortals, raising her hand to salute them, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. She seemed very calm, but inside she was filled with curiosity. The Son of Heaven, the protagonist of the chaos in the 3,000 great worlds, had actually come to Wuxia. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, even if the visitor had ill intentions, she believed that her master could handle it. She even somewhat looked forward to seeing the Son of Heaven suffer in front of her master. The old Immortal Zixuan smiled and said, "Then please lead the way." An exin nodded, then turned to fly toward the horizon. Shenyuan Human Venerable and the old Immortal Zixuan followed closely behind, beginning to observe the state of the continent. Soon they were surprised once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781. Creation. Green Lotus. Xuanyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci Xian Immortal discovered that the Nine-Spirit Continent had its own order, not entirely under the control of Ancestor Master Wuxia. Every living being here could cultivate and had the freedom to go out and train. The mystery contained within the myriad world gate was such that even they, as immortal gods, couldn't see through it. They were puzzled, unable to understand the intentions behind Ancestor Master Wuxia establishing this dojo. If it was to train a force, why allow people to leave? If it was for merit, why wasn't destiny forming? If it was for seclusion, why take in so many living beings? They were both amazed by the creation of Wuxia Dojo and curious about Ancestor Master Wuxi's purposes, which made them look forward even more to the upcoming meeting. An Exen didn't fly very fast, seemingly to intentionally leave them time to observe the 9-spirit continent. It took the time of 1 stick of incense before they actually entered Wuxia. After arriving in Wuxia, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci Xian Immortal felt that the Tao intent here was richer than outside. They sensed the destiny of the Taoist Emperor and also felt the newly arisen primordial Tao Emperor fortune on the path of the Great Tao. Under Enzin's guidance, they flew to a halfway point on the mountain, where a small pavilion was perched on a cliff. Inside the pavilion sat a man in white with his back to them. It was Guan. Seeing Guan from a distance, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci Xian Immortal both were secretly startled. They couldn't capture Guan with their divine sense. Only when Guan came into their direct line of sight could they see him. This indicated the vast difference in their cultivation levels. An Exen stopped, gestured for them to enter the pavilion, then turned around and left. Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci Xian Immortal did not hesitate and swiftly entered the pavilion. I am the Celestial Immortal Monarch, Elder Ci Xian Immortal, and this is the Son of Heaven, Xianyuan Human Venerable. Today we come to pay our respects to Ancestor Master Wuxia. I hope we are not disturbing the Master? Elder Ci Xian Immortal raised his hand in salute, smiling kindly, giving off a very amiable impression. Guan turned his head to look at them, smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to sit down. Seeing Guan's youthful and handsome appearance, the 2 immortal gods were not surprised. In the celestial court, some immortals maintain their youthful looks, some even in the form of children. However, many more feel that an aged appearance better reflects the air of accumulated time. Seeing Guan's expression and demeanor, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the first impression, Guan was not a difficult person to deal with. After they sat down, Guan picked up the wine pot, intending to pour wine for them, but Elder Ci Xian Immortal hurriedly took it, saying he would do it. Guan smiled and didn't refuse. While immortal gods are arrogant, much depends on whom they face. The experiences along the way were enough to keep the 2 immortal gods from wielding airs in front of him. Seizing the moment while Elder Ci Xian Immortal was pouring wine, Xianyuan Human Venerable spoke. Our visit is to form an alliance with the Master and to understand the Master's view on the Son of Heaven competition. He was direct, and after speaking he fixed his gaze on Guan. Guan smiled and said, The Son of Heaven competition has nothing to do with me. I do not wish to interfere. I only want to stay in this great 1,000 world peacefully and seek enlightenment, and I hope this cause and effect does not drag this world into it. Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned. Elder Ci Xian Immortal put down the wine pot and followed with, Master, this Son of Heaven competition is different from previous contests, involving a great creation. The victor will gain the creation Green Lotus, and if our Lord wins, he is willing to share it with his followers. Creation Green Lotus. Although Guan had never heard of it, the name immediately made him glimpse numerous causes and effects. The creation Green Lotus is a great creation from chaos, containing unimaginable power. Obtaining the creation Green Lotus offers a chance for transcendence, and observing the creation Green Lotus also aids in enlightenment. These causes and effects converged, forming a powerful attraction that even a mixed-element profound venerable immortal like him desired the creation Green Lotus. No wonder the Son of Heaven competition attracted so many immortal gods to join. Even with the dark heavenly court attacking, the celestial court did not interfere because it involved such a significant cause and effect. Guan asked, Dare I ask, where does the creation Green Lotus come from? Elder Ci Xian Immortal replied, It was bestowed by a celestial Tao Venerable. The form of the Son of Heaven competition itself has other intentions that the Master should understand. I don't understand. Guan could already glimpse the causes and effects of the celestial court, but he could not fully see through all its causes and effects, especially the root cause and effect of the Son of Heaven competition. Elder Ci Xian Immortal's answer made it difficult for him to follow up with further questions. Guan shook his head and said, "Thank you both for your kindness. The creation green lotus is indeed tempting, but I prefer peace and quiet, which is why I've secluded myself here." After hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable was about to speak when Elder Ci Xian Immortal preempted him, saying, "In that case, we indeed cannot force it. May I ask the Master's opinion on Great Immortal Divine Yuan?" As long as Guan doesn't support Great Immortal Divine Yuan, it would be beneficial for them. There's no need to push Guan too hard. After all, they don't have the means to compel Guan's compliance. See Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sons of Heaven are as numerous as stars. I have not paid attention before. Guan's answer disappointed Elder Ci Xian Immortal, but he still followed Guan's words and began to introduce the background of Great Immortal Divine Yuan. Great Immortal Divine Yuan was born during the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation. His mother was from the Spirit Clan. The so-called Spirit Clan, unlike other living beings, was conceived from the lifeless existence of heaven and earth, such as sea of clouds, auroras, and green smoke. Such entities only develop spiritual intelligence if they encounter the great Tao, and once born, their comprehension of the Tao exceeds that of other races. After completing reincarnation, the Celestial Emperor brought Great Immortal Divine Yuan back to the Celestial Court and canonized him as a Son of Heaven. Before entering the Celestial Court, Great Immortal Divine Yuan was already 100,000 years old, enduring many hardships. The Celestial Emperor, feeling some sense of guilt, favored him greatly, allowing him to quickly grow into a Son of Heaven comparable to Xianyuan Human Venerable. Unlike Great Immortal Divine Yuan, Xianyuan Human Venerable was born in the Celestial Court. His mother was a ruler of a realm. He had a distinguished birth, but to satisfy the Celestial Emperor, he underwent reincarnation in the human world. The so-called Human Venerable refers to his achievements. Every time he reincarnated, he unified the human race and led various worlds' human race to prosperity. He faced failures and successes, and after countless reincarnations, he earned the title of Xianyuan Human Venerable. This Son of Heaven competition was initiated by Great Immortal Divine Yuan challenging Xianyuan Human Venerable, which Xianyuan Human Venerable found offensive, arousing the indignation of his supporting immortal gods. Great Immortal Divine Yuan has no achievements, relying on His Majesty's favoritism to initiate the Son of Heaven competition. He believes he can gain the Celestial Tao Venerable's recognition, but he underestimates the complexity. Elder Ci Xian Immortal said seriously. These words pleased Xianyuan Human Venerable, and he slightly lifted his chin. Guan suddenly asked, "Since Great Immortal Divine Yuan has the Celestial Emperor's favor, how do you have confidence in facing this challenge? Even if you win, will he really lose?" Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable's face turned grim. Elder Ci Xian Immortal's expression also became somewhat awkward. He followed up, "His Majesty is currently in seclusion. This might be an opportunity to bring Great Immortal Divine Yuan down to the mortal realm, an opportunity that has appeared before. Emperor Xianqing was abandoned by His Majesty under similar circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 782, A Doomed Ending. Upon hearing the elderly immortal mention Emperor Xianqing, who is in Hao's true identity, Guan's expression did not change in the slightest. "Since you guys have made up your mind, then I wish you all good luck." Guan raised his wine cup and said with a soft smile. As long as Xianyuan Human Venerable did not force him, he would treat him as a friend. If compelled, Guan wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. In the Celestial Court, apart from the court itself, only a few Celestial Tao Venerables can reach the rank of Primordial Profound Venerable Immortal. This was Guan's confident source. Even if the Celestial Court were to invade, he could move the 9-spirit continent away with a single thought, If he desired, he could even take the celestial spirit great world with him and flee to the depths of chaos. The heavenly Tao is vast, with an all-encompassing destiny, but regardless of how expansive the heavenly Tao is, it cannot surpass the great Tao, always leaving places untouched by it. Xianyuan Human Venerable narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Guwen, while the elderly immortal did not know what to say, raising his cup to drink with Guwen in silence. While drinking, the elderly immortal gave Xianyuan Human Venerable a glance, signaling him not to act rashly. At least Guwen did not show any favor toward the great immortal divine Yuan. Though recruiting him failed, it should not lead to enmity. Afterward, Guwen and the elderly immortal started chatting idly, no longer discussing the contention over the throne but talking about all heavens and myriad realms. Xianyuan Human Venerable remained silent, seemingly drinking gloomily by himself. After a long while, the elderly immortal sighed. "Master, you eradicated the dark god in this realm, which is a great merit, enough to place you in the immortal class. Why not go to the celestial court and become an immortal official?" He was probing Guwen's opinion of the celestial court. Guwen smiled and shook his head. "Since being an immortal official requires a position, I prefer my current life, unrestrained. Moreover, staying in this realm allows me to handle any disasters here. If I were to go to the celestial court, I might not be able to solve the problems it faces. Besides, one of my disciples has already entered the immortal class, fulfilling my desire to ascend to immortality." Hearing this, the elderly immortal raised an eyebrow, asking, "Oh? Which disciple are you referring to?" Guwen answered, "His name is Yang Jian. He was recommended for immortality by Eternal Life Venerable." Eternal Life Venerable. A subtle change appeared in the eyes of Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly immortal. The elderly immortal did not inquire further but praised Yang Jian's extraordinary talent, suggesting it was why Eternal Life Venerable endorsed him. The conversation between the two continued to shift topics until dusk when the elderly immortal stood up to bid farewell. Before leaving, Xianyuan Human Venerable finally spoke. "Master, you seem to doubt me, but I will show you my victory. When I succeed, you are still welcome to support me and even share the creation green lotus." Xianyuan Human Venerable stared at Guwen, his gaze burning with unwavering confidence, brimming with an air of unchallengeable dominance. Guwen smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness, I will wait to see you laugh last." Xianyuan Human Venerable's mouth curved upward, and he departed with the elderly immortal. Guwen stood up, turned to look at the distant celestial vault, watching them leave. Under his gaze, the fate of the struggle for the throne had already changed. From beginning to end, Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly immortal did not harbor hostility towards Guwen, nor did they become causal enemies, which explained Guwen's favorable attitude. In truth, compared to the great immortal divine Yuan, Guwen hoped more for Xianyuan Human Venerable to win because the great immortal divine Yuan fabricated demon god bodies and mobilized the Mo Luo clan for battle. Regardless of how one viewed it, it seemed quite sinister, raising suspicion that it might be related to chaos. Xianyuan Human Venerable, on the other hand, led heavenly soldiers and generals, with no trace of chaos evil demon, nor did he offer mortal spirits as sacrifices. In terms of conduct, Xianyuan Human Venerable was more upright. Nonetheless, it was unfortunate. Even with the change in fate, Xianyuan Human Venerable would still lose. Jianghu fought for Xianyuan Human Venerable, leaving Guwen to consider how to save him. Zhu Zai's position in the Taiwei Great World remained favorable toward the great immortal divine Yuan, and even if she consciously withdrew, it would be futile. Fortunately, her ending was good, allowing her the chance to enter the immortal class. In the future, more old acquaintances would enter the immortal class, and all because of Guwen. Without him, Jianghu and Zhu, she wouldn't have come this far. Even with Zhu Zai's former status as Xingtian. Regardless of Shengshen's strong Fuyuan, escaping the 3,000 great worlds was challenging. Guwen did not find these matters troublesome, as he also gained insights into the path of cause and effect throughout this process. Next comes the projection. The path of enlightenment must not be halted. Guwen pondered silently with a smile on his face. allowing the 3,000 great worlds to remain in constant turmoil while quietly growing stronger amidst the celestial court's indifference. This feeling, even after tens of thousands of years, remained wondrous. No one knew his true strength, underlying his continuous growth, without limits, savored only by him. On the other side, Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly Immortal arrived in outer heaven, flying toward the world gate. "Your Highness, do you really intend to recruit him?" the elderly Immortal asked curiously. Xianyuan Human Venerable gazed ahead, replying, "Indeed, the creation of 9 spirit continent and the condition of celestial spirit great world have given me a good impression of him. He is a truly enlightened person, seeing through red dust, controlling his desires. Such a person is more suited for immortality. The current celestial court is tainted with too many unscrupulous immortals, tarnishing its image, which I am very dissatisfied with. Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient to change this." The elderly Immortal sighed. "Ancestor Master Wuxia certainly has the demeanor of an enlightened one, but even with your victory, I believe he would not come, nor be swayed by the creation green lotus." Xianyuan Human Venerable did not dispute, nor did he respond further. The 2 immortal gods quickly vanished into the depths of the void. Their arrival and departure went unnoticed by the masses. Taiji Yuan, Chen Chuan, and others knew but were unaware of their identities, marking this encounter with a mysterious touch in their hearts. Time flows like a great river. It rushes forward, never to return. The 3,000 great worlds remain embroiled in constant battles, whereas the celestial spirit great world continues in peace. The celestial Tao light layer enveloping the great world continuously expands, symbolizing the strengthening trend of immortal cultivation in this realm. See the novel, The Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Besides the celestial spirit great world, many other planes remain peaceful, even silent. For instance, the River of Great Tao, where each of the 3,000 Great Tao has its own river, existing independently from the worlds, only discovered through enlightenment. In the darkness, the River of Destiny radiates 7-colored glow, dazzlingly beautiful, threads of Tao Qi traversing its surface. Deep within the River of Destiny, a figure emitting silver light was seated in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold eyes with countless stars subtly flickering within. He was Lu Qiuxian, trapped in the River of Destiny. Lu Qiuxian slowly spoke, "You're here again. Do you think you have the strength to defeat me now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 783. Eternal Tao Extreme. As Lu Qiuxian's voice fell, a figure slowly emerged from the mist of the great Tao ahead. This figure was extremely tall and imposing, towering over Lu Qiuxian like a mountain. From its shape, it seemed to be draped in a large robe, the embroidered robe fluttering like blazing flames. "Lu Qiuxian, your will has already become an obsession that limits you." A voice echoed from the mist of the great Tao, loud and reverberating without end. Lu Qiuxian looked at the figure and asked, "What? Joining the Eternal Tao Extreme will rid me of this obsession?" The Eternal Tao Extreme is the future, the belonging of the great Tao. It's your only path. If you refuse to submit, how will you find your reincarnated father while you stay in the River of Destiny? Upon hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Qiuxian's eyes. At this moment, the majestic figure stepped out from the mist of the great Tao. It was a burly man dressed in a dark red robe, his black hair flowing freely, his face stern, and his gaze oppressive. Standing at the edge of the great Tao mist, he resembled an embodiment of darkness, oppressive and terrifying. Facing his gaze, Lu Qiuxian's expression did not change. He slowly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. "Emperor Jing, let me see if you can escape from my grasp again." As soon as Lu Qiuxian spoke, thousands of sword qi burst forth, dispersing the surrounding mist of the great Tao. However, a protective shield appeared around Emperor Jing, blocking the sword qi attacking from all directions, and the residual sword chi in the air seemed to shatter the space around him. Seeing Emperor Jianghu easily deflect his attack, a change flickered in Lu Qixian's eyes. He could sense that Emperor Jianghu had already transformed, making him feel unfathomable. It seems a fierce battle awaits. 50,000 years had passed in the human world since the departure of Xianyuan human venerable and elder Zixuan. The number of free immortals in the celestial spirit great world increased by nearly 30%, with more Taoist Zhangzizai immortals and profound Yuan free immortals. While no new heaven-encompassing free immortals had been born, it was close. On this day, on a mountaintop in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guwen stood at the peak, gazing into outer heaven. He witnessed a world-shattering battle in the River of Destiny, where Lu Qiuxian and Emperor Jianghu battled for days before Lu Qiuxian was captured by Emperor Jianghu. As Emperor Jianghu left along the River of Destiny, Guwen saw a path he had never discovered before. This path was magical, leading to the 3,000 Great Tao River. It did not always exist, appearing intermittently and hard to capture. Following this path to its end, Guwen's vision was blocked by a layer of dense destiny, making him feel as if he was facing the celestial court. Could such a powerful force really hide within the Great Tao? From Guwen's perspective of Tao practice, the end of this path did not belong to chaos or the heavenly Tao but existed independently, extremely complex. Just as Emperor Jianghu was about to fly into the temporal brilliance at the end of the path, Guwen took a step, crossing countless universes and arriving behind Emperor Jianghu along the River of Destiny. A hand landed on Emperor Jianghu's shoulder, forcing him to stop. His eyes widened as he instinctively turned to see Guwen from the corner of his eye. Emperor Jianghu's figure was 10,000 feet tall, but Guwen did not seem small behind him. Guwen's body shone with silver light, just like Lu Qiuxian. Even so close, Emperor Jianghu could not clearly see his true form. "Who are you?" Emperor Jianghu asked in a deep voice. However, Guwen did not answer him. An extremely terrifying divine sense burst into his mind, blanking his consciousness and scattering his gaze. While performing a soul search, Guwen seized the white jade gourd from his hand. The gourd contained many beings, with Lu Qiuxian just one of them, all of whom roamed the river of the Great Tao. Suddenly, Guwen's divine sense encountered a powerful resistance, abruptly destroying Emperor Jianghu's soul and obliterating his life force, preventing Guwen from extracting his lifespan. He withdrew his divine sense, watching Emperor Jianghu turn to ashes before him. He looked ahead at the temporal brilliance, feeling apprehensive. Sir, the novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Eternal Tao Extreme is truly extraordinary. At 10,000 feet tall, he appeared tiny before the temporal brilliance, like a grain of sand. He took a deep look ahead and then turned, stepping along the River of Destiny and disappearing within a few steps. Not long after he left, the temporal brilliance began to shrink until it disappeared. Guwen arrived at the place where Lu Qiuxian used to meditate and opened the white jade gourd, releasing Lu Qiuxian first. A silver light flew out from the gourd's mouth, landing in front of Guwen and manifesting into Lu Qixian's figure. Lu Qiuxian opened his eyes, stunned upon seeing Guwen. He had never met Guwen, but for some reason he felt a sense of familiarity. He had once talked to Guwen while standing in the River of Destiny and during his time in the celestial spirit great world. At that time, Guwen was still weak, merely piquing his curiosity. Now, standing before Lu Qiuxian, Guwen's true form was indiscernible to him, filling Lu Qiuxian with caution. Guwen tossed the white jade gourd in his hand to Lu Qiuxian and said, "The Eternal Tao Extreme will come again. I can give you a chance to break free from the River of Destiny." He had long wanted to help Lu Qiuxian, once making the primordial crystal, symbolizing the primordial Tao Emperor, appear before him. Unfortunately, Lu Qiuxian did not care at all. Lu Qiuxian did not respond but instead asked, "Who are you, and why do you want to help me? Is it important?" "Of course, it's important." Lu Qixian's words rendered Guwen silent. He had thought of saying he was a friend of Lu Han, but Lu Han died early, having no chance to meet such a powerful being. No matter how much a friendship might mature, such an answer was unconvincing. Breaking free from the river of destiny may help you better pursue your obsession, Guan urged once more. Lu Qiuxian shook his head and said, only by staying here can I fulfill my obsession. For some reason, the sense of familiarity in his heart grew stronger, causing ripples in his state of mind. Even in defeat to Emperor Juin, his heart had never been so tumultuous. Guan asked, reincarnation has order. Your father reincarnated 1,000, 10,000 times, walking his own path. Even if you find him, then what? Do you think you can restore the father-son relationship? Is he really still your father? Lu Qiuxian stared at Guan and said, I seek him, not just for the father-son bond, but for an answer. What answer? Perhaps my father has a more complex cause and effect background. Hearing this, Guan looked at Lu Qiuxian with newfound respect. Though the river of destiny bound Lu Qiuxian's fate, making it impossible for Guan to hear his inner thoughts, this statement revealed that Lu Qiuxian's wait for Lu Han was indeed not simply for the father-son bond. However, regarding lifespan reincarnation, Guan did not wish to disclose it to anyone, even his own reincarnation Boda's son. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784. Enlightenment in the Red Dust. This gourd belongs to the one named Emperor Juin, and it is now yours. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan remained silent for a moment before throwing away these words and turning to leave. Lu Qiuxian did not question further, only stared at his retreating figure, seeing him off. As Guan's figure disappeared, the silver light around Lu Qiuxian gradually faded, revealing his true form. He was dressed in a cyan Taoist robe, his face young and handsome, despite his full head of white hair, still looking like a youth, bearing some resemblance to Guan. A smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, just as I thought. He grasped the white jade gourd in his hand and turned to leave. At the same time, Guan had already returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, hearing Lu Qiuxian's words, but he didn't think much of it. As long as he did not admit it, no one could know about the existence of lifespan reincarnation. At most, they would think he was just undergoing a regular reincarnation. In a normal reincarnation, the soul must enter the 6 paths. No matter how high the cultivation level, if not using the true self, one must split the soul, but lifespan reincarnation is different. Guan didn't need the true self to be present. He could complete a reincarnation and influence reality within a mere hour. If this were to get out, there would definitely be big trouble. Guan was quite curious as to how the Celestial Emperor reincarnated, and where his true self was. He made his way back to his room, sat at a desk, and took out a pen and paper, writing down the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme. Emperor Juin died quickly, but Guan still managed to capture some intelligence about the Eternal Tao Extreme. Eternal Venerable. Before the Great Tao. The origins of this Eternal Tao Extreme must be extremely frightening. It's unknown whether the Celestial Court is aware of it. Guan only wrote the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme, avoiding writing Eternal Venerable to avoid invoking great cause and effect. He looked at the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme, recalling the space-time of powerful light previously encountered, feeling the vast destiny of Eternal Tao Extreme. Upon closer inspection, he felt that this force of destiny bore a resemblance to that of the Taoist Emperor, yet from the manifestation of destiny alone, it was not the Taoist Emperor. This is interesting. For Guan, the Eternal Tao Extreme was just a force to keep an eye on. When dealing with Emperor Juin, he left no trace, the entire process isolated from cause and effect. Even Lu Qiuxian didn't know his true identity. Since then, Guan noticed Lu Qiuxian's ties with the river of destiny were severing, as he was becoming an independent existence. Seeing that Lu Qiuxian had no intention of seeking him, he was reassured. No matter how Lu Qiuxian guessed, as long as it didn't affect Guan, it was fine. He could consider favorably protecting Lu Qiuxian, due to their father-son bond in reincarnation, but would never acknowledge him. In truth, he owed nothing to Lu Qiuxian. Lu Han had already revived Lu Qiuxian at the cost of his life. The only reason he continued to pay attention was to resolve Lu Han's regret. By integrating Lu Han's memories, it was as if he had truly lived through Lu Han's life, experiencing all of Lu Han's emotions. Time marched forward, like the river of the great Tao, endlessly flowing forward, never stopping, never looking back. In his spare time, Gu En would observe the struggle for the Son of Heaven. The great immortal divine Yuan faction occupied more and more of the Great Thousand World, while the strength of the Mo Luo clan and the demon god body intensely intimidated all worlds, even birthing shocking legends of immortal gods being torn apart by demon gods. This battle, which had lasted millions of years, finally began to tilt, but it was still early to conclude. Xianyuan human venerable would not sit idly by. Once one side of the Great Thousand World was completely devoured, it would be the battle for the Son of Heaven. In a power struggle, the call and strategy of the Son of Heaven were tested, while the final battle for the Son of Heaven was a testament to one's own strength. According to Elder Zixuan, a power struggle determined victory and defeat. Even if one's personal strength was lacking, winning still counted. However, if the Son of Heaven fought personally, it was a matter of dignity. Should both sides lose, the loser would face eternal doom. Over the long years, the celestial spirit great world developed steadily. Although there were conflicts and wars, the overall world order remained peaceful. Each generation of cultivators surpassed the previous ones in talent. A blink of an eye. 3 million years passed. Gu An's lifespan income grew steadily every year, reaching over 1.4 trillion years of lifespan. He planned to continue saving, then break through in one go from the midstage of primordial profound venerable immortal to the perfect realm of primordial profound venerable immortal. In these years, Zhu Shi, Xin, Lia, Lv and others encountered troubles, but he would step in. Zhang Buku had become a heavenly soldier, his ability to revive after death saving Gu in a lot of worry. Lia, Lv Chen Chuan, and others were drawn into the struggle for the Son of Heaven after leaving the celestial spirit great world, while Xin wandered in the primordial emperor domain for years, having his own entanglements. Their lives were all very exciting, and Guan found it quite interesting to watch. Compared to the life of immortal cultivation, Guan preferred experiencing the life of a mortal. He even married and had children, fulfilling normal, complete lifetimes. When life ended, and he reincarnated, he wouldn't take mortal cause and effect out with him. It was a rule he set before entering the mortal world. On this day, after picking medicinal herbs, Gu En returned to his mortal life. He walked along the streets towards his courtyard. In this life, he was a constable with a leisurely job, leading a peaceful life. He was not a justice-driven, ever-enthusiastic chivalrous hero, just an ordinary constable earning a living to support his family. Along the way, acquaintances greeted him from time to time, making life look no different from that of a mortal. He enjoyed this feeling, which allowed his mind to find peace. Though it seemed he was experiencing the red dust, he was actually observing heaven and earth from the minutiae, thereby attaining enlightenment. Just as he arrived at the courtyard gate, a young woman ran out, taking his arm and smiling, "Husband, I am pregnant." "Really?" Gu En pretended to be pleasantly surprised, then reached out to touch the young woman's belly. In the red dust, he had taken many wives and concubines. Cause and effect could dissipate in reincarnation, but as he experienced the red dust with his true body, it wasn't suitable for him to leave bloodlines. After all, the cause and effect of bloodlines could continue. Therefore, each lifetime's children were new souls created by the path of creation. Creating the souls of mortal spirits was not difficult for Gu En now. He made sure these children didn't inherit his bloodline and soul's cause and effect. They were just children of his current identity in each lifetime. These children were essentially in their first lifetime, destined to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Gu En's understanding of the path of creation deepened. The couple was very happy, and Gu En decided to cook personally to celebrate his wife's pregnancy. Besides them, there was his wife's old father, also Gu En's master, a former old constable who had lost a leg in the process of driving out a demon entering the city. Now, he could only stay in the yard. Due to his own experience, The old constable often advised Guwen not to be too headstrong. He had lost a leg for his duty back then. The government office abandoned him directly, and the family he saved moved away the next day without even thanking him out of fear. Just as smoke rose from the courtyard's hearth, a meteor streaked across the celestial vault, falling into the distance. Standing by the stove, Guwen raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Have they traced it to this world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 785. Emperor. The vast blue sky was magnificent, and a meteor wreathed in flames streaked across the celestial vault, hurtling towards the earth. It swept past mountain peaks along its path, crashing into the mountains, causing the entire ground to quake. Mushroom cloud-like plumes of dust surged upward, rocks flew wildly, and trees were swept away like dust to distant lands. The terrifying impact destroyed everything in its wake. The heavens and earth roared, the tumult continuing for a long time. As the waves of dust settled, a figure slowly emerged from the billowing dust. It was a man dressed in purple robes, walking amidst the ruins, his hair flowing, revealing a handsome face. His brows and eyes were cold and proud, with a slender purple line on his forehead, making him appear otherworldly, as though an immortal god had descended to the mortal world. Even the dust couldn't conceal the glow of his purple jade crown. The man in purple clothes walked forward while gazing into the distance, muttering to himself, "The changes in this world are truly vast." Before he could go far, a figure appeared in the midair ahead. It was none other than Tai Immortal Monarch. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tai Immortal Monarch looked at the man in purple from afar, raised his hand in greeting, and asked, "Emperor Zue, long time no see. I wonder what brings you to this world?" The man addressed as Emperor Zue smiled and replied, "Tai Immortal Monarch, does this realm fall under your jurisdiction now? Though it is not under my control, you didn't enter through the proper world gate and chose to cross through the celestial Dao light layer. That might violate the celestial rules." Tai Immortal Monarch stared at Emperor Zue with a meaningful expression. Emperor Zue maintained his smile. "I have yet to do anything. How have I offended the celestial rules? On the contrary, you, having stayed in this realm for so many years, isn't that neglecting your duty?" The two celestial beings were at odds. The winds and waves seemed to freeze, and as their gazes locked, neither showed any fear. After a long silence, Tai Immortal Monarch broke the stillness. "If you do not explain your presence, then I must stop you. Once we clash, our cultivation levels will alert the celestial court, and none of us will benefit. You know this, yet you still wish to impede me? We should each go our own way, shouldn't we?" Emperor Zue sneered coldly as he spoke. He raised his right hand, a purple light burst forth from his palm, and a purple jade staff appeared in his grip. This action already conveyed his stance. Tai Immortal Monarch did not expect Emperor Zue to be so unyielding, which made things difficult for him. At this moment, Emperor Ziwe's expression changed drastically. A horrifying killing intent enveloped him, solidifying the mana within his body. He felt he might be annihilated at any moment. Even though he could resurrect, facing such killing intent still made him tremble. He quickly drew the purple jade staff back into his body, and as he retracted the magical treasure, the terrifying killing intent vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Tai Immortal Monarch didn't know what Emperor Zue had experienced. He didn't feel the killing intent, but he could sense the change in Emperor Ziwe's aura. Right, no need to escalate this. Since the Immortal Monarch wishes to guard this realm, I should not further disturb you. Emperor Zue smiled again, bowed to Tai Immortal Monarch, and then turned to leave. As he lifted his right foot, he disappeared from sight. Tai Immortal Monarch sensed Emperor Zue entering the celestial Dao light layer toward outer heaven. Emperor Ziwe's departure seemed even quicker than his arrival. Tai Immortal Monarch mused, immediately thinking of Guwen, and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He bowed in the direction of Nine Spirit Continent, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Guwen, still in the mortal world, watched Emperor Ziwe's departure. Emperor Ziwei, this immortal god, was inextricably linked to Enhao's birth. Back then, celestial spirit Immortal Venerable stole the world punishment Dao Pearl from Ziwei Immortal Palace, and within that pearl was Enhao's original divine soul. Which means this immortal has connections with Emperor Xianqing and Eternal Life Venerable, likely in the same faction. However, Emperor Ziwei carried the aura of Eternal Dao Extreme. Guwen was certain he did not come for Enhao, but for something else. Fortunately, Emperor Ziwei had not become his mortal enemy. Perhaps due to their vast difference in cultivation, Emperor Ziwei dared not show disrespect toward him. Or maybe, could it be that Emperor Ziwei's joining of the Eternal Dao Extreme was orchestrated by the Celestial Court? Guwen wondered as he cooked. Having no grievance with the Eternal Dao Extreme, there was no need to make enemies prematurely. Even if he were to make enemies, he needed to understand the relationship between Eternal Dao Extreme and the Celestial Court. With these thoughts set aside, Guwen focused on his cooking. Until nightfall, the courtyard echoed with their laughter of three. The anticipation for the future made them seem very happy. Guwen knew their future was not bright. As long as he retained his current identity and power, he could not prevent the impending tragedy. Over the long years, Guwen had experienced various lives. The only thing he could control was not committing evil, yet the world always had its dark corners, and even without committing evil, retribution would come. The moon set, the sun rose. 30 years later, Guwen stood under the shade of a tree, looking at the slope ahead, where a man knelt before two graves, swearing an oath. Those two graves belonged to Guwen and his wife in this lifetime. Their son, pursuing immortal cultivation, ventured out for 10 years, but his enemies came first, and Guwen and his wife died by the enemy's swords. When their son returned, he didn't even see their corpses. It was the neighbor who helped bury them. Guwen watched the scene with a calm expression, having no intention of revealing himself. This lifetime's cause and effect concluded here. He could see his son's future, and even though he and his wife were unfortunate, their son would ultimately achieve his desires, avenging them and eventually becoming a renowned great cultivator on this continent. But that was all, for the sun would fall just before nirvana. Guwen watched for a while and then turned to leave. He returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, entering the courtyard, and saw Shen Zhen and Shangguan Xiener inside the room, writing something together. Without eavesdropping, Guwen knew what they were up to. The two were incorporating cultivation techniques within their writings, and readers had to uncover the patterns in the stories to grasp the techniques. Their books spread across 9 spirit continents, with some even bringing them to other worlds through the World Gate. In this aspect, they surpassed Guwen. Guwen often wondered if his writing was too serious. He went to the artifact refining cauldron and continued refining Dao treasures. Currently, he didn't create new Dao treasures, but refined his disciples' existing ones to enhance them. Taken Zin's 6 Paths mirror, it now possessed the ability to contend with an innate golden immortal. This was Gu An's favor towards his close disciples. Among the 3rd-generation disciples, only a few possessed Dao treasures, and none below them had any. Not long after Guwen had returned, and Zizai approached him from behind, respectfully saying, "Ancestor, a prince from Tai Tsung dynasty has come to visit. He claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible."